good afternoon, and good afternoon to all of you. आज है 31st of January 2025 last trading session. Uh, not last trading session. Tomorrow also market open. So last trading session unofficially for this week. वैसे कल भी मार्केट ओपन रहेगा. सो फटाफट से देख लेते हैं एक बार मार्केट को. क्रूड कल के रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही ओपन हुआ था, वहीं से सेलिंग चल रही है. कल भी सेलिंग आई थी, थोड़ी बहुत याद होगा आप लोगों को. रिकवर कर गया था मार्केट, बट अगेन वी सॉ सम सेलिंग फ्रॉम अपर लेवल. नेचुरल गैस कल के सपोर्ट एरिया पे कल भी था, आज भी वहीं पर ओपन हुआ था मॉर्निंग से, तो वहीं पर अभी फिलहाल सपोर्ट पे रुका हुआ है. ब्रेक डाउन करता है तो सेलिंग अच्छी आएगी. फिर देखते हैं, ब्रेक डाउन करता है फिर ऊपर जाता है. लास्ट सपोर्ट कह सकते हो, थोड़ा सा सेलिंग का प्रेशर स्टिल है हमारे पास अभी भी. बाकी क्रूड में वही कल का ही लेवल है, कुछ अभी चेंज हुआ नहीं है. कुछ नया लेवल क्रिएट होता है तो वी विल सी दैट. ठीक है. दीज आर द लेवल्स इन गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लाइक कर दो फटाफट से. कल मार्केट ओपन है बाय द वे. ओके, कल बजट है, बट टुमारो मार्केट इज ओपन. सो डोंट फॉरगेट टू जॉइन टुमारो लाइव एज वेल. देखते हैं बजट में क्या आता है, कुछ अच्छा है या फिर नहीं. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डे फॉर टैक्स पेयर्स. सब लोगों की नज़र रहेगी कि कुछ हमें भी वेवर दें टैक्स में. लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट, प्रिपेयर फॉर द वर्स्ट. कोई क्वेश्चन कोई डाउट होगा तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लेना. लगभग 20 पीपल आर वॉचिंग और 5 लाइक्स. बाकी लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? लाइक करते रहो. हिंदी नहीं आती समझ में, प्लीज़ लाइक द स्ट्रीम. करते रहो गाइस. रिच गैंगस्टर सागर भाई, गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू. कृपया पवाह आवडलाय, लाइक करते रहो. GDP forecast for financial year 26 between 6.3 to 6.8. थोड़ा सा अगर ऊपर आ जाए आपका नेचुरल गैस, तो सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे, फिर ये ब्रेक डाउन ही कर दे. ब्रेक डाउन करता है तब भी एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी रहेगी मार्केट में. बाकी लास्ट ही सपोर्ट मान के चलना. रुकना है तो थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ रुकेगा. कल भी थोड़ा थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर बाइंग आई जरूर थी. पहले भी यहाँ से काफ़ी सपोर्ट ले चुका है. एक बार देख लेते हैं नीचे अगर गया तो और कितना जाएगा. बाकी अगर ऊपर आके थोड़ा सा सेल ऑफ दे तो अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल जाएगी. 275 276 के अराउंड अगर पुल बैक दे देता है नेचुरल गैस, विल बी अ गुड लेवल ना, फ्रॉम देयर. या फिर अगर ब्रेक डाउन करता है तो एक बार देख लेते हैं नीचे और नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट कहाँ पर है, बिकॉज ओके। डाउन साइड पे देखोगे तो थोड़ा सा आई थिंक, मुझे मेरे अकॉर्डिंग प्राइस बेस्ट तो ये रहेगा कि थोड़ा पुल बैक देके गिरे वापस। बाकी देखो 130 ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा 6:30 पे, यूएस मार्केट 8 पीएम पे, उसके बाद 7 पीएम और 8:15 पे डेटा है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। ठीक है आज के लिए, तो इन डेटा पे ध्यान रखना। लंदन सेशन से देखते हैं थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम जनरेट होता है। या फिर नहीं, या फिर कितना वॉल्यूम जनरेट होता है, नीड टू सी। इसके नीचे भी एक थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट है, बट वो भी काफी डीप पेनिट्रेशन करके आया हुआ है प्राइस ना, नेचुरल गैस में सारे लेवल काफी ज्यादा बार सपोर्ट ले चुके हैं यहाँ से। इसके जस्ट नीचे भी एक सपोर्ट है, बट वहां पर भी प्राइस देखोगे तो दो बार ले चुका है सपोर्ट। एंड वाओ, यस, ग्रेट, ये तो अच्छी न्यूज़ है। मार्केट ने फर्स्ट टाइम जो सपोर्ट लिया था यहाँ से, एक हाई बनाया है 300 का और फिर से सपोर्ट लिया है, तो नया जो हाई बनाया है वो बनाया है 370 के आसपास, 368 के आसपास, और ये जो भी रिसेंटली हाई बना था। इट मीन्स ये सपोर्ट अभी भी स्ट्रांग है। ठीक है, कुछ ना कुछ बायर यहाँ डेफिनेटली बैठे हुए हैं। हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन पे है प्राइस 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, ये अच्छी न्यूज़ है। और इस लेवल को अगर देखें हम, इस लेवल की सिचुएशन क्या है जहाँ पर अभी प्राइस फिलहाल चल रहा है, तो प्राइस ने यहाँ से ऊपर जाके एक बार हाई बनाया है, दूसरी बार ऊपर गया है, एक बार हाई बना के वही जो अभी रिसेंटली बहुत बड़ा हाई बना था 367 का, वो हाई बनाया मार्केट ने यहाँ। और अभी कल आया था, कल जो हाई बनाया था उसके बाद दैट इज 282, तो ये थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट वीक हो चुका है अब। देखिए ये क्रूड ऑयल में देखो, सॉरी नेचुरल गैस में इसके जस्ट नीचे एक और सपोर्ट है, वहां पर एक हायर हाई बनाया मार्केट में, ये तो कल का सपोर्ट था, बहुत ज़्यादा एग्जॉस्ट हो चुका है। यहाँ पर अगर थोड़ा सा बाई किया हुआ है, दो चीज़ कर सकते हैं देखो, या तो थोड़ा सा एसएल बड़ा रख लो 261, या फिर चाहो तो थोड़ा सा नीचे आने का और वेट कर सकते हो 262 263। ये भी सपोर्ट है, दिस वन इज ऑल्सो सपोर्ट, बट यहाँ पर हायर हाई नहीं बना है मार्केट ने। जब लास्ट टाइम 368 का हाई बनाया था, इस तरह से मानो कि ये सपोर्ट बना, यहाँ से प्राइस ऊपर गया तो यहाँ एक हाई बनाया, फिर ये जो कल आया है मार्केट ने इतना ही हाई बनाया, अब फिर से प्राइस यहाँ पर है, तो लोअर हाई बना हुआ है। लेकिन सिचुएशन जो नीचे वाले सपोर्ट की है वो ऐसी है कि यहाँ से जब प्राइस ऊपर गया था तो यहाँ से 368 हाई बनाया था, सॉरी 260 कुछ समथिंग मान लो, पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी गया, फिर सपोर्ट लिया पॉइंट ए से, फिर पॉइंट सी गया, मतलब हायर हाई बनाया है। और फिर से अब अगर इस लेवल पे आ जाए तो इट मीन्स अभी भी ये थोड़ा बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग माना जाएगा। तो हम दो चीज़ कर सकते हैं, या तो दोनों लेवल को कंबाइन कर दें, ठीक है, व्हाट वी कैन डू, या तो दोनों लेवल को कंबाइन कर देते हैं, थोड़ा सा नीचे आएगा तब प्लान कर लेना, या फिर अगर यहीं पर बाई कर रहे हो तो एसएल थोड़ा बड़ा रखना पड़ेगा अगर अभी भी इसी लेवल पर हो। मैं दोनों को कंबाइन कर दे रहा हूँ, दोनों सपोर्ट पास पास में है इसलिए। ओके, तो कंफ्यूज मत करना, आई एम जस्ट कंबाइनिंग बोथ लेवल्स, क्योंकि हायर हाई नीचे वाले सपोर्ट से ही बना है। तो ये नीचे वाला सपोर्ट हो गया, ठीक है। नीचे वाले सपोर्ट से 10th ऑफ दिसंबर 2024 के आसपास पहला सपोर्ट लिया था, उसके बाद 17th ऑफ दिसंबर के आसपास दूसरा सपोर्ट लिया था प्राइस ने। समझ में आ रही है मेरी बात? नहीं आ रही है तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लो क्या मैं बोल रहा हूँ। थोड़ा सा प्राइस सेक्शन भी देखना पड़ता है वहाँ पे। तो ये प्राइस अब हायर हाई नहीं बना रहा, ये थोड़ा सा एक कंसर्न वाली बात है प्राइस के लिए, नथिंग एल्स। व्यू थोड़ा सा आप कह सकते हो सेलिंग का प्रेशर काफ़ी दिख रहा है नेचुरल गैस में, तो मैं कंबाइन कर दे रहा हूँ क्रूड में, दोनों लेवल पास पास बने हुए हैं इसलिए। सपोर्ट पे था पहले भी, यहाँ पर सपोर्ट ले चुका है। क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं, सिंपल रहेगा, अगर यहीं पर हो तो ऐसा या तो बड़ा रख लो, या फिर थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम कर लो, या फिर निकल जाओ। थोड़ा सा नीचे आएगा प्राइस, ठीक है, अराउंड दिस एरिया के आसपास। कहाँ चला गया? तो वहां पर कर लेना, वहां पर सिर्फ 2 पॉइंट का एसएल रहेगा, यहाँ पर भी आप लेने को ले सकते हो, बट एसएल आप ये मान के चलो, ये देख लो एसएल कितना बड़ा हो रहा है, फिर या तो मिनी वगैरह ट्राई करना, ऑप्शन में मत जाना, ठीक है। लगभग 6.5 पॉइंट का एसएल है, 1:1.2 बन रहा है बस, विच इज़ आई थिंक नॉट वर्थ। अगर लिया हुआ है तो फिर या तो ये छोटे से क्वांटिटी के साथ ट्राई करना, नीचे आएगा तब थोड़ी क्वांटिटी इंक्रीज कर सकते हो। फिलहाल के लिए मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ। इट डजंट मीन कि वो सपोर्ट नहीं है, ठीक है, दोनों दो दो सपोर्ट साथ साथ बने हुए हैं, तो मैंने कंबाइन कर दिया है, सो डोंट बी कंफ्यूज्ड कि चल क्या रहा है। बाकी अब देखते हैं इसके नीचे और कहाँ पर है नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट, अगर मार्केट कुछ ज़्यादा ही सेलिंग प्रेशर में गया तो। All people are watching, come on guys, 50 लाइक्स तो होनी चाहिए एटलीस्ट। हर कोई 3 आईडी से कर दो, हो जाएंगे अभी, इसको ट्रेल कर सकते हैं। बाकी क्रूड में भी देखते हैं, कल एक लेवल मैंने आप लोगों को बताया था, 2000, 6262 बताया था ना, अगर वो ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर थोड़ा सा बड़ा फॉल कर सकता है प्राइस। ठीक है, क्रूड में एमसीएक्स में अगर देखोगे डाउन साइड पे मिलता है, अगर 6262 के नीचे, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये बड़ा फॉल होना चाहिए। यहाँ पर भी प्राइस एक्शन अगर थोड़ा सा बिल्डअप देखोगे, नेचुरल गैस से थोड़ा सा अलग है। ये जो ऊपर वाला सपोर्ट एरिया बनाया था जहाँ से कल बाइंग आई थी एक्चुअली में, ये नीचे मैंने दोनों कंबाइन करके बना दिए लेवल एक्चुअली, जैसा भी नेचुरल गैस में किया है सेम वही वैसा ही था। वहाँ पर भी दो सपोर्ट एक साथ बने हुए थे। तो 6280 वाला जो सपोर्ट था, पहली बार जब वहाँ पर प्राइस आया उसने एक हाई बनाया 6470 के आसपास, फिर से सपोर्ट पे आया, फिर उसने एक नया हाई बना दिया था, विच इज़ टू हाई कह सकते हो, 6900 पे। तो हायर हाई था, प्राइस फिर से आया इस लेवल पे 27 जनवरी को, फिर एक हाई बनाया बट वो 6430 था, तो लोअर हाई बन गया था। फिर से आया, फिर से अब यहाँ पर देखोगे कल का जो लास्ट हाई था 6420 वाला, वो ब्रेक नहीं हुआ, प्राइस फिर से नीचे आ रहा है, तो मार्केट अब लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पे पहुंच चुका है। तो अगर एक बार यहाँ से सेलर निकले अगर 6262 से, सब कैंसल एक साथ हिट होंगे बायर्स के। बाकी इसका जो नीचे वाला सपोर्ट है, ये तो मैंने 6280 वाला सपोर्ट बता दिया, इसका ऐसे 6262 था। इसके नीचे देखोगे जो इसका जस्ट नीचे वाला सपोर्ट है विच इज़ 6254 वाला, वहाँ पर भी प्राइस जब पहली बार सपोर्ट लेने आया तो इसने जो हाई बनाया है यहाँ से, वही जो भी मैंने हाई बताया 6900 वाला, फिर ये कल आया है यहाँ पर सपोर्ट लेने, और कल जो इसने हाई बनाया है 6360, तो ये तो ऑलरेडी लोअर हाई में पहुंच गया है। तो यहाँ पर इतना ही कह सकते हैं, दोनों ही लेवल पे लोअर हाई बन चुके हैं। 6262 क्रूशियल लेवल है, अगर ये गया गलती से तो फिर हम सीधा देखेंगे 6150, 6085, ये दो लेवल बड़े इजीली मिल सकते हैं। ठीक है, बाकी अपर लेवल पे देखोगे, अगर मैं रेजिस्टेंस की बात करूं तो ऊपर अगर रेजिस्टेंस की बात करी जाए तो ऊपर एक बहुत अच्छा स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस है 6530 के अराउंड। ठीक है, प्राइस वहाँ से सिर्फ एक ही बार सेलिंग में आया है, तो अभी तक हमारे पास एविडेंस नहीं है कि लोअर लो बनेगा नहीं बनेगा, बट हम मान के चलेंगे कि वहाँ पर मार्केट दूसरी बार जरूर टेस्ट करे, वहाँ से एक बार सेलिंग कल का जो लो बना है, तो वो अभी भी एक स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस है 6530 के अप्रॉक्स। उसके नीचे अगर देखें तो मार्केट ने यहाँ से एक बाकी फिर दूसरा आपका 6430 वाला एक रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रॉन्ग है। कल वाला जो रेजिस्टेंस है, अब अगर मार्केट मान लो यहाँ से नीचे बड़ा फॉल नहीं करता है, तो सिंपल सा प्राइस एक्शन क्या रहेगा, मार्केट ने एक बार सेलिंग दी, लो बनाया, दूसरी बार सेलिंग दी, हायर लो बनाया, इसको भी इसी में काउंट कर सकते हो, हायर लो। तो अब अगर यहाँ गया तो ये ब्रेकआउट होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे, बट अगर ये नीचे आ जाता है इस तरह से, तो फिर ये लोअर लो बन जाएगा, तो इस केस में ये रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा। तो अभी ये जो कल का हाई बना है, ये रेजिस्टेंस अभी उतना स्ट्रांग नहीं है। अब अगर अब ब्रेकआउट हुआ अपसाइड पे, तो फिर प्राइस नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस को टेस्ट करने लिक्विडिटी लेने वहां जा सकता है उस केस में। तो दोनों ही लेवल इंपॉर्टेंट है। 6002 नीचे अगर 6262 ब्रेक होके सस्टेन करता है तो अच्छा फॉल होना चाहिए, और अगर नहीं करता है यहाँ से, और 6368 कल का ये जो रेजिस्टेंस जोन है यहाँ से ऊपर निकल गया हमारा प्राइस, तो फिर अपसाइड के भी सेलर्स नेक्स्ट जो रेजिस्टेंस जोन होंगे ये दोनों ही, यहाँ पर ट्राई करेगा थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन देने का। ये तो स्ट्रांग नहीं है, खैर इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। तो मार्केट के पास दो ऑप्शन है, या तो लोअर लो बनाए, तो उसके लिए 6262 के नीचे निकलना ही पड़ेगा, और कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है मार्केट के पास, नहीं तो फिर लिक्विडिटी लेने जाए इन लेवल्स पे। और फिर गिरे। बट उस केस में कहीं ना कहीं फिर बायर थोड़े से कोशिश करेंगे कि फिर और ऊपर बनाते जाएं हायर हाई। बट वो हायर हाई तब तक नहीं बनेगा अब जब तक वो लास्ट स्विंग जो बना है 6700 वाला, तो उसके ऊपर अब प्राइस 6900 है ना, 6955, उसके ऊपर प्राइस सस्टेन नहीं करता। उसके ऊपर जब जाएगा तब ये सपोर्ट जो नीचे वाले हैं स्टिल हम स्ट्रांग मानेंगे। अब लाइक भी कर दो फिर अब फटाफट से गाइस, लाइक करने से ही होगा, बिना करे तो होगा नहीं। कर दो लाइक।
Moving money isn't just transactional, it's personal. With 8.5 billion endpoints across more than 190 markets, Visa Direct helps to make all of it possible.
Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance.
This is a Fed that's not in a hurry to take any further action. This is the articulation of the pause, and he outlined those reasons.
I think the decision was well understood and I think justifiable.
Leaving all options open for the next couple of meetings seems like the prudent way to go at this stage of the game.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Fed is tempted to stay on hold until the summer.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now as we come into Thursday with equity futures bouncing back, up by a third of 1% on the S&P 500. Two earnings stories to watch here. Encouraging numbers from Meta, a very powerful story coming out of Tesla, supporting this equity market overnight.
The story, I think that is the right place to start. What we learned overnight is that with tech earnings, and frankly all earnings, words matter more than the actual numbers posted from the previous quarter, because whether they beat or whether they missed, it was much more about the spin forward, about the vision of the future that led to the potential gains.
And people bought it, particularly for Tesla. As for the day ahead, it looks like this. You'll get an ECB decision a little bit later than Apple. after the close.
Yeah, and can they spin forward the same kind of idea at a time? But there's a lot of skepticism. They are the least loved Magnificent Seven name, aside from Tesla, at a time when a lot of people are looking for the upgrade cycle that never came. Can they convince people that they really do have some plan for artificial intelligence?
We've seen 5 downgrades on Apple.
Yes.
5 over the last few months.
Yeah, that's unheard of. Just to give you a sense, nobody puts a downgrade on any of the big tech names. And yet they have the greatest number, other than Tesla, of downgrades and potentially less positive views. Can they turn that around potentially with some of the same type of optimism that we heard from Meta?
Nasdaq futures right now up by 0.5%. We begin this morning, though, with our top story, a regional American Airlines jet colliding with a military helicopter while approaching Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas last night. The plane carrying 64 people, the helicopter carrying 3.
We want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight. I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting an investigation in this matter.
The crash prompting a search and rescue operation for any survivors in the Potomac River, with an investigation into the cause underway.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines Care Team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation, and will continue to provide all the information we can.
Joining us now is Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern from Reagan National Airport. Anne-Marie, good morning to you. Bring us the latest, please.
Well, Jonathan, we still have the search and rescue mission underway. More than 300 individuals a part of this. We should note that this river was icy. The weather conditions were rough. It's a muddy river. And so far, what we've heard from CBS News reporting is that about 18 bodies have been recovered. So far, we have not heard of any survivors. You were listening to some of those officials briefing last night. As soon as this plane went down, this midair crash at 9 p.m., we've heard from a number of officials throughout the evening. We are waiting on another update here at DCA. The mayor of DCA says they will be back. Likely we'll hear from also Sean Duffy, the newly sworn in transportation secretary, yet again at 7:30 a.m. So just in about 90 minutes time, we should have more of an update. Obviously, the nation is waking up to an incredibly tragic and devastating morning here from the nation's capital.
Yeah, the first potential fatal crash that we've seen in this type of plane going back to 2009. Anne-Marie, talk about trial under fire. What are some of the big questions in this press conference that you expect to be asked?
There's a ton of questions as people are waking up, and obviously as soon as this happened last night, even the President of the United States was asking questions on his Truth Social. How did this happen? How could this Black Hawk helicopter traveling 3 U.S. military personnel, we do know that this was a training, how did this helicopter not be able to see this flight? Does this have to do with communications? Does this have to do with potentially they were on different radio frequencies? Does this have to do with the fact that potentially air traffic control wasn't aware? Or is this airport just over capacity, which has been a hot button issue for DCA and this airport for years? And as you know, this was a huge issue last year when they added 5 more round trip flights when they had the FAA reauthorization bill sent to Biden's desk. So there's a ton of questions about how exactly this could happen. And we'll have to wait to see if we get any of those answers just in about an hour and a half's time.
Anne-Marie, as you know, a process needs to take place now, but it involves 2 secretaries, 2 very new secretaries. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth only confirmed late Friday. As for Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, only confirmed on Tuesday. The challenge for the Transportation Secretary, a whole lot bigger on this front. We've had a number of close calls across US airports, particularly over the last couple of years. Can you walk us through what we have done to address the shortage we have of air traffic controllers?
a number of close calls, and that is why you have seen also the FAA take a ton of heat. And we should note right now, Whitaker has stepped down, the head of the FAA, Mike Whitaker, in December. We're still waiting on a new FAA head. So it's a great point to bring up that this is going to be a huge investigation, a huge undertaking for a brand new team, and some members of that team are not even in place yet. What we have seen happen is last year when you had this FAA reauthorization, it's a $100 billion measure sent to Biden's desk. He was signed. There was bipartisan support for this. What they did do is they added more FAA traffic control jobs. And they put in a provision that actually they would need to work for the next 5 years to get it to the highest level of staffing. But again, this money and this bill only happened in the spring of last year. So we're still waiting on a lot of that to filter through. And in DC, I will just say again that this has been a huge issue in terms of to get that bill across the finish line, more money for air traffic control. They added 5 more flights here. This airport is many local congressional representatives, senators would say that they didn't want to see that happen because they just feel that this airport is too oversubscribed. You do not just have commercial airplanes landing here all the time. We are just south of the Pentagon and we are across the river from the nation's capital. There is a huge presence of military personnel that also operates along this river, and that is why this is going to be a serious investigation, not just for the Transportation Authority and the new Secretary Sean Duffy, but also, of course, the DOD.
Anne-Marie, appreciate your time. More from MH throughout the morning down in Washington, D.C. Expecting a news conference to take place at 7:30 local time, so about 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. I want to share a quote with you from back in 2023 from the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board. Our safety system is showing clear signs of strain that we cannot ignore. We've had a number of close calls in this country. We don't know what's happened here. As we've said repeatedly, a process needs to take place. But we've had a number of close calls and they're aware of where the strain is, and we've got to do something about it.
So what's the plan? And talk about a new administration just newly minted, as you outlined. How are they going to bolster some of the air traffic controllers who clearly are operating on a substaffed type of operation? Honestly, we went so long where air travel was thought of as the safest way to travel in the United States. How do we get back to that? It still is very safe on a relative basis, but stories like this really dent that perception.
Just to reiterate that, at 7:30 Eastern Time, a news conference taking place, 7:30 local time in Washington. We'll bring that to you in about 1 hour and 20 minutes. Coming up on this programme, we'll be keeping an eye on the market as well. We'll be catching up with Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth as the Fed holds rates steady. George Janarikas of Canaccord Genuity on Tesla's growth and the pledge to return to growth in 2025. And David Choi of S&P Global Ratings looking ahead to earnings from Apple. In the markets this morning, equities are pretty steady. Bonds are too, as Fed Chair Jay Powell signals the central bank will hold rates steady for the foreseeable future. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth writing, further interest rate cuts will likely need to come with incremental weakness in the economy, transforming further cuts from because they can to because they should. Cameron joins us now for more. Cameron, good morning. It's
good
morning.
To see you.
What was your big takeaway from Chairman Powell in that news conference yesterday?
That the recalibration phase is clearly over. He called it that recalibration phase, not this one, which just means that the interest rate cuts that we had, which were tweaking policy rates lower in order to get to closer to this idea of neutral, is likely behind us, meaning that you'll have to see an uptick in the unemployment rate. You'll have to see an uptick in or a weakening in the overall growth rate in order to suggest that they could cut rates further.
Is this actually a really good signal that essentially the economy is robust and they're basically just taking a back seat and being as boring as they possibly could, exactly as desired?
We think that the Fed this year is going to be less consequential than they have been, meaning that they're going to be more reacting to growth. They're going to be more reacting to policy versus driving markets as they have over the last couple of years as they started the hiking cycle, then started the cutting cycle. We think overall that the Fed hasn't been nearly as tight as they think that they are. We think that the evidence of growth remaining so resilient, being above trend the entire time that the Fed has been in a tight situation, meaning with the real Fed funds rate being above zero, just suggests that we are likely closer to neutral at this point than having those further cuts, which just suggests that this economy is more resilient to interest rates than it was in prior cycles.
If the Fed's taking a backseat, let's take another tack, because frankly, I think a lot of people would rather talk about earnings than the Fed at this time, given the fact that the Fed is following rather than leading. What was your takeaway yesterday to not just the earnings of Microsoft and Tesla and Meta, but the reaction to them and what actually gave investors confidence?
I think investors are still willing to dream the dream and have this blank check mentality when it comes to AI and CapEx spending. But the thing that jumped out to us most in Microsoft's earnings was this use of the word commoditized, that some of this AI will become commoditized. It will become something that everybody has. And the question that we have is that what will the return on invested capital be for a commoditized product? Very, very different than the monopolized businesses that you think of Microsoft within word processing, or you think of Google within search, or Meta within social networking. These are monopolized businesses, or near monopolies, that deliver huge returns on invested capital. They have 80% gross margins, 50% operating margins nearly for Meta, which just suggests that maybe AI ROICs could be lower.
It's been a long week for this market. It's only Thursday still. Can we go back to Monday just briefly? On Monday, Lisa, me, pretty much everyone on this show was talking about whether the CapEx narrative would be challenged. Meta came out and basically doubled down on the whole thing. Now, I didn't expect the C-suite to change. The question we asked is whether investors would lose patience. There's no sign of that this morning. The stock is up. Will investors keep patient with these companies as they spend tons of money on these projects?
I think as long as they can keep Googling Jevons paradox, maybe they'll keep being patient. I think what's given people the ability to give Meta the benefit of the doubt on this CapEx is because their top line is growing so much. And the key story for Meta is that they're using AI in order to be able to drive top line faster. Look at the growth in advertising pricing. It was up 14%. That's more than double what the street expected. And that likely is a function of the fact that they're using AI to monopolize more of our eyeballs, to demand more of our attention. Now, if top line begins to slow, and Meta is 98% advertising, which means it's a cyclical business. If top line begins to slow, I likely think that you will see less benefit of the doubt on this CapEx because it won't be able to be absorbed as much given the strong profit growth.
It's not getting much of a cyclical test right now if you're looking at the numbers out of that company.
On any level, whether it has to do with the cyclical aspects of the AI cycle or the economic cycle. But that's a fascinating point. They can apply some of the AI applications and efficiencies, whereas Microsoft could be more of a victim to the loss of margin share as a result.
They're in a strong position. They're having a decent week. The stock was okay on Monday relative to the rest of the market. You know what was down yesterday still? Nvidia again. More bad news from Nvidia. Right before the Federal Reserve decision, some news came out that they may put extra restrictions on the exports of that company to China. That stock did not recover.
Well, because essentially, if you start cutting off their sales to China in some more significant capacity, how much are they going to be facing some of what other companies have been facing with respect to just some of their biggest customers not being able to make purchases?
Stock is down again this morning by 1%. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth will be sticking with us. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. The latest in the crash in D.C. Search efforts are continuing in the Potomac River after an American Airlines flight carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with a U.S. Army helicopter on approach to Reagan National Airport. The plane took off from Kansas last night and had several members of the U.S. figure skating team on board. CBS is reporting at least 19 bodies have been recovered. Now let's get you a check on Meta shares. They are up 2.6% in the pre-market. Fourth quarter earnings and beat on the top and bottom line. CEO Mark Zuckerberg said that this is going to be a, quote, really big year in AI, forecasting that their AI assistant will reach more than 1 billion people. On the other side of things, Tesla fourth quarter earnings and revenue fell short of Wall Street estimates, but shares are still rising nearly 3% in the pre-market, with CEO Elon Musk predicting an epic period of growth for the company. He said Tesla will begin robo-taxi operations this year. And that's your brief, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Tesla up by 2.9% in the pre-market. Up next on the program, the looming tariff deadline.
I prefer across the board. We are treated horribly by the global trading environment. We need to be treated with respect, and we can use tariffs to create reciprocity.
That conversation is just around a corner. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
As my birthday signals another milestone in my life, I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. Of course, building on the news overnight that a regional jet flown by American Airlines collided in a deadly mid-air crash with a military helicopter on the approach into Reagan National down in Washington, D.C. We'll have updates for you throughout this morning from Anne-Marie on the ground in the nation's capital, and there will be a news conference, we're told, at 7:30 a.m. local time, so about 1 hour and 12 minutes from now. Plenty of updates throughout this morning, and we'll bring that news conference to you a little bit later on. For those of you following the markets, they look like this. Equity futures up by 0.4%. In the bond market, yields are lower by 2 basis points. The 10-year 450.42. Under surveillance going into the weekend, the looming tariff deadline.
I prefer across the board. We are treated horribly by the global trading environment. They all have higher tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, and subsidies. They treat us poorly. We need to be treated better. We need to be treated with respect. And we can use tariffs to create reciprocity. A particular product's price may go up, but all of them, this is not inflationary.
So here's the latest this morning. Global markets bracing for President Trump's threat of tariffs against Canada, Mexico and China potentially this Saturday. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth is still with us around the table. So, Cameron, we've got a threat of 25% on Mexico and Canada, 10% potentially on China. Europe's going to get it too. There could be a universal tariff. Do you have a working assumption going into the weekend?
Well, we think this notion that tariffs aren't inflationary or disruptive because of what happened in 2018 is limited in the sense that 2018 tariffs were so targeted and they were on certain items, certain things within supply chains that eventually didn't get all the way through to consumers, which just means that if you're talking about blanket tariffs across the board, we think that this could actually be highly disruptive to supply chains, potentially inflationary because of that disruption as people are trying to move things around, which just suggests that this could weigh on growth and inflation in a more meaningful way.
That sounds like stagflation. Is that what you'd be expecting?
It's definitely a risk. And when you also throw on top of that the potential for the labor force growth to slow down because of immigration, both of these things suggest that a potential upward pressure on inflation, potential downward pressure on growth. The question is, how far do they actually push these through? Tariffs for negotiating purposes are very, very different than tariffs that are pay-fors. Tariffs that are pay-fors because you want to use tariff revenue to offset tax cuts, for example, would have to be far more sweeping, would have to be far more static, meaning once you put them in place, even if people say, hey, well, we're going to be nicer to you going forward, it just means that there is that risk that we have that upward pressure on inflation, downward pressure on growth.
I'm glad you mentioned that. What the purpose of some of these tariffs are, how realistic it is that they're going to be deployed. You saw the testimony from Howard Lutnick. He also talked about the 25% tariffs that are set to go on Canada and Mexico on Saturday, saying this is a separate tariff to create action. He was talking about the border. He was talking about fentanyl. He's saying if they comply, there will be no tariff. How do you as an investor take different signals from different places and understand how to price in and whether to price in some of these potential levies?
I think the way to approach it as an investor is how you think businesses are going to be able to operate in this environment. If a business doesn't know what tariffs are going to be and if they're going to last for 2 weeks because then you see a response from Mexico and Canada, it really is hard to be able to plan in that environment. And the question would be, are businesses trying to get ahead of this? Are consumers trying to get ahead of this? And this means that you could see disruption to supply chains even if the tariffs don't stick around.
Which is the point that John was making yesterday. I'm totally going to steal from him when he was basically asking, have we reached a point where the auto manufacturers, other than Tesla, are basically uninvestable because of the pipeline from Mexico and how many imports they really have been controlling from that region?
Well, auto manufacturers have not necessarily been the most investable companies, even without tariffs, because they're so very capital intensive and low margin. But it does add that layer of uncertainty. And it is interesting that Tesla calls out tariffs being an uncertainty for them in their earnings report. But I guess at the end of the day, Tesla isn't a car company. It's a state of mind.
I'm seller. I agree with that.
100%.
I'm a seller of any guidance that is dependent on tariffs. I'm a seller of the guidance from the Federal Reserve. This market was a seller of the guidance from GM. The Bank of Canada didn't even provide any. Anyone providing guidance, whether they're dependent on what happens over the weekend and what happens going forward from tariffs, I think you have to take with a very, very big grain of salt.
Which is what we're seeing in the market. So at a certain point, just to Cameron's issue here, if you see even the threat of tariffs on a prolonged level, could you see those disruptions to supply chains, disruptions to profitability for specific companies, just simply by virtue of the specter of that happening?
So this is a difficult moment in many ways because parts of this market, the multiple, the valuations might be capped. If you are exposed to the tariff story, some of the automobile makers, the auto manufacturers, the likes of GM, we saw that earlier in the week, and then certain parts of the equity market exposed to the AI story. I think there's a sense that the perceived value has shifted away from maybe the energy plays of the last year or so. Do you think valuations are capped there too?
Physical over digital, or digital over physical, really. And I think that that's what the market is coming around to, is that you have had this big surge in optimism that the digital world would drive a lot of physical investment. But even Microsoft said yesterday that they would be moderating CapEx starting in 2026. So if you're starting to see that slow down, it means that your power providers and your infrastructure providers are also going to see growth slow down. So it continues to be this world where we think that there's very little margin for error in the multiple. You're at 22.3 times forward. That leaves no room for negative news. Doesn't mean you can't go higher. We could go into bubble territory, but you would have to see a spark of speculative fervor to get there.
Do you think we did go into bubble territory with certain parts of this market?
I think that we were getting close, and we still have that potential. If the Fed comes out and cuts interest rates a bunch of times and financial conditions ease even further and liquidity becomes even more abundant, and you see this continued surge in YOLO things like meme stocks and zero date to expiration options, I think that we are on the verge of that being a potential outcome for 2025, simply because any higher in the multiple, any higher than 23 times, that has only been achieved in true bubbles.
Just before you go, we'll do this a couple of times going into the weekend. Do you think those tariffs go on, or do you think we avoid them this weekend? I'm not going to hold you to this. I just want to gauge how people think and how they feel
we'll just run it
about a weekend.
After we get to the decision.
I think that they might go on for a period of time and then get walked back.
Interesting. A period of time being?
A week.
OK. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth, appreciate it. Sorry to put you on the spot. I just want to understand where this market's at, how complacent we are around this tariff story, if indeed we are complacent about it.
Well, the head of Mexico came out and said she really doesn't believe that this is actually going to go into effect. But there is a plan in place for the reciprocity should they go into effect. And frankly, Howard Lutnick himself basically dismissing these. So at a certain point, how do you price in something that the own administration is basically saying, look, we're just trying to get a certain kind of outcome and hopefully we'll get it?
I don't think we are right now. Futures are up by 0.4% on the S&P. Coming up in just a moment, we'll catch up with George Gianarikas of Canaccord Genuity on earnings from Tesla, which apparently is a state of mind from New York City this morning. Good morning. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
Here's a snapshot of financial markets for you stateside. Equity futures on the S&P up by 0.4%, on the Nasdaq up by 0.6%. Outperformance on the Russell, saved by the news conference. In yesterday's session in the bond market, yields were higher, and then they paired those moves higher, moving lower. We're down by 2 or 3 basis points, sitting right on top of 450 on a 10-year yield. Felt like there was a hawkish tilt, a hawkish bias in a statement. Indeed, for many people, there was. And then in the news conference, Chairman Powell had a little bit of a clean-up, didn't he?
Well, it was just a language cleanup. That was basically the hawkish tilt that people were talking about, and that's how he explained it. And people said, oh, okay. And they walked back the hawkish tone that initially it had. This was about removing the idea of a labor market potentially facing some weakening, the idea of a labor market that's solid, and also took out the idea that inflation was truly on a steady progress to 2%. Not a hawkish tilt, just simply language cleanup.
Dario Perkins of TS Lombard over in London, also happens to be an AC Milan fan, said this morning, and I like this framing. Preemptive easing, cutting to prevent bad things. That was the old playbook, lasted a few months. It's now reactive easing, cutting when bad things happen, and going on to say the Fed isn't a reason to be bullish anymore. I think that framing is pretty intuitive, makes a lot of sense.
And it's similar to what Cameron Dawson was talking about, that we are in a new phase where you have to see something negative for them to actually cut rates. And that's the reason why people are seeing the Fed as potentially not as consequential for now. There isn't a lot of agreement about the direction of the economy. If we start to get truly deteriorating economic data, does that change if the Fed continues to hold rates steady?
Let's turn to foreign exchange. Euro dollar right now 103.96, negative by 0.2%. You've heard from the Fed. You hear from the other side of the trade a little bit later on this morning. You'll hear from the ECB in a few hours from now.
You said something earlier that I thought was really poignant about how other places are talking about how you can't have forward guidance or a lot depends on tariffs from the United States. How much do the threat of tariffs actually give the ECB a pass to cut rates, even though they haven't reached that 2% target? Can they just simply say, we're facing downward growth shocks due to things out of our control, so don't mind the inflation target that is our primary mandate?
Because it could possibly be a disinflationary shock for the continent, not just the tariffs on Europe, but potentially the tariffs on China, which means the overcapacity in China gets delivered where? The Europeans have got to eat it. So that problem for them is multidimensional, and it heads in one direction.
And we heard a hint of that from the Bank of Canada. Does the ECB walk into this open door to allow them to cut rates at a time where growth is flagging? And a lot of people say if they did have a dual mandate, they would definitely be cutting rates today.
The euro right now very close to 104. That decision is just around the corner. Under surveillance this morning, if you are just joining us, our top story. A regional American Airlines jet colliding with a military helicopter as it flew into Reagan National last night. The military launching an investigation into the cause of the crash with a search and rescue operation underway for any survivors in the Potomac River. NBC now reporting at least 30 bodies have been recovered.
What a tragedy. That's all I can say. I mean, we are going to be looking into what is going on with air traffic control, how they can potentially support it. But in the meantime, there were a lot of figure skaters and coaches and their families on board heading to a competition or heading home from a competition in Wichita. Our feelings go out to their families.
Oh, Lisa, it's absolutely devastating. We're still in the process of search and rescue, of course, and then we need to figure out very quickly what happened here. And the two individuals that will help lead that effort have only been in their jobs for a few days. We said this a little bit earlier, that Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth only confirmed late on Friday, and the new Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy only confirmed on Tuesday. So the first full day for Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and he's got to confront this.
This is going to be the first and a pretty big test of some newly confirmed members of the Trump administration. How do they deal with a comprehensive look at the current FAA, what needs to get changed, and how do they address an ongoing crisis that is deeply emotional for a lot of people?
Aviation, as you know, Lisa, and we mentioned this earlier, traditionally is very, very safe. But more recently, I think a lot of people will be struck by the tragedies that have taken place internationally. 2 in just the last couple of months, and then here domestically. Even before this, a number of very, very close calls that the former Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, talked about repeatedly. It's well documented. We are 3,000 air traffic controllers short in this country, and we're going to have to address those issues, and pretty fast.
So how does this administration do that at a time where they do want to increase efficiency of a government? How do they do that in short order when these people have to be experienced and vetted in a comprehensive way? And then how do you deal with this post-pandemic when a lot of experienced people left the workforce? And we've seen that not just with air traffic control, but also the airplane manufacturers themselves.
I mentioned a quote from the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board from back in 2023. If you missed that, I can share it with you now, when she said our safety system is showing clear signs of strain that we cannot ignore, and went through a long list of issues as to what was happening with aviation at the moment. That air traffic and staffing shortages had gone up since the pandemic. You've been on top of this story repeatedly over the past few years. A lack of meaningful training, Too many irregular work schedules were cited as well, which is clearly not going to build any confidence into people as they look at the shortage that we have with air traffic controllers.
So again, and it goes to, again, this idea of a massive test in just a day or two into an administration, or some of the nominated and confirmed members of the administration. How do they lay out a plan for exactly how they are going to make it better at a time where there's increasing erosion of confidence from the public in the air traffic control system?
In just under an hour from now, we are scheduled to have a news conference on the ground at 7:30 local time, so about 55 minutes from now. We'll get the latest from Anne-Marie in the next 30 minutes or so, who's in Washington, D.C. this morning, and then we'll bring that news conference to you when it begins in the next hour or so. That's the latest on our top story. For financial markets, particularly here stateside, a big focus on big tech earnings, kicking off with Tesla, Meta and Microsoft. Reporting some mixed results. Tesla and Meta both offering an upbeat outlook for the year ahead. Microsoft predicting slow growth in its cloud computing business as it struggles to build enough data centers to handle AI demand. And I think it's worth pointing out that that sounds like a capacity issue and not a demand issue.
Well, that's exactly what my thought was. This should be the right kind of miss, where basically demand is so great, outstripping their potential services. And that is the real hamper to their ability to outperform or even meet expectations. They said that demand remains strong, commercial bookings rising 67%, far ahead of what Microsoft had been expecting. So this goes to this question of a state of mind. And a lot of these tech earnings are going to be, what state of mind can you spin this story forward to deal with the adoption and the software and the practice of AI in normal life, rather than just simply building out the chips in the data centers?
Not all companies have the luxury of selling a story that this market will buy. And Elon Musk and Tesla seem to have the luxury of doing that, where they come out with a powerful story and investors buy it. The likes of GM tried to do the same thing earlier this week, came out with a decent outlook. The market did not buy it. What's the difference between those two companies?
Elon Musk has been selling a story for a long time, and he talked about full service driving. He talked about the idea of unrolling some sort of pilot program in Austin in about 5 months' time. He said this is not sort of fiction. This isn't far out and fantastical. He also said that it's going to be amazing. He also has the ear of the president. This is someone who has hinged his entire company on the idea of the future and technological prowess. So it is a completely different type of conditioning for his investors.
One other tech name to watch, Nvidia is down by 0.5% in the pre-market. It was down in yesterday's session as well. The Trump administration exploring tighter curbs on Nvidia's chip sales. That sparked the sell-off, Lisa, in yesterday's session.
Yeah, well, at a certain time that people are wondering, okay, you have incredible demand for these chips. That was dented by DeepSeek. Then you throw on top of it the allegations that Cantor Fitzgerald's Howard Lutnick, who is in his confirmation hearings for Commerce Secretary, basically said they stole the technology. NVIDIA chips allowed them to do some of the DeepSeek technology that now has people on the back foot in the United States. There need to be tighter restrictions. And then we heard the administration come out with something similar. So if you start to restrict the potential sales, you could get a same kind of situation as we've seen with the Netherlands counterpart, where you saw the incredible dive of those shares because their biggest customer, China, could no longer purchase chips in the same way.
The administration have called this a wake-up call, but at the same time, simultaneously, I don't think they quite buy that this was the clean success story that was being sold on Monday.
I don't think Microsoft does either. There have been investigations that Bloomberg has reported into just how much DeepSeek replicated a lot of what OpenAI and ChatGPT had accomplished. That will be ongoing.
Let's turn to that state of mind. Tesla. Earnings falling short of expectations, but the CEO, Elon Musk, reassuring investors with plans to launch its robo-taxi business in June. Musk predicting an epic period of growth ahead. George Gianarikas of Canaccord writing, "We weren't so excited by the results. Management, while calling for growth, did not reiterate the 20 to 30% delivery growth guidance upward by Musk on the last earnings call. He reiterates a buy rating on the stock with a 404 price target." So, George, maybe you're not buying the guidance, but why is the market?
Great question. I think you guys kind of nailed it, right? Look, we agree with Mr. Musk and we appreciate his bullishness on autonomy and robotics. It should be very exciting to get those robo-taxis in Austin in June and potentially some new vehicles, right? That's a great story and really exciting stuff. But objectively speaking, the results were less than nourishing. The deliveries reported a few weeks ago missed 2024 guidance. It didn't reiterate the 20 to 30% delivery growth for this year. Margins were weak. We think we heard a delay to full self-driving rollouts in Europe and China. So, we have to be objective. As much as we love the long-term story here, 2025 doesn't sound great, and 2024 didn't end well.
George, one portfolio manager put it like this: the market is behaving as if Tesla's results don't matter, and that may catch investors flat-footed in the case of a large shock. George, what would a large shock be, given some of the earnings that haven't been great, that still haven't dented some of the enthusiasm?
I mean, that's a great question. I think that, some sort of issue with 2025 deliveries, first and foremost, if the removal of EV incentives in the United States has a larger than expected impact, number one. Number two, they're not able to roll out additional vehicles this year. I think that's quite unlikely, but we'll see. And number three, the margins continue to be weak. They have to put in financing incentives based on the fact that interest rates went up. That impacts their near-term ASPs. That impacts their margins. So we have to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel from a profitability perspective to I guess give people confidence that the next few years we can see an increase in those margins.
George, what did you make of the fact that Elon Musk, who had been on X talking about different political discussions he's having with Donald Trump, and then took a break and didn't talk about politics at all on this press conference? And if anything, his CFO talked about tariffs as being a potential headwind to profitability for the company. They didn't mention the EV tax credits that are being taken off the table. What do you make of the fact that it's going to be increasingly awkward for Elon Musk and for Tesla to dovetail their future success with policies that might run counter to that?
Look, I appreciate the fact that politics were discussed on last night's call. And the point that he made that we completely agree with is that regardless of EV tax incentives this year, next year, last year, ultimately, the car market mobility will be electrified. EVs, in our opinion, and I think objectively, are just better than ICE vehicles. And right now what we're seeing is a cost issue. We have to bring the costs down relative to ICE vehicles. That's happening in China, by the way, and that's why you're seeing penetration go greater than 50%. And we have to get more models in the United States. Right now, in the $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 price range, there aren't a lot of vehicles, in our opinion, that are incredibly compelling. There's Tesla, the Model Y and the Model 3. We think Rivian's R2 in 2026 will change that narrative. It's an incredibly compelling vehicle. It's priced right. And as soon as people have more choices, we think growth can reaccelerate in the EV market in the U.S.
George, can we achieve that without state subsidies?
Yes. Yes. I mean, right now, we're trying to bring the costs down in the United States of those EVs. And that's going to happen as we have more vehicles proliferate in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. What's happened in China is proof of that. They have vehicles that are in that range, priced right, and a lot of choice because they've got a lot of EV companies that are incredibly innovative. And that market is taking off, has taken off.
George, appreciate your time and your input. Thank you, sir. George Gianarikas there of Canaccord Genuity, earlier on Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth calling Tesla a state of mind.
Well, I think a lot of people would agree just simply because if you take a look at the valuations, and I'll give you some numbers, between $500 billion and $600 billion of Tesla's current market cap is based on its EV and energy business. This is according to Evercore ISI. Meanwhile, over at DataTrek, Nick Colas says that 90% of Tesla's share price is tied to what the company might do in the future and not necessarily what it does today.
Well, certainly based on the last 24 hours, it's hard to disagree with that. The stock is higher by 2.5%. With an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. We begin with an update of the tragedy in D.C. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced that the military has launched an investigation into the cause of a deadly mid-air collision between a passenger jet and a Black Hawk military helicopter near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. The investigation will focus on determining the cause of the tragedy. NBC News now reporting at least 30 bodies have been recovered. Elsewhere, UPS shares are falling 11% in the pre-market trade. It tempered expectations for a long-awaited rebound this year. The company's core delivery operations are suffering from a long-lasting slump in demand. Average daily package volumes remain below pandemic-era peaks. Nvidia shares, those are also off this morning, more than 0.5%. The Trump administration reportedly exploring more curbs on Nvidia chip sales to China. Sources tell us that officials are focused on expanding restrictions for chips used for AI development. Nvidia argued restrictions push China to become independent of U.S. tech, which will hurt U.S. companies. And that's your brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, big tech earnings underway.
Ultimately, anything that drives the cost of Gen AI, inferencing, fine-tuning, reasoning down is good for software because it means that you get greater volumes, you lower barriers to entry, and you create this flywheel effect.
The latest on Microsoft and Meta in just a moment. And for UPS, getting hammered in the pre-market. We're down almost 12%. We'll bring you the why in just a moment.
Over the past decade, we've seen a more fragmented world. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
Two names to watch going into the opening bell. Here's one, UPS. It's down by more than 10%. Here's another, Caterpillar. It's down by more than 4%. Not a great outlook from Caterpillar. Could get a whole lot worse, particularly if we get tariffs from the incoming, or rather new, administration. As for UPS, Lisa, share us the why for that move of 10.7% lower.
They had a forecast that came in. They expect sales of about $89 billion, which is below the $94.9 billion that Wall Street was expecting. But this is the why. It's because they are reducing volume with Amazon by 50%. This comes after long-running tensions with UPS building out its own logistics empire, and basically both of them mutually agreeing to separate, with UPS looking for higher margins. What's fascinating to me is that in the past, UPS was a bellwether for global growth, for the U.S. consumer. Can it still be considered that, given that this has to do with a shift in market share away from UPS and toward Amazon?
Our stock is down in the pre-market by more than 11%. Under surveillance this morning, big tech earnings underway.
Overall, the cost curve coming down is a good thing for Microsoft, right? There's the element of the OpenAI relationship and training, but ultimately, anything that drives the cost of Gen AI, inferencing, fine-tuning, reasoning down is good for software because it means that you get greater volumes, you lower barriers to entry, and you create this flywheel effect whereby the more people use these Gen AI offerings, the more the innovation, the more those net new use cases come about.
So here's the latest this morning. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla kicking off big tech earnings with AI very much in focus. Apple reporting after the close later on today. Investors expecting a record performance despite headwinds from China and the company's slow AI rollout. Bloomberg's Mandeep Singh joins us now for more. Mandeep, before we look forward, let's look back just briefly. Big takeaway for Meta and Microsoft yesterday.
Well, I think AI is still the story, and with Meta AI saying they will have 1 billion users, even though the monetization is mostly in their ad pricing. That just sounds music to, everyone that's bullish on social media, ad spend, and look, they control the market, they have the moat. So from that perspective, everything looked great. They also called out Reality Labs, the $20 billion losses, and how this will be the make or break year. Now, we know they continue to lose $20 billion every year, but if they're going to decide whether they will continue or not, I think that's a positive sentiment in terms of, okay, this won't be a recurring loss going forward.
Mandeep, you scrutinize these companies. You watch their earnings calls. You listen to them. Has it always been like this, where essentially the numbers matter less than the vibes that some of the executives put out there?
I mean, look, I think with a long-term story like AI, which everyone believes this is transformational, yes, I think your plan of action and the vision really matters. And in this case, the hype.
CrudeOil देखो slowly steady नीचे आना शुरू कर रहा है. देखो नीचे कोई support उतने strong अब है नहीं, मैं पहले बता चुका हूँ. अगर breakdown हो गया 6,262 के नीचे तो अच्छा fall आ जाएगा. ट्रेल करते रहना. अगर ब्रेकडाउन हो गया 6,262 के नीचे तो फिर बड़ा फॉल करेगा ये आज. बाकी नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा और नीचे आता है तो यहाँ एक बाइंग का प्लान रहेगा जरूर. वापस से ट्रेल करते रहो बाकी लोग जिन लोगों ने ट्रेल नहीं किया है in crude.
Through these periods where some analysts start giving up on the name. We've had at least 5 downgrades over the last couple of months alone, and the concern is pretty obvious that there isn't enough here to trigger a big super cycle of upgrades. Now, David, do you take a different view on things? Are you encouraged by what's on offer?
I am. I think I look at Apple a little differently. They're very stable, unlike many of the big tech companies that are investing in data centers and their growth is double digits, whereas Apple, their revenue has been very steady. If I look at the current quarter, you're right. The iPhone 16, the new refresh hasn't been stellar, but it is to come as more Apple Intelligence features get rolled out across the world. We do expect a big upgrade cycle in 2025.
David, is the bar just really low for Apple at a time where they have probably some of the greatest number of doubters out there on the street?
I don't think the bar is low. I think they do have a lot of partnerships, and they don't have to invest so much, so they're not always on top of mind in terms of the next big AI innovation. But they do have partnerships with OpenAI and with Google's Gemini, so it's not because their products are lacking features.
Tim Cook has traditionally been the big ambassador between the U.S. and China. It comes at a time where there's a complicated relationship between both nations and a new administration. What do you expect them to say, and what do you want them to say with respect to their presence in China, both from a manufacturing perspective as well as a sales one?
It's tough to handicap what they're going to say, but I think more importantly is if you look back since the last Trump administration, what they've done is they've diversified their manufacturing base away from China. It is a long process, so we're seeing progress. They still have a long way to go, but they understand that the manufacturing base being so concentrated in China is not going to be good for business, especially in the current geopolitical environment. So they are making progress, but at the same time, they're exposed. So I don't know what they're going to say, but I think their actions speak to further diversification away from China being the major hub.
David, it's really tricky to understand how to value Apple when the core hardware business is not seeing growth, and yet the multiple is quite elevated. Now, I understand there's been a shift towards services and higher margin businesses, but how do you explain to people how this company should be valued?
How it should be valued is outside of my expertise, but this is how I look at it. It is a very stable company. They have iPhone that are very sticky, and every 3 or 4 years, you're going to see their customers upgrade. Their market share isn't very high from a global perspective, so there are many opportunities for them to grow in emerging markets and continue to pick up share. And the prices or the rollout and also the iPhone features that they have, it's very abundant. There are many price levels, and they can continue to sell more phones at higher prices in emerging markets. And I do expect their revenue growth to continue. And it's not just about iPhones, too. Like this year, they're going to have iPhone SE, they're going to have Mac, they're going to have an iPad refresh. So every year with new products in this iOS ecosystem, they're going to continue to grow revenue. And you mentioned services as well. That's a high profit, high margin business.
Those numbers drop a little bit later. David, appreciate your time. David Choi there of S&P Global Ratings. In the next hour of Bloomberg Surveillance, Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley will catch up with the Cato Institute, Stefan Slowinski of BNP Paribas, and the former St. Louis Fed president. All of that and more just around the corner from New York. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next.
I'm not going to have any response or comment whatsoever on what the president said. It's not appropriate for me to do so.
They're going to react to see how fiscal policy ends up playing out. And they're in a wait-and-see mode.
The policy risks that they're facing from tariffs and immigration and fiscal policies are immense here.
What the Fed can't do is they can't front-run policy. Until we know the sequence of policy, the magnitude of policy, the Fed can't front-run that.
How is the Fed going to manage through this environment of heightened policy uncertainty? There's no real good answers for that.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now with Apple earnings coming after the closing bell. We get a bit of economic data in about 1 hour and 30 minutes, 90 minutes away. You get jobless claims in America. Before that, an ECB rate decision. So a fairly stacked day ahead for financial markets.
When it comes to both central banks as well as economic data and earnings, my focus is very much on earnings right now because it signals a shift that we have seen increasingly in the AI cycle and, frankly, in the dispersion between the winners and the losers and why the reactions in markets have been the way they have.
It's interesting that we have some faith in some outlooks and no faith in others. GM puts out a decent outlook, gets sold. The Bank of Canada doesn't provide one, it's worried about tariffs. Chairman Powell can't really offer one much right now either. Then Tesla comes out and says it's going to be a pretty epic year ahead, and this market laps it up.
So it's a stock picking market, and this is a storytelling market. And the story that people want to hear is that AI adoption is here, that we're all going to work efficiently and better and have better lives because of how much AI is really adding to what we do every day. And they don't want to hear about huge data centers. They don't want to hear about energy, and they don't want to hear about the nuts and bolts of either Caterpillar or UPS getting packages to places or potentially even building the cars that we're even talking about with some of these businesses.
UPS right now in the pre-market down by 10% following earnings from them. Broadly, equity futures doing okay, positive by 0.2%. We begin this morning with our top story. A regional American Airlines flight colliding with a military helicopter near Reagan National Airport. The plane carrying 64 people, the helicopter carrying 3. The Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, only sworn in on Tuesday, offering full cooperation.
We want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight. I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter.
The crash prompting a search and rescue operation for any survivors in the Potomac River, with an investigation into the cause still underway. The American Airlines CEO, Robert Isom, weighing in.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can.
A news conference taking place at 7:30 local time. That is 26 minutes away. Joining us on the ground, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie from Reagan National Airport. Anne-Marie, welcome back to the programme. About 60 minutes since we last caught up. What's the update?
Well, Jonathan, NBC Local News is reporting that actually now more than 30 bodies have been recovered. We do still have the search and rescue mission at play here in the Potomac River just behind me following this fatal crash last night around 9 p.m. right here at DCA. So there's still a tremendous amount of uncertainty and a ton of questions that still need to be answered this morning. You know, you listen to airline experts and a lot of questions they're starting to bring to the forefront is what was the communication like between these two aircrafts, and what was the communication like between those aircrafts and the air traffic control. It's a very difficult situation right now, and hopefully in less than 30 minutes time, when the mayor of D.C. leads this press briefing, we'll get some more answers.
Anne-Marie, can you just paint the scene in terms of DCA being one of the most congested airports in the country, given that you do have low-flying helicopters and a lot of traffic going right to close to downtown Washington, D.C.? Is there a sense of what kind of staffing there is, what kind of air traffic control, and whether there have been other incidents like this that have raised concern in the past?
Well, this has been a hot topic in D.C. for years. And when they got through that last FAA reauthorization last year, part of that, more money to the FAA, more money to the NTSB to make sure that there's more air traffic controllers, make sure that there's upgrade of the industry, of the aviation industry, modernization of these airports. In lieu of that, actually 5 flight paths were added to this airport. And that had a lot of concern with a lot of the local senators in Maryland and Virginia and representatives, because this is an airport that is over capacity, not just the airport itself. But as you alluded to, Lisa, we are just south of the Pentagon. This is where you see a tremendous amount of military aircrafts fly. You also have dignitaries using this airspace that sometimes go under the radar. And something like last night when we heard from the new Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, that this was a training Black Hawk with those 3 U.S. military personnel on it. So this is an airport, even though it's very tiny, the airspace and the airport is definitely oversubscribed. And we heard from Senator Jerry Moran last night of Kansas, of course, representing the state where this flight originated from in Wichita. And he was talking about how this is so personal to him, not just because, of course, he's representing constituents and he was just absolutely heartbroken and devastated yesterday, but he personally lobbied American Air to bring that flight here to Washington, D.C. That flight was only 1 year happening, and he's been on that flight. So that is the scene of what DCA is like and why it is such a difficult airport to really operate and control, because this airspace is oversubscribed.
Anne-Marie, just before you go, we're getting pictures of the search and rescue effort. Could you share with us the conditions on the ground, how difficult things actually are?
It's incredibly difficult, especially given the fact that last week we had really unprecedented weather in Washington, D.C. You remember the inauguration was moved inside because of that. So there was ice on the top of this river. It's not a very deep river, but it is very muddy. And that ice is just making this even more difficult for these divers and these search and rescue mission professionals. What we do know is that the helicopter was found upside down. Reports last night that it was just bopping around, so really making it even more difficult for these individuals to really try to understand where these bodies are and what kind of conditions these aircrafts are in. And then the plane itself was split in two. So this is an incredibly difficult situation for these individuals who have been working since this crash happened at 9 p.m. last night. Anne-Marie, stay close. We'll catch up with you later this hour. That news conference taking place at 7:30 local time. That is about 22 minutes away. Lisa, plenty of questions. I'm not sure how many answers they can provide.
Well, let's see at 7:30. I just am really, my heart goes out to all the families, because that is just tragic. A lot of young people on that plane, and we will wait to hear some of the answers to those questions.
I think we all share that sentiment. Just to repeat that, 7:30 Eastern time for that news conference to take place about 20 minutes from now. For those of you just joining us, looking at the markets, equity futures doing okay. We begin this hour with stocks relatively higher as we get results from both Meta and a bullish outlook from Tesla supporting equities. Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley saying in the near term, the best outcome for equities is that rates continue to decline. In the longer term, the best outcome for stocks is a re-acceleration in earnings growth and macro indicators. Mike joins us now for more. Mike, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Let's try and put those 2 points together, shall we? Yields need to come down. The why is important. But in the longer term, we need economic growth to perform as well and for earnings to re-accelerate. Does that come with higher interest rates, with high yields, with higher term premium?
Well, this is the game. I mean, 450 is, we're right at it right now as we speak, which is kind of interesting. I mean, that's the kind of line in the sand where, if rates go higher, even if growth is better, that's going to restrain multiples. So what we really need is that sort of that sweet spot between 4.5, where growth is not falling off a cliff. The Fed is doing their thing. It's, I think people are talking about, the Fed's not cutting. Well, they cut 100 basis points and back end rates went up. So I'm not so sure that pausing is really all that bad for stocks in the short term. And now, of course, we're in earnings season, right? So it's all about the idiosyncratic behavior in the short term.
Well, you say earnings. They need to show. They need to deliver. What does that mean at a time where storytelling is so important? And it's not just the actual numbers. It's what you say about them, your tone, how many exclamation points you use.
Well, it's show me time, right? So there has been a lot of storytelling going on. And I think we're seeing a separation of the winners and losers, even last night, right? And that's good. I mean, that creates opportunity for stock picking. And like one theme we've had is sort of the adopters versus the enablers within AI. And very simplistically, don't want to oversimplify it, but that's basically software over semiconductors. And that's been working not just since Monday. That's been working for 3 to 6 months. So as usual, the market's gotten ahead of it. There's going to be themes, I think, new themes that pop up this year, and that's really our job.
Has that pivot
happened? Can you say that essentially the tipping point, at least in the market zeitgeist, was on Monday, where really the adopters are now going to absolutely rip while the Nvidias and the Microsofts, the enablers, are going to take a leg behind?
Well, like I said, it's already happened. So the question is does it persist? What we're really excited about is not even that trade, but like, when does the technology get diffused into the broader economy? That's the true broadening out story, where you can get small mid-cap companies performing. We're not there yet, okay, because we don't have the solutions, right? That's what the application layer is, where the solutions are going to be built on the compute platforms. So that could take a year or two, you know what I'm saying? Now, markets will get ahead of that, but in our view, that's really a second half story or a 26, 27 story. So that's why our view on the index has been we're probably going to be choppy here for the next 3 to 6 months. A lot of announcements coming out, Fed's on pause, still about uncertainty around the implication of these policies, both globally and domestically. So we'll take a break here.
This is curious to me. Tesla actually warned about the potential for tariffs and the potential for that to hamper some of their revenues. Didn't seem to dent their stock at all.
Yeah.
GM talked about it. That was it. I mean, they basically delivered. They had the forecast, but their shares tanked. What did you learn from that?
Well, when it confirmed what we already knew, which is the retail community is very active right now, very active. And we see it in our data, and they just love these stocks. Tesla, you can name a bunch of stocks that they just buy every day, not because they're dumb or they don't know what they're doing. It's just they're buying into these themes. And then, of course, that creates demand from institutional investors too. So I don't think it teaches anything new last night. That's a continuation of something that's been going on for 6 months.
But these are themes you would say don't fight because the tailwinds behind them, at least the buying behind them, is that powerful.
It's very consistent. I mean, you come in every day and the same names are kind of swooped up, and I don't see that changing unless there's a real kind of event. So if rates were to go to 5%, I think that would change. Okay, if we were to get some sort of an indication that, oh my goodness, unemployment's going up again and the recession risks come back onto the table, or there's an international event, a geopolitical event, something like that. But in the absence of something, a real gross shock, I don't see the demand for those types of stocks waning in the short term.
What if a Chinese AI lab comes out and says we can do something that you've spent billions on for $5 million?
Right. So what happened is some stocks got punished. And then the money moved back into the kind of fan favorites. And look, this is the theme for 2025. I think this is a good thing. We're going to see this capital concentration, right? That money can now go to other places, right? So financials have done extremely well. That's a new area where there seems to be a perpetual.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
Donald Trump is poised to impose 25% tariffs on $900 billion worth of goods from Canada and Mexico from tomorrow. Speaking from the Oval Office, the US president vowed to follow through on his self-imposed deadline of the 1st of February to apply the charges.
I'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. Number one is the people that have poured into our country so horribly and so much. Number two are the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else that have come into the country. And number three are the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico.
Trump added that the tariff levels may or may not rise with time. Canada and Mexico have pledged to respond to any trade levies, including with potentially retaliatory tariffs. Both countries' currencies weakened on the news as the dollar strengthened.
Control tower staffing at Reagan National Airport was, quote, not normal on the night of the Washington, D.C. plane crash that killed 67 people. That's according to a report from the Federal Aviation Administration obtained by the Associated Press. This is the New York Times reports that a controller on duty was doing the job of 2 employees when the American Airlines passenger jet hit a military helicopter. The reporting, not independently verified by Bloomberg, came as investigators recovered the cockpit, voice and flight data recorders from the airplane. The chair of America's National Transportation Safety Board, Jennifer Homendy, says finding answers will be a long process.
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation.
Jennifer Hummondy speaking there. President Trump blamed diversity, equity and inclusion programmes for the crash, while simultaneously confirming that he didn't know the cause. Trump also signed an executive action directing the Department of Transportation and FAA to review hiring decisions and safety protocols made during the prior 4 years. There's no evidence that diversity initiatives led to the crash or result in poor operational outcomes.
US officials are investigating whether Chinese AI startup DeepSeek circumvented US restrictions on Nvidia chip sales by buying them through third parties in Singapore. DeepSeek's chatbot R1 has raised suspicions that it may have been built using more Western technology than had previously been thought. Our senior executive technology editor Tom Giles says authorities will have many questions.
Are these curbs that the U.S. is putting in place, are these limitations on NVIDIA chips, for example, are there ways that the Chinese are circumventing those? And can they use third parties in Singapore, for example, where we have seen a lot of, and we've been writing about a lot of Chinese companies, startups have been moving into Singapore. What the U.S. wants to know is, are they getting their hands on this this stuff illegally?
Bloomberg's Tom Giles speaking there. An Nvidia spokesperson told Bloomberg in a statement that the firm insists that partners comply with all applicable laws.
Bloomberg understands that OpenAI is in talks to raise as much as $40 billion in a new funding round led by SoftBank. Assuming they raise the full amount, the money would give the ChatGPT creator a valuation of $300 billion. The move comes despite DeepSeek's low-cost AI calling into question the scale of investment in the sector.
French inflation unexpectedly held steady at the start of the year at 1.8%. The data comes less than a day after the ECB lowered its deposit rate by a quarter point for a fifth time this cycle. This, as Bloomberg learned, the ECB may stop calling its monetary policy restrictive in March if it cuts again. Policymakers are reportedly debating if rates will be high enough to still say they are constraining the economy.
An anti-immigration bill pushed by Germany's Conservative leader Friedrich Merz will be voted on in the Parliament later this morning. To secure a majority, Merz will need to rely on support from the Alternative for Germany party, but draft legislation seen by Bloomberg contains a passage denouncing the group. Debate on the bill will begin this hour. If it passes in the Bundestag, it's likely to be blocked by the upper house of Parliament.
Women trust the Bank of England less than men. That is according to a new study from the University of Oxford that finds women see the cost of living crisis hitting them harder and blame the central bank. Bloomberg's James Woolcock has the story.
Public satisfaction in the Bank of England is at record lows, but there's also a gender divide. Why? The Oxford study suggests when faced with rising prices, women are more likely to tighten their budgets. Men, on the other hand, simply ask for higher pay. Over 2 decades, women consistently are less happy with the central bank, which has its own trust issues with the data it uses. Regulators are now looking into if more of the UK's official statistics are faulty, with the BOE concerned about how well it can gauge the health of the economy. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
Those are your top stories. On the markets, the Stoxx 600 is up by 0.5%. The FTSE 100 is also 0.5% higher. Nasdaq futures on Wall Street are up by 0.7 after we had the Intel and Apple results out after the bell last night. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index 0.2 stronger this morning. The euro is trading at 103.77 and the Mexican peso 0.3 weaker at the moment. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
I'm Anna Edwards and this is Bloomberg.
Donald Trump has already changed the way we think about the US economy. Now he's back in the White House, and Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast is here to help. I'm Stephanie Flanders, head of government and economics at Bloomberg. Whatever the big question of the week is, we'll have something interesting to tell you about it in a lively conversation with the reporters and analysts closest to the action. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
इस क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे, देखो यहाँ पर प्रॉफिट अगर चाहो तो बुक कर सकते हो। सपोर्ट जरूर है, बट मैं जैसा बता चुका हूँ कि ये सपोर्ट ना हायर हाई फॉर्म किया नहीं है इसने। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अगर ये ब्रेक करे तो ज़्यादा सेफ है। बाइंग के लिए मैं अब इतना इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ, इवन दो अगेन आई एम सेइंग दैट ये सेफ, सॉरी सपोर्ट जरूर है, बट मैंने प्राइस एक्शन आपको दिखा दिया है। उस प्राइस एक्शन के अकॉर्डिंग इट इज़ नॉट सपोर्टिंग बाइंग ओवर हियर। ठीक है, ध्यान से अगर देखोगे तो दो सपोर्ट से उनको कंबाइन कर दिया। ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट पे प्राइस ने एक बार सपोर्ट लिया, एक हाई बनाया, फिर से सपोर्ट लिया, हायर हाई बनाया, फिर से आया, लोअर हाई बनाया। ठीक है, ये ऊपर वाला सपोर्ट था, इसके जस्ट नीचे एक और सपोर्ट था। वहां से अगर देखोगे मार्केट ने सपोर्ट लिया नीचे वाले सपोर्ट एरिया से, ये एक हाई बनाया, फिर आया ये कल इसने लोअर हाई बनाया। तो ये दोनों ही जो सपोर्ट हैं, ये जो पूरा नीचे का सपोर्ट एरिया ये वीक हो चुका है। ठीक है, सपोर्ट है अभी भी बट वीक हो चुका है। तो अगर 6260 के नीचे मार्केट अगर ब्रेक डाउन कर दे तो फिर एक अच्छा फॉल आ सकता है। तो प्राइस एक्शन के अकॉर्डिंग ये बाइंग नहीं दिखा रहा है। सपोर्ट जरूर है, ये बिल्कुल नहीं कहूंगा कि सपोर्ट नहीं है, सपोर्ट जरूर है, बट आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन बाइंग ओवर हियर। कोई नया सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनता है तो वही देखेंगे, ट्रेल कर सकते हो। बाकी अगर जैसे निकलना चाहो तो निकल भी जाओगे, कल का टारगेट हिट हो चुका है। मॉर्निंग से जिन लोगों ने सेल किया था वही बुक कर सकते हैं। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन करता है 6280 के नीचे कहीं, तो फिर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अच्छी सेलिंग आनी चाहिए। तो सेलर्स के पास दो ऑप्शन है, या तो पूरा प्रॉफिट बुक करके निकल जाओ या फिर वेट करो ब्रेक डाउन का। हो सकता है फिर से सपोर्ट ले ले, बट मैं इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ। कोई नया सपोर्ट बना दे तो बात अलग है, जो अभी तक इसने बनाया नहीं है, बट बाइंग में आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड नाउ। 262 के नीचे देखते हैं ब्रेक डाउन मिलता है या फिर नहीं मिलता है। हो सकता है पुल बैक वगैरह आए, बट ठीक है, मैं इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ तो मैंने बता दिया है। बाकी अगर रिस्क ले सकते हैं तो क्या ले सकते हैं, एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं, जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट। सिक्स थाउजेंड अगर ट्राई करना ही चाहोगे तो 6200 एंड आसपास ट्राई कर सकते हो, नहीं तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये ब्रेक हो जाए तो बेटर ही है। थोड़ा सा फॉरेक्स का चार्ट भी देखना पड़ेगा मुझे इसमें। तो यही टारगेट है छोटा सा, ये तो मिल जाएगा, खैर मिल ही गया ऑलमोस्ट। बाकी मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा सा वीक ही है प्राइस, किसी को अगर ट्राई करना है बाइंग का तो यहीं पर ट्राई करना। बाकी जैसा मैंने बताया, अगर ये 6260 के नीचे कहीं ब्रेक डाउन करता है तो फिर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो इसमें सेलिंग आनी चाहिए। सो दिस इज अ लास्ट सपोर्ट इफ यू वांट टू ट्राई। अदरवाइज अगर थोड़ा वेट कर सकते हो, ब्रेक डाउन का अगर हो जाता है तो फिर एक बड़ा टारगेट मिलना चाहिए लाइक फ्रॉम हेयर। बीच में कोई नई एंट्री बन नहीं रही है, नहीं तो बना देते। तो फिलहाल यही लास्ट सपोर्ट है। व्यू मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा बेरिश चल रहा है। लास्ट सपोर्ट इफ यू वांट टू ट्राई इट, थोड़ा अगर रिस्क ले सकते हो, नहीं तो वेट करना ब्रेकडाउन का। अगर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो और अच्छा मूव करेगा इसी ट्रेड में। कोई अगर इसी को और थोड़ा सा लॉन्ग रखना चाह रहा है तो इस रेजिस्टेंस के ब्रेकडाउन का वेट करना। ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो अच्छा मूव मिलेगा, मैंने पहले बता दिया। बाकी अगर थोड़ा रिस्क ले सकते हो बाइंग के लिए, सपोर्ट जोन है जहां से ट्राई किया जा सकता है। ओके, समझ में आ गया। ठीक है, ध्यान रखना, सेलर्स निकलना चाहो निकल जाना, ट्रेल करना है तो मैक्सिमम प्रॉफिट बुक करके एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का ट्रेल कर लेना। अगर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो फिर और टारगेट बड़ा रख सकते हैं। थोड़ा सा अगर जो बाइंग में रिस्क लेना चाह रहे हैं यहाँ पर ले सकते हैं। ये लास्ट सपोर्ट मान के चलो, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये दिख रहा है। नीचे के सपोर्ट इतना मुझे स्ट्रांग लग नहीं रहा। लाइक भी करो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। इंडियन मार्केट हो चुका है क्लोज। बाकी देखो, एक न्यूज़ आ रही है, वो है आपकी ट्रम्प की ओर से। कल 1 फरवरी है। अ, ऐसी न्यूज़ है जहां पर उन्होंने कहा है कि 25% अभी जो टैरिफ चल रहा है उसके अलावा 25% टैरिफ एक्स्ट्रा वो इम्पोज करेंगे कनाडा पर और मैक्सिको पर। अगर ऐसा होता है तो क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस पे एक इम्पैक्ट और पड़ सकता है। वैसे न्यूज़ नेगेटिव ही है क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए। कल की डेडलाइन उन्होंने दी थी, याद होगा आप लोगों को, कहा था पहले कि वो लोग टैरिफ इम्पोज करेंगे ही करेंगे, जो कि उन्होंने इनिशियली किया नहीं। जब वो उन्होंने स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी हुई थी उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा था 1 दिसंबर को, 1 फरवरी को वो यू नो कर देंगे तो इम्पोज टैरिफ। तो अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जो स्टेटमेंट आया उसके अकॉर्डिंग उन्होंने, ट्रम्प ने कह दिया है कि कल एग्जीक्यूटिव सिग्नेचर साइन वो करेंगे जहां पर वो टैरिफ इम्पोज कर देंगे। सेलर्स यहाँ से निकल के सेलर्स यहाँ पर अगर एग्जिट करना चाहें कर लें, तो जो लोग ट्रेल थोड़ा कर सकते हैं अगर क्वांटिटी और है तो वो वेट कर सकते हैं इस सपोर्ट के ब्रेकडाउन का। ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो फिर टारगेट थोड़ा बड़ा रख लेना, नहीं तो वैसे इंट्राडे के लिए तो टारगेट रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बेसिस पे मिल ही गया है। जो लोग थोड़ा सा बाइंग का प्लान करना चाह रहे हैं यहाँ से थोड़ा प्लान कर सकते हैं 6275 टू 80 के बीच में। ये लेवल लगा रखा है, इसके नीचे ही ऐसा होगा, इससे बड़ा ऐसा लेना मत, थोड़ा रिस्की है बाइंग साइड पे। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये लास्ट सपोर्ट ही है, दिस इज लास्ट सपोर्ट फॉर बायर्स। गॉट इट। बाकी हम कोई ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट पे सेल नहीं करेंगे अभी डायरेक्टली, ऐसे देखेंगे पहले कौन सा सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो रहा है।
the starting point is obviously, what are people actually expecting? It's not that Trump has been quiet about his intentions here. So I think the expectations are clearly not that we're not going to get any tariffs ever. Question's really what are those expectations? A simple guess from just speaking to people in the market might be that around 10% on Canada and Mexico, maybe 20% on China. That's sort of ballpark what people are expecting. I think the real question is whether we exceed those expectations. That's kind of where you might see a negative market reaction.
I think the line of the week goes to one of our guests who said it's a relative crisis with tariffs. It's just not a full-blown crisis with tariffs. Victor, thank you very much. Victor Hjort of BNP Paribas. Of course, we'll know more about those tariffs when you waken up tomorrow. Certainly during the day, you'll be on your Bloomberg terminal. The dollar is up this morning at the year's high for 2025. The Canadian dollar took a pasting yesterday on that breaking news. Let's see what the tariff risk really turns out to be.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together, and that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice and my conversation, my poetry, you know.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector.
Spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Bloomberg Invest is back. Join me, Shonali Basak, and the industry's most influential people for a comprehensive view across financial markets. Hear what a second Donald Trump presidency means for the economy, how AI is being monetized by investors, and the next big risks facing the private credit industry. Bloomberg Invest, March 4th and 5th in New York City. Register your interest to attend at bloomberglive.com/invest.
Front page news this Friday looks like this. The Journal leads with reports that Amazon is ramping up its spending on X. That marks a major shift after pulling much of its advertising more than a year ago over hate speech concerns. The FT leads with politics. Tulsi Gabbard is facing bipartisan doubt over her confirmation. She was grilled over her past support for Edward Snowden, sympathies for Russia. Gabbard pledged to be no one's puppet and pushed back against the suggestion she sympathized with President Putin. And the New York Times leads with the mid-collision in Washington renewing concerns about safety lapses. The FAA report said the air traffic control was understaffed at the time. The crash killed 67 people, with no survivors on either aircraft.
Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minso, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "거미 불루, 화이 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
From our global headquarters in New York, you're welcome to Bloomberg Brief. I'm Menace Cranny. Let's set your agenda. A tariff showdown. Markets brace for President Trump's trade pledges to kick in. The dollar ticks higher. More deep-seek scrutiny. U.S. officials are said to be probing the Chinese AI firm on how it acquired Nvidia chips. And big tech's sigh of relief. Apple's outlook reassures the investors after declines in China sales. Intel's revival efforts pays off. Good morning. Right now, equity markets are taking their cheer from tech, from Apple, from Intel. They seem less concerned about the tariff risk that the President of the United States has flown up again. The risk of 25% maximum kind of tariffs day one tomorrow. Nomura still warned that Nvidia is down 12% on the week. The money is flowing into tech funds. This week, they took in $6.5 billion. That is the biggest inflow in 3 months. And in January, equities pulled in $93 billion. The biggest inflow since 2018. The bond market, in part, supports the longer duration play, the 10 basis points. We were down 12 basis points at one juncture on 10-year government bonds. We pulled a little bit of that back. Strong consumer spending yesterday. We're counting down to the PCE. We'll talk you through that in just a short while with Mike McKee. 453 is where we are. As I said, it's been a big week for big tech, starting with a potential grey swan in DeepSeek and rounding it off with the earnings from Apple and Intel. Intel delivering a revenue beat for investors watching out for signs of the turnaround, while Apple keeps investors happy with the forecast. Joel Kalina is Managing Director for Wedbush Securities. He's with me now. I mean, I've got to say, there's deep skepticism here. This market was soothed by a call for low, mid-single-digit recovery. China is bruised, and iPhones are under pressure. Were you convinced on the call?
You know, it's Apple's become one of these stocks. It's a cult stock on the retail side of things, and it's been such a big winner performer for so many households across the globe. On the institutional side, it's a completely different story. Long onlys have been underweight this thing for years. Hedge funds, it's sort of the perennial funding short. And like you said, there's just been a lack of growth and to some degree a lack of innovation. And so far, Apple, up until recently, was trading extremely negative on almost every negative check that we've gotten, whether it was share loss in China, lack of, positive reviews regarding the rollout of their AI, Apple Intelligence. And here we are, stocks within striking distance of highs, and the quarter was okay, not great. Clearly, it's their services side of the business that's doing the bulk of the heavy lifting to the story. But I did think Cook did a really good job last night in the call, kind of massaging fears around kind of China, was really just kind of saying that there's channel adjustments ongoing. He was hopeful that stimulus would kind of come through. And then even around AI, he did say kind of regions where Apple Intelligence has been rolled out, they're seeing, more accelerating upgrade cycles. So we'll see. I can tell you the institutional side, people are skeptical, but it's a stock that just, it's Teflon at times, and it's a tough one to fight.
Brilliant description, Teflon. How much debate is there out there about peak Apple? I put this to you because Zuckerberg on the Joe Rogan podcast, this is what he had to say. They've used their platform to put in place a lot of rules that I think are arbitrary. Well, we know what Zuckerberg did with rules this week. And I feel that they haven't really invented anything in a great while. This is the big issue, isn't it? Steve Jobs invented the iPhone, and now they're just kind of sitting on it 20 years later. That is the big risk, isn't it? They need to fundamentally change the upgrade cycle, and they need to convince me I need something new in my life.
Yeah, and that's been part of the problem. And again, I know the stocks recovered the past couple of weeks, but part of also the negative, bearish narrative earlier, coming out of 24 was, increasing reports that even the iPhone 17 and 18 just weren't going to be driving a super cycle because of the lack of major hardware upgrades. And that's been a fact. And obviously we're all dealing with sticky inflation across the globe, and people, sort of like cars now, are just not rushing out to get the new iteration of the phone every 2-3 years. You're going to run the phone into the ground until you get a cracked screen or the battery goes out on you. But I thought Zuckerberg, I don't think anyone terribly disagreed with him. Yeah. It's pretty known that Apple's been a little bit kind of lacking on that side. Vision Pro has been a failure for many reasons, and in Apple Intelligence, bulls are really expecting big things on the AI front, and we're yet to get it.
I'll tell you, there's a few bulls are worried about Nvidia. I'm just looking here. We're over 4 days, we're still down 12%. Why is it still down 12% if there's nothing to worry about from, the other side of the world?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think the Blackwell ramp there's been a lot of issues, overheating, just lack of supply. And then there's also, you have this DeepSeek kind of rollout where, now there's a lot of investigations. How is kind of, Nvidia, how much are they selling into China? I think 20% of their revenues go through Singapore. And I can tell you most people are kind of pinpointing that's where kind of China is securing their more advanced chips that are supposedly on the restricted list. So I don't foresee Trump and Lutnick kind of backing down on this. They want to restrict China and their access to these chips, and I struggle to see how Nvidia isn't negatively impacted by that. With that said, the stock did act great yesterday. I think it made local lows and then it closed at its highs. But what we're seeing also within the chip world, especially at the advanced level, more of the hyperscalers are preferring ASIC solutions, so they can more customized chip solutions can lead to better performance, and they can just do more with it. So Broadcom, Marvell, those are the names where I'm seeing those Nvidia dollars flow into.
Look, we can talk about the offer on the DeepSeek story. Who are the winners of DeepSeek? I saw somebody on the show yesterday say actually Apple could be the winner because it's smaller, compacted AI, and you can put it in your iPhone, you can put it in your watch.
Yeah, that's the thinking, right? Like a lower price will eventually lead to kind of more wide use, more broad-based adoption and usage. I think first and foremost, what I've seen in my conversations this week with tech institutional investors is, obviously Monday was a little bit of panic, right? There was a lot of shoot first, then ask kind of behavior. Hardware and kind of the power names took the brunt of the P&L pain on Monday, but cooler heads are prevailing, and it's pretty much well understood that the software complex probably stands to benefit. Lower inference cost will lead to kind of lower need for power, and just continue to lead for more demand for AI agents. Lower cost will bleed into higher revenues and better margins. So to me, software seems to be at the forefront of this deep sea kind of revolution, whatever we want to call it. It's only been a week old, but that's where most of the dollars are flowing into.
Yeah, well, that investigation is now live, we understand, in terms of how and did they get access to the chips. And as you say, that can have repercussions. Joel, thank you very much. Joel Kalina there of Wedbush on the tech agenda. We're counting down to what the announcement will be from the White House tomorrow in regards to Canada and Mexico on tariffs. The consequences can be profound on the oil market. We import 4 million barrels a day from north of the border and 500,000 barrels a day from south of the border. What you're looking at here is oil managing just to pause and drop. Goldman Sachs have a big note out. They say, look, if these tariffs kick in on oil, you're looking at $93 on WTI in the short term. Gold also just off a record high. Again, there's been a huge flow to safety in the gold market. You're just looking at this over the past, that's Brent over the past 6 months, I should say to you. There's some big issues in the oil market because you have the prospect of higher tariffs maybe coming to bear on Russia. We'll let you know what happens with those tariffs as we go through the next 24 hours. Coming up in the show, it is the president's tariff risk. He prepares to slap Canada and Mexico with 25% levies tomorrow. More on the story in just a moment.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal-making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends.
Get ahead of them. And so many more.
In case you missed it on Balance of Power.
Does Trump coin,
show, by the way.
Melania coin help to delegitimize serious crypto coins?
Look, meme coins, they have another handle for them, another four-letter word.
I can't say it on the air.
All these meme coins really undermine what is digital properties that can make a huge difference over the long term. But people buy it.
Yeah.
People are interested in it. And I wasn't into Beanie Babies, but perhaps this is digital Beanie Babies.
Don't miss Balance of Power live every weekday.
You can have a baby anywhere you want. It's the environment and that care. That is what matters most.
Our investigation found some of the worst cases of harm were surfacing.
मुझे क्या पता कि भाला के चक्कर में मेरा ये बुरा हो जाएगा.
I never thought I would be vulnerable to a scam. This ruined me, and I didn't have any real good explanation for it.
Wildlife trafficking is almost always driven by greed.
Once you start focusing on money, you lose sight of what is best. That's where things go wrong.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
It is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Manus Crane here in New York. Our top story this morning, FX markets recalibrate after President Trump reiterated his tariff threat on Canada and Mexico. On Saturday, about $900 billion in goods from both nations stand to come under 25% tariffs. Brendan Murray, who leads our global trade coverage, joins me. Brendan, the start of the week we were talking about, or over the past 10 days, we talked about gradualism, universal gradualism, and here we are, we're back almost at max, max threat. Do you think that we will go to the max threat tomorrow morning, and what are the consequences economically for Canada and Mexico?
Yeah, I mean, there's a cloud of uncertainty over what Trump will do. I think there were basically three scenarios. He'll put blanket tariffs on Canadian and Mexican products of 25% and say that's it, no negotiations, it's happening immediately. This is the beginning of the big rebalancing of trade distortions that he's complained about. He could come out and say, Canada and Mexico have done what I've asked them to do on the border. We'll give them a reprieve for now. Those are the two least likely scenarios. I think the likeliest would be something in between where he says, I'm going to put 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, but I'm going to give them a couple weeks to negotiate and try to come up with a solution that I'm happy with. That would give them a sort of a grace period for the tariffs to kick in.
There seems to be some narrative in the market that because it's around fentanyl rather than leaning into fentanyl and border control rather than perhaps trade, that there is some light for an off-ramp. When you look at this policy, Brendan, is this driven, do you think, by supply chain or by geopolitical sphere of influence for this White House?
Yeah, the White House in Trump's first 10 days or so has indicated that it's really on two tracks here. There's the tariff threats for geopolitical purposes, the way he came after Colombia and scored a fairly quick win, at least optically. And then there's the longer-term strategy where he asked for reviews of various departments with an April 1st deadline. And that's more aimed at rebalancing the structural problems that he sees in America's trade relationships with China, with Mexico, with Canada, with the European Union. So it's really a two-pronged strategy, and the Mexico-Canada situation looks to be the one that's aimed more at the sort of geopolitical issues he's trying to resolve for a domestic political constituency.
Brendan, thank you very much. Brendan Murray on the tariff risk. Now, let's head to Ronald Reagan National Airport for the latest on the recovery effort after the deadly aircraft collision. Tyler Kendall is standing by in Washington. Tyler, we now understand all 67 people on board obviously have lost their lives. The tragedy evolves. Where are we in this recovery mission on the ground?
Well, Manus, crews worked overnight on the search and recovery mission, as you mentioned, and as we've been reporting, there are no expected survivors. We know that 64 people were on that commercial flight. An additional 3 U.S. service members were on the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. Now, the D.C. fire chief said that divers have reached all accessible areas. What that signals is that the search mission will move into its second phase. Today, we are expecting divers to start to remove pieces of the plane from the Potomac River in a bid to try to recover additional bodies. Now, I was at the NTSB briefing yesterday. That's the agency that is leading this investigation. They told us reporters that we can expect a preliminary report in the next 30 days, although we could get some information sooner than that, particularly as the NTSB confirms to Bloomberg News in a statement that they have recovered 2 data recorders from the commercial flight. That's going to be absolutely this morning, particularly as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says that this tragedy could have been prevented.
And they did make it very, very clear that they had significant amounts of information during that press conference yesterday. It wasn't that they lacked information, they had substantial.
को देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल मैंने जैसा बताया व्यू थोड़ा सा नेगेटिव ही है ऊपर से सेलर्स का टारगेट हो चुका है जो लोग बुक करके निकलना चाहें वो निकल सकते हैं बाकी जो लोग थोड़ा बड़ी क्वांटिटी में ट्रेड कर रहे हैं अगर वो ट्रेल करना चाह रहे हैं तो वेट कर सकते हैं अगर 6260 के नीचे कहीं ब्रेकडाउन वगैरह होता है तो फिर एक टारगेट थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करेंगे लास्ट सपोर्ट बाकी यही है कोई अगर थोड़ा सा रिस्क ले सकता है बाइंग साइड पे तो दैट इज़ द ओनली लेवल यहीं से थोड़ा ट्राई करना, इसी के नीचे थोड़ा सा एसएल रहेगा, इससे बड़ा एसएल लेना मत। मार्केट ने हायर हाई बनाया नहीं है तो दैट इज़ ओनली सपोर्ट वी हैव लास्ट। नीचे के दोनों ही लेवल, ये नीचे दो सपोर्ट है, दोनों को कंबाइन किया हुआ है, तो दोनों ही जो सपोर्ट है वहाँ पर लोअर हाई क्रिएट हुआ एक्चुअली। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 23 लाइक्स नहीं 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। क्रूड ओवरऑल व्यू बेरिश है हाई लेवल से, दिस इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट अगेन, आई एम सेइंग दैट जो लोग बाइंग कर रहे हैं थोड़ा कम ही क्वांटिटी में करना, ब्रेक डाउन हो जाए तो मज़ा ही आ जाएगा। बाकी अगर ये ऊपर वाला रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो जाता है तब ये जो सपोर्ट है वो स्ट्रॉन्ग माना जाएगा, बिकॉज उस केस में यहाँ पर एक हायर हाई फॉर्म हो जाएगा। बाकी मान लो यहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आती भी है और ये हायर हाई नहीं बना पाता, मान लो यहाँ तक गया, यहाँ तक गया, यहाँ तक जो भी गया, यहाँ से ऊपर नहीं जा पाता और फिर नीचे आता है, तो फिर ये सपोर्ट भी गया, ओवरऑल व्यू फिर कंप्लीटली बेरिश हो जाएगा। तो दिस इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट अगर मार्केट को होल्ड करना है, बुलिश होना है तो इस लेवल को होल्ड करके ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक करना जरूरी है, नहीं तो अगर ये लेवल ब्रेक प्रॉपरली तो फिर सेलिंग के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएंगे। नेचुरल गैस कल वाले सपोर्ट पर है, यहाँ पर दो दो सपोर्ट बने थे, एक तो कल बनाया था, उसके नीचे एक और है, दोनों को मैंने कंबाइन कर दिया है बिकॉज वो दोनों एक के करीब बहुत दिनों दोनों सपोर्ट बने हुए हैं। बाकी ये सपोर्ट फिर भी ठीक है नेचुरल गैस में, बिकॉज नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा सा प्राइस एक्शन देखोगे जिस लेवल पे अभी प्राइस है करंट लेवल पे, वैसे दो सपोर्ट थे, दोनों को मैंने कंबाइन कर दिया। ध्यान रखना, कंफ्यूज मत करना कि इतना बड़ा सपोर्ट कैसे है, सपोर्ट वो दो क्रूड ऑयल की तरह ही बने हुए हैं, तो जैसे क्रूड ऑयल में कल कंबाइन करके लगाया हुआ है उसी तरीके से यहाँ पर भी कंबाइन करके दोनों को सपोर्ट को जो नियर बाई है उनको कंबाइन करके एक नया सपोर्ट बना दिया। ओके, सो डोंट बी कंफ्यूज्ड। अगर प्राइस एक्शन देखोगे किसका, नेचुरल गैस का, तो नेचुरल गैस का प्राइस एक्शन क्या है, लोअर एंड से जो मार्केट ने सपोर्ट लिया है कुछ इस तरह का, लाइक यहाँ पर ये पूरी स्क्रीन शो नहीं करेगी, तो जो नीचे वाला सपोर्ट था वहां से प्राइस ने एक बार सपोर्ट लिया है और फिर एक हाई बनाया है विच इज़ अराउंड 301 के आसपास, ये सपोर्ट लिया था इसने 10th ऑफ दिसंबर पे। फिर से प्राइस जब वापस नीचे आया फिर से यहाँ से सपोर्ट लिया और एक हायर हाई बनाया विच इज़ अराउंड 368, और अभी थर्ड टाइम आएगा नीचे वाले सपोर्ट एरिया पे, तो अभी भी थोड़े बहुत बायर यहाँ पर होने चाहिए लॉजिकली, ठीक है। इसी में साथ साथ ऊपर भी एक सपोर्ट है, जैसा मैंने बताया, एक सपोर्ट यहाँ पर है, एक सपोर्ट ये है, ठीक है। ऊपर वाला सपोर्ट की क्या कहानी है, ऊपर वाला जो सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर अगर देखोगे ध्यान से, ऊपर वाला जो सपोर्ट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर प्राइस सपोर्ट लेके मार्केट ने हाई बनाया था, ये यहाँ पर पहली बार आया था, यहाँ पर एक हाई बनाया विच इज़ 281, फिर से यहाँ पर आया है प्राइस और ये हायर हाई नहीं बना है यहाँ पर, तो ये ऊपर वाला थोड़ा सा अब क्या हो जाता है, वीक हो जाता है, समझ में आया, बट नीचे वाला स्टिल अच्छा सपोर्ट है, तो एक लास्ट सपोर्ट के तौर पे उसको अभी भी कंसिडर हम कर सकते हैं। हाँ, अगर ये भी गया 261 के नीचे तब थोड़ी सी बड़ी सेलिंग आ सकती है, क्योंकि इसके नीचे फिर और कोई सपोर्ट है नहीं इतना प्रॉपर। ये ऊपर जाता है तो 275 76 एक रेजिस्टेंस दिख जाएगा आपको 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। बाकी कल भी मार्केट ओपन है, ध्यान रखना। टुमारो ऑल्सो मार्केट इज ओपन, इंडियन मार्केट और MCX दोनों ही ओपन है कल। ट्रम्प की ओर से जो टैरिफ की बात है, अगर कल टैरिफ लगते हैं तो इम्पैक्ट जरूर दिखेगा क्रूड ऑयल पे भी। अगर US टैरिफ इम्पोज करता है कनाडा पर और मैक्सिको पर 25%। थ्री थर्टी के बाद लंदन सेशन का वॉल्यूम कम हो जाता है। अब सीधा मार्केट अब 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन के बाद ओपन होगा, तो वहां पर भी हम ठीक ठाक वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, आ जाना चाहिए। डेटा भी है 7 PM और 8:15, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को डेफिनेटली इम्पैक्ट करेगा। अगर कोई क्वेश्चन है, डाउट है तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हो। टैरिफ लगता है तो इट विल बी नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल, राइट? बिल्कुल। टैरिफ अगर लगता है तो नेगेटिव रहेगा। कल वैसे मार्केट ओपन है तो लाइव अच्छा नहीं, कल मार्केट ओपन जरूर है, लेकिन इंडियन मार्केट तो 3:30 पे क्लोज जाएगा और आपका फॉर MCX मार्केट आपका MCX मार्केट कितने पे क्लोज होगा? MCX मार्केट आपका 5 PM पे क्लोज हो जाएगा, और कल सैटरडे भी है तो फॉरेक्स मार्केट तो वैसे ही क्लोज रहता है। तो अगर कल और यूएस मार्केट, यूएस में तो सुबह जो होगी कल रात को होगी, मतलब इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। टैरिफ लग रहे होंगे तो उस समय ओवरऑल देखोगे तो मार्केट तो क्लोज ही रहेंगे सारे मेनली। एंड मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ कल इंडियन मार्केट वैसे मूव कैसे करेगा। MCX में क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, इवन दो यूएस मार्केट के अलावा फॉरेक्स मार्केट भी सब क्लोज होती है, तो कल मोमेंटम कितना रहेगा वो देखना पड़ेगा। टैरिफ लगते हैं तो ये तो नेगेटिव ही न्यूज़ है, अब लगेंगे नहीं लगेंगे, कितने लगेंगे ये कल ही पता चलेगा। बट फिलहाल जो आज स्टेटमेंट आया उसके अकॉर्डिंग तो लगेंगे, यही कह रहे हैं वो लोग। करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
National Transportation Safety. News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on the deadly plane crash in Washington, D.C. There are no survivors in the collision between American Eagle Flight 5342 and an Army Black Hawk helicopter near Reagan National Airport. Todd Inman with the National Transportation Safety Board says crews are still pulling victims from the Potomac River.
We're still in a recovery mode, first and foremost, to get the perishable evidence and specifically the bodies out. Once we get a little bit closer into that, we'll be able to better understand the dynamics of what may have happened upon impact.
Todd Inman with the NTSB says both black boxes from the American Eagle flight have now been recovered. Bloomberg's Danny Lee reports those have been sent to labs for evaluation.
This will be crucial because they can potentially start to find out in the minutes before, the lead up to, and also the seconds before, what were the conversations in the cockpit between the pilots, particularly with the air traffic control, which is under scrutiny, and also were there any warnings, particularly as this plane would have been traveling down in the dark through the Potomac River, a very busy piece of airspace.
Bloomberg's Danny Lee reports the NTSB could put out a preliminary report on the crash within 30 days, but the agency says it won't speculate about possible causes.
Well, Nathan, President Trump says he does not know exactly what caused the crash, but he does say he has opinions. At a White House news conference, the president said diversity, equity, and inclusion programs may have played a role in the disaster.
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality.
The president also says there may have been a pilot problem with the helicopter and that he didn't necessarily know if it was the controller's fault. Later, President Trump signed an executive order for the FAA and the Transportation Department to review its hiring and safety decisions over the last 4 years under the Biden administration.
Well, meanwhile, Karen, President Trump is poised to impose 25% tariffs on $900 billion worth of goods from Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. The president spoke from the Oval Office.
Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories.
And Americans' love of guacamole is about to be put to the test. Mexico supplies upward of 90% of the avocados Americans eat. And President Donald Trump is likely to make them more expensive with his plan to slap 25% tariffs on Mexican imports beginning on Saturday. Prices for avocados are already up 14% from a year ago. More pressure is coming with the Super Bowl, which is by far the biggest day of the year for eating avocados in the U.S.
Well, it's been a big couple of days for President Trump's cabinet picks, Karen. Tulsi Gabbard, the president's choice to be director of national intelligence, she faced questions from the Senate Intelligence Committee. Many of those centered on what critics see as her shifting positions on intelligence collection and statements sympathetic to Russia. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
Several lawmakers focused on Gabbard's support for NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden, who leaked classified documents, then fled to Russia, where he's now a citizen. Democratic Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado.
Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
As someone who has worn our uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't.
Gabbard's nomination is not certain, with many Republicans declining to declare their support, and Democrats criticizing her for appearing sympathetic toward authoritarians like Russia's Vladimir Putin and Syria's Bashar al-Assad. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Amy, thank you. Well, Kash Patel, President Trump's pick to lead the FBI, also had his confirmation hearing. Patel insisted that he did not have an enemies list. He also said he would not seek retribution against the president's adversaries or launch investigations for political reasons.
The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Patel sought on multiple occasions to reassure Democrats that his FBI would be independent from the White House. He would not acknowledge that Trump had lost the 2020 election, conceding only that Joe Biden was sworn in as president.
During the markets now, Karen, futures are higher as we close out the trading week, thanks in part to big tech earnings. Shares of Apple are higher by more than 3%. The iPhone maker gave a reassuring revenue forecast for the current quarter, offsetting holiday results, which showed jarring declines for China and the iPhone. Apple CEO Tim Cook spoke on the earnings call.
If you look at our Greater China revenue for the quarter, we were down 11% year over year. And over half of the decline that we experienced was driven by a change in channel inventory.
Apple CEO Tim Cook says sales this quarter will grow by a percentage in the low to mid single digits.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The Cleveland Cavaliers beat Atlanta 137-115. The Cavs are now 39-9. Darius Garland and Eric Mobley just got chosen to be an All-Star reserve. Donovan Mitchell's a starter, so 3 Cavs are going to the All-Star game. The Lakers won 134-96 at Washington, who's now 6-41. The Capitals lost in overtime at Ottawa, but Alex Ovechkin with career goal number 876. He's getting closer to Wayne Gretzky's all-time record of 894. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager.
I was at that NTSB briefing earlier today, and notably at the time, officials said that they had yet to receive the data recording boxes from the twin aircrafts, but that they were confident that they would be able to do so. That's going to be absolutely critical as they continue their investigation. The NTSB telling us that we should expect a preliminary report within the next 30 days, although we could receive an updated briefing as soon as tomorrow, because there are still big questions remaining in what led to this tragedy, particularly as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy suggests that all of this could have been prevented.
Night, if you live in the D.C. area, you would know that this was a clear night last night. The helicopter was in a standard pattern. If you live in the D.C. area, you'll see helicopters up and down the river. This flight pattern is seen oftentimes when you live in D.C. This was a standard flight pattern last night as well.
As we've been reporting all morning, this moved from a search and rescue mission to a search and recovery mission. There are no expected survivors from this crash. In fact, one of the NTSB officials actually teared up during the briefing, talking about the 67 victims who are presumed dead. We know that 64 were on that American Airlines commercial flight, and 3 were on that U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. Joe and Kaylee, there are still hundreds of law enforcement officials here on the ground as they continue this search mission, and U.S. officials are trying to reassure the American public that the skies are safe to fly in. Important to note that DCA did open up its doors again this morning at 11 a.m. Eastern. I saw the first flight take off in the 12 p.m. noon hour.
Well, and we can see the active runway and taxiways behind you here on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube. Tyler, if we could quickly just touch on the remarks of President Trump that he gave in the briefing room of the White House earlier, suggesting that there may be air traffic control issues and the FAA DEI policies are to blame. Have we seen any evidence to support that claim?
No, Kaylee, not at this moment. We haven't. And also important to note that many of the FAA hiring policies have been on the books for about a decade. Former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg under the Biden administration defended his response during the Biden administration, another aim that we saw President Trump took. Important to note that there hasn't been a major deadly crash of a U.S. commercial airliner in at least the last 15 years. But as this investigation continues, there are more questions about a potential shortage of air traffic controllers. I did catch up with Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia earlier today. He said that he wanted to look into exactly how the staffing shortages that we are seeing in air traffic control rooms across the country is going to be addressed.
All it takes is one. To spark a lifetime of moments that shine. Natural solitaire diamonds from Malabar. Your greatest love story awaits. Go ahead, find your one. Solitaire One. Find your one.
First up, we want to take a look at UPS. You're looking at shares off just about 17% right now. Investors looking for some evidence, more evidence they want to see of its efficiency plan is starting to take effect. The company is forecasting a downbeat 2025 revenue as deliveries from its largest customer, widely believed to be Amazon, is expected to be cut in half. Joining us now, we want to bring in UPS CFO Brian Dykes. Brian, it's great to have you back here on Yahoo Finance. Let's start with the Amazon part of the business. So something your team highlighted to us as well. I'm curious just how investors, it's clearly concerned here when you take a look at the reaction in shares here today. How should investors then be looking at that? And why is that? Is that a strategy that makes sense for UPS?
Well, first of all, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for taking the time. So today, one of the things that we announced was a strategic decision for us to start to glide down some of the volume from our largest customer over the course of the next 6 quarters. Now, when you look at the holistic package of what we announced today, from taking control of service on our SurePost product, the glide down of our largest customer, and also some of the efficiency programs we have, they're all about taking control of our own destiny. Specifically around our largest customer, we've made the decision that we want to be able to manage our assets and our resources in the areas of the market where we can, quite frankly, drive higher yields and returns. And so the result of this is that we will be taking volume down and we'll have revenue down in 2025 and 2026. But it improves the margin in every quarter in 2025. We'll see about 130 basis point improvement in our U.S. business where this is occurring. And we see that putting us on a path to much higher margins as we get into 26 and beyond.
Brian, that largest customer, if I'm understanding it correct, would also probably be a competitor in this space too, right? And I'm wondering if some of the investor question here is, could they become, or I guess gain more market share and sort of be more competitive against UPS? Is that a concern in any way with this move?
So look, we've had a 30-year relationship with Amazon, and this is a collaborative effort because, quite frankly, with the amount of volume that we're talking about moving, it has to be an orderly transition, or else it would impact both their customers as well as our residual customers. And they will continue to be a customer of ours for the long term. But the portion of the business that we're transitioning out of just doesn't make sense for us to do. If you think about Amazon and their delivery, they're really an integrated retailer, right? And they're delivering stuff that sits in their fulfillment centers. We also deliver stuff from other people's fulfillment centers, but they have built their own capability to do it. So from a competition standpoint, we actually still help Amazon with a lot of the things that make sense with our network, which is built for long zones, multiple pickup locations, and moving things across the country, versus theirs, which is built for a much shorter fulfillment center to door network capability.
Brian, given the results and given the larger trend that we're seeing just in terms of a slowdown here in volume, what's the pricing strategy then?
So if you look at the underlying business, excluding what we are doing with our largest customer, we're still growing. We're actually growing in the places where it matters most to us. And we've invested in capabilities to do that. So our DAP program, which helps SMBs facilitate e-commerce, is reached over $3 billion last year and continues to grow at double digits. We're investing in healthcare and closed another healthcare acquisition in Europe that provides cold chain transportation capabilities. And so our underlying business, both in the U.S. and our international business and our supply chain business, continues to grow. And we're really pleased with the pace of that growth and the returns we get from it.
Brian, are you thinking about raising prices though again?
So we've had a lot of pricing discipline that's gone in the back half. And I would say it's less about raising prices and more about being smart about prices. We've invested a lot in pricing science technology. And now when we call them bids, but pricing activity, 96% of our pricing bids for our small business customers go through our AI technology that allows us to do it faster, more accurate, and really be smart about how we price so that we can drive revenue efficiency, but also drive value for our customers.
Brian, I'm curious, just from a broad perspective, I think one of the investor questions here is just the turnaround story, right? And when we're going to really fully start to see it in the results, in the numbers. I mean, how do you sort of view that timeline for the turnaround story? What should investors be expecting from that perspective?
So it's immediate, right? And this is already well underway. What I would say is, if you look at the fourth quarter, our initial estimates that we would exit December at a 10% margin. We had a 10% margin for the quarter because of great cost management, pricing discipline, and our ability to continue to win volume. As we go into the fourth quarter, even with the volume decline, we will expand margins in every quarter of 2025, and we expect that to accelerate in 2026. So this is not a wait for it to come story. This is it's happening now, and we're moving quickly. We're taking control of our business, and it gives us the ability to now drive margin and growth in the areas of the market where we really want to focus.
Brian, we're going to have to leave it there. Brian Dykes, UPS CFO, appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you very much.
The Wall Street Journal reporting that SoftBank is reportedly in talks to invest up to $25 billion in OpenAI. The deal would make SoftBank OpenAI the biggest investor, replacing Microsoft, which has committed nearly $14 billion to date. This coming after China's AI startup DeepSeek sparked a massive sell-off in tech stocks earlier this week, prompting both public and private companies to respond. That includes OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman, who announced the company will now offer non-paying users, quote, hundreds of free queries a week. That offering is something that D.A. Davidson estimates could potentially cost the company more than $500 million per week. For more on what it means for the overall AI landscape, we want to bring in Alex Platt. He is from D.A. Davidson. Alex, it's great to have you. And your note caught my attention for a number of reasons. One, obviously, the overall impact that we're seeing to the AI landscape, but ultimately what this means, I think, for the games of winners and losers within this space. You've identified some of those losers that maybe often fly under investors' ratings. So who stands to potentially benefit from this shift?
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I think if we look at the impact of what DeepSeek has done, we've been telling clients, this is, we could relate this to Roger Bannister and what he did for track and field by breaking the 4-minute mile. Prior to Roger Bannister doing that, it was thought as impossible to go under 4 minutes. He breaks it, and right afterwards, you see a bunch of runners be able to run now sub 4 minutes. DeepSeek did something very similar to the market. The market's, the prevailing narrative in the market up until about a week ago was that in order to compete at the frontier model game, you needed to be an OpenAI, an Anthropic, a DeepSeek, a Meta XAI. You needed to have tens of billions of dollars of excess capital in order to build a model that powerful with that level of intelligence. DeepSeek showed us, you don't need that much money. They could do it with $5.5 million for training. They could deliver at a much lower cost. And the best part is they really gave the rest of the space their playbook, how to replicate what they've done, how to make a model that is that computationally efficient. And what this really does is, it'll increase competition in the space. This means that, OpenAI and OpenAI and DeepMind, they're going to continue going down their path of using billions of dollars and continuing to scale their pre-training compute and inference test time compute. But on the flip side of that, now we have it so you can spend a lot less and get the same level of performance. And that just increases competition, which is great for consumers, it's great for businesses, and it's great for academic researchers as well.
Well, and Alex, I think also the biggest takeaway is that DeepSeek isn't alone, right? When you take a look inside China, some of the other models that are under development right now, we also got the news out from Alibaba this week too.
Exactly. We're seeing a lot of research being done in the frontier model space, especially out of China. And I think this kind of goes to a point, and we're seeing this from a lot of maybe CEOs who are commenting in the U.S. about what DeepSeek is doing. maybe we could argue that there's a lot of groveling occurring about maybe the methodology as to how DeepSeek has done this. But in the meantime, while we're talking about the politics and talking about whether their compute cluster was whether they were honest about that in their paper, these Chinese labs like DeepSeek, like Qwen, like ByteDance, like Minimax, they're going out and they're innovating. DeepSeek, in the meantime, since last week, has put out a leading vision language model that beats OpenAI's DALL-E and Stable Diffusion. So these Chinese frontier research labs, they're not resting. And I guess the only answer for American labs, in our view, is they just have to out-innovate them.
Yeah, it seems like the methodology is certainly coming into question as to how they ethically were able to develop it so quickly, and then ultimately what type of code they were perhaps able to leverage from some of the other competitive partners that are out there or competitors that are out there. I guess the question, though, becomes who is best positioned to monetize this at scale?
Yeah, I think when we look at this, I still think that on the business side, it's still these frontier labs like OpenAI, like DeepMind, like Anthropic that are still maybe best positioned to monetize this sort of thing. Again, we're not trying to say that DeepSeek has gone out and has won the frontier model game. They're helping push and advance the space forward. We think that these large labs will respond in a big way. O3 Mini should be coming out soon, and we think that will be a big development. But as it goes for maybe the consumer business for these chatbots, I still think that some of the top players like OpenAI, like Anthropic, are still very well positioned to capitalize on this.
Now, listen, another thing you pointed out in your note, the AI arms race here between China and the United States is just getting underway. So with that in mind, what does that then look like, do you think, over the next 4 years under the Trump administration?
Yeah, I think it's going to be competitive, right? We saw Dario from Anthropic yesterday. He talked about wanting to increase foreign export controls on some of these NVIDIA GPUs. Now, it's our belief that this probably won't help. They didn't work beforehand. DeepSeek and other labs were able to find ways around them, whether it's through their algorithmic approaches or other techniques. But what this means is that for the Trump administration, if I were maybe AI crypto czar David Sachs, instead of groveling and talking about how they distilled some of the open AI models, or they took data or they took GPUs they weren't allowed to, I would sort of go back to what it seemed like the Trump administration was running on beforehand in his campaign, which was America needs to return to innovation, being pro-innovation. And I think that's what that means for the United States. And I think over the next 4 years, we're going to see a lot of back and forth between some of these Chinese labs and our frontier U.S. labs.
Alex Platt of D.A. Davidson. Alex, thanks for taking the time.
Thanks.
Corey Johnson, Epistrophe Capital Research Chief Market Strategist and host of the Drill Down podcast. Corey, I know that you follow Intel very closely as well. I mean, what do you think Intel needed to do this quarter, and did it do it?
Yeah, I mean, it continued to make a mess. I mean, the stock's down 54% in the last year for reasons. So the fact that it's kind of flat and after hours here, this is not a good print. It's not a surprise, but it's not a good print. And across the board, there's little things that are maybe a little bit better than they were. The foundry business, a little bit up sequentially, but they didn't invest billions in the foundry business to have it to be up a little bit sequentially into a fourth quarter. And to Mark's point, I mean, this company is not what it used to be, and it is not revered by the startups and by the companies that are doing cutting edge things in Silicon Valley, and yet it's struggling to do the things that it used to do. The data center business is, it was still fine, I guess, kind of flat again, quarter over quarter, but this is. It's a growth stock. It's a test stock. This is a time for technology. It's a time for semiconductors. And Intel is maybe things are really bottoming out here. But I think to Mark's point, a new CEO is going to have an exciting strategy here for what to do with this business. Spinning off the foundries, it'd be nice to spin off the foundries when they're doing really well. So Intel can really collect on that business, and they're just not there yet.
Well, and I'm seeing a headline here that they say the external foundry wafer revenue won't be meaningful until 2027 at the earliest. So, kind of speaking to your point there.
I think that one of the things we don't give enough credit to Taiwan Semiconductor, give them enough credit for, is how well they do what they do. That, yes, they've got fantastic chip-making equipment from ASML, but they're able to have really fantastic yields and to use that equipment so very well. And Intel trying to do the same with similar equipment isn't able to get that up and running yet. And this is not the fantastic Intel manufacturing capacity that we used to see from this company when it was the greatest manufacturer in the world, although they were only making Intel chips. It looks like they're not having that success with their Intel chips or with anybody else's chips either.
Yeah, I mean, Corey's right. I think the real...
I love it when he says that.
I've known you long enough to know that you're often right. But I think... listen, it's really hard for tech companies to reinvent themselves. Let's think back to some of the great tech companies. I can name a few. One we're about to hear from is Apple. Apple was trading for cash in 2002. Okay, Microsoft, the Wintel monopoly. I'll even date myself even more. Microsoft, the stock was flat from basically the late 90s to the early 2010s. It did nothing. Then Jeff Ubben took a 1% position for Value Act. He was the biggest active investor in the company, and we know what's happened in the last decade. IBM, a company we'd never talk about, has sort of reinvented himself a little bit, but it happens very rarely.
Sorta, yeah.
Sort of reinvented.
Well, I mean, the stock was up 12% today or something in earnings.
Yeah.
Well,
And
guys,
so that's my point. It's hard to reinvent yourself.
Okay, so let me ask you both. Let me put this question to both of you then, which is, what would Intel what would that reinvention even look like? Or is that not something that we even can conceive? You would need that sort of visionary leader to come in there and come up with it. Corey, I'll put that to you first, and then Mark can chime in.
I mean, there are some technological things that they just can't do yet. And so, yeah, it'd be great if they could make an Nvidia chip. Well, no one can. Maybe AMD on the margin. It'd be great if they can get an 18 nanometer or 18-aught production up and running and be able to lead that and do that with great high yields and great efficacy and do it in the U.S. That would be a wonderful thing for a leader to decide that they should do. Pat Gelsinger has already decided that. The question is, can they do it? And so far, the answer has been no. This could be a good time for a new CEO to come into Intel because the expectations are so low, the performance has been so bad that up's one of the two directions they're likely to go, but flat's probably not it.
And I'd agree. I mean, they have to be in the high growth markets. You see that in the data center market. You see that in AI. You see that in automotive and other of the fastest growing parts of the economy. They're going to have to be relentless and figure out where that is and be part of that high growth, high intensity market. And like Corey just said, they have shown no signs of it. This is not a new epiphany that this company is falling behind. It's been going on slowly, like a lot of things in life. It happens slowly and it happens quickly, and it's been happening for a long time.
So it sounds like neither of you guys would step in front of this, right? Would try to buy into this. Is it just Nvidia's game here? I mean, Corey, I know you've talked to us about other opportunities to look at in the chip universe.
There's a lot going on out there. First of all, I got to say that having been around Silicon Valley for so long, there's a lot of love for Intel. It had a really unique culture. There's so many great people who've worked there. They've had the best technologists over the longest term in semiconductors of any company ever. And so you've got to think there might be something in there to plumb right now. But I think that, they chose not to be very active in the mobile market, and that was a mistake. They got into the data center market late, but did quite well in that business. And that's still a business at a lower end that they can operate in. But it's a very different kind of business. But yes, there are so many other companies that are doing so many other interesting things and having much greater success. I think it's also surprising. I am certainly surprised, again, having covered this for a very long time, how fast things changed. It really seemed like it was Intel's game for at least a decade ahead, because that's how far out they were planning. That's how far out they've got to decide, make technological decisions about what their data centers should, or what their fabs should look like, what kind of equipment they should be using, what the right sizes of equipment are going to be and dies are going to be, and what lithography technology is going to work. Those decisions are made so many years out. It's amazing that they got leapfrogged, but it also means it's going to be so much harder for them to turn this around. And this is going to be a real tough one for Intel.
Yeah, the irony, of course, is that Moore's Law is hitting them. The creator of Moore's Law is hitting them. What I'd also say is it's not that big of a company anymore. I mean, it's a big company, but it's not that big of a company anymore. The question would be, if private equity or somebody looked at this and said, there's a corpus of this company where we have an amount of sales, an amount of revenue that we know we can guarantee sort of for that time while we really innovate, that would, to me, it's almost burdensome to be a public company right now for them. And I'm not saying that's going to happen imminently or anything's in the offing, but it's almost
without the
burdensome.
fabs, and with a little cash from Mobileye, maybe, because Mobileye seems to be improving things a little bit, and that might be getting more valuable. Maybe that gets them to a different place.
All right, we've got to leave it there, you guys. I could do this all day, and maybe in studio with both of you at some point.
Someday.
Wouldn't that be a dream?
We'll all be together.
Corey, Mark, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great to see you guys.
You too.
Joining us now for more color on Apple's first quarter results, let's bring in New Street Research Technology Infrastructure Analyst Antoine Shkabavan. Antoine, good to see you. So the numbers are out. Interested to get your first take on the report, Antoine. What do you make of them?
Hi, Josh. Good to see you again. So yes, iPhone revenues were down 1% year over year. So that's slightly below consensus, and that implies units down mid-single digits. As you mentioned, the key will be the color the company will provide for the March quarter, and Apple usually provides guidance for the following quarter on the call. So we remain concerned about the next couple of quarters. And that's for a number of reasons. First, we're not convinced that on-device AI will enable game-changing user experiences. Because the hardware is not game-changing. When you think about it, Apple Intelligence features that are tightly integrated with the operating system, with iOS, have not really gotten great feedback so far. And the top models are anyway already available on most iPhones through various apps. So do users really need to upgrade to use these technologies? Not really. And then on top of that, you have elongating replacement cycles. You have the fact that share gains in China, which have been a tailwind in the past, have now stalled. And so, yes, we expect downside to consensus for iPhone in the March quarter, the remainder of fiscal 25, and we expect color supporting that view on the call.
Antoine, let's dig into China a little bit more there, where sales fell by 11%. What do you think is the issue there? I mean, and it sounds like you don't think Apple Intelligence will help. So excluding the effect of that for a moment, because we also don't know when it will be approved to roll out on phones there, what is the issue in China? Is it a macro issue or is it a competitive one?
I think it's more a competitive one because in the past, when Huawei got phased out like a few years ago, Apple was able to gain a lot of share in China because there was no alternative to Huawei in the very high end. Samsung is not very present in China. And so that was a huge tailwind for Apple. And now that tailwind is reversing because now you see a number of players who have very competitive offerings in the high end who are basically competing with the iPhone. And so that's what's happening right now.
Antoine, another theme I want to get your take on is DeepSeek and this idea that you created a model at much lower cost than American rivals. And when I speak to some analysts, Antoine, they wonder, well, could that mean, app makers, software firms can create that many more AI experiences? And the idea being, could that long-term be a tailwind for Apple and the upgrade cycle? How are you thinking about that?
So, yes, when you think about, first of all, let's put a bit of context on the architecture of Apple Intelligence. So first, there's a large language model and a diffusion model running on the device that's handling like natural language interactions and generating images, interacting with like a demanding index, providing user context to those models. And second, there are some additional models running in the cloud. And those can be either Apple's own models or OpenAI's models. But simply put, on-device models will deal with maybe your diary and your address book, but they will call their cloud-based older brothers for tasks requiring broader knowledge and capabilities. And so now that we have that context, if you take like all the efficiency that DeepSeek and like all the news flow of recent days demonstrates, what that tells you is that you're still going to have a much more powerful model running in the cloud. Okay, even if you can make both more efficient, you're still going to have a more powerful model running in the cloud, and that model will still be required for broader knowledge, broader capabilities. And so I would say our conclusion here for Apple is no different than the conclusion we've provided for the broader tech supply chain, which is that if you have more compute available because you're simply optimizing your models, you're making them run more efficiently with algorithmic optimization, you're going to use that additional compute for better use cases. And you're still going to have a larger model running in the cloud. And so for us, what that simply means is that you're still going to have this kind of architecture with a more powerful model running in the cloud, and that doesn't change any competitive dynamics there, so to say.
So you don't need a new hardware, I guess, in other words. I want to ask Antoine about services for a moment, because that's one area where it looks like they beat estimates by a little bit. By my math, they saw revenue in the services segment rise by about 14%. For a while there, the narrative was, well, services is doing well at least. That's something that, that's going to continue to sort of chug along, be an engine for Apple. Is that enough at this point?
So I think, yes, services are probably, they're at an all-time high. That's, of course, driven by a collection of businesses, and they will likely continue to grow, in double digits in aggregate, but I don't really see much room for an acceleration here. So bottom line is, yes, you have those challenges that Apple is facing in hardware, in particular in iPhone, services that are unlikely to accelerate. So yes, I don't think that's going to save the game. I think maybe double digits growth is already very strong growth, and I don't really see much room there for an acceleration.
Antoine, great to have that instant reaction analysis and insight. Thank you so much for being on. Appreciate it.
Situation, there's probably some elevated uncertainty because of significant policy shifts in those four areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. So there's probably some additional uncertainty, but that should be passing. We should go through that, and then we'll be back to the regular amount of uncertainty.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking yesterday after the FOMC chose to hold rates steady as expected. But as Powell said, markets are concerned about some of these Trump policies, and it's not just tariffs. We have a few charts to explain why that is. And I want to hone in first, Shauna, on just the word uncertainty. Mm-hmm. We keep using it. How wide is that uncertainty? Well, in our Yahoo Finance chart book, we had this chart from Ernie Tedeschi over at the Yale Budget Lab. And if you look at the shaded area there, he's essentially estimating the range of tariffs based on different things that Trump and members of Trump's team have said. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the wide top part of that shaded area, this is a long-term chart. We're talking about tariffs potentially being as high and as the highest we've seen since 1900. And even when you look at the bottom part of that, it would still bring us to tariffs being the highest level since 1940. So I think when we talk about uncertainty and different degrees of uncertainty, Powell said this yesterday himself, things feel more uncertain right now, and I think that's just because, quite simply, they are actually more uncertain than they normally are.
Yeah, they certainly are. We're hearing it from Powell. We're hearing it from a number of our guests, whether it's strategists, whether it's economists coming on, and it's clearly just very hard to game out, right? You're seeing that within their modeling. They have about 4 or 5 different models that they are putting forth here, and a lot of their notes as they are trying to decipher and figure out just exactly what this path forward is going to look like. But you're right to bring up the real economic risk here, and I think that is why maybe we are in such a wait-and-see mode at this point. We have seen the markets very much take a more optimistic view of what we'll likely get.
Yeah, and I think the other piece of this, too, is we're talking a lot about tariffs right now. We're talking a lot about inflation and what tariffs mean for inflation. Deportation is going to be a large part of this story as well when we talk about the economy, right? So we're looking at inflation estimates right there. You could see how high inflation could go if full tariffs come, if partial tariffs come, but then you also look at charts of the labor market and how many members of the labor market could currently be deported or are currently immigrants and face risk of being deported. That could impact your unemployment rate. That could impact your labor force. That could eventually impact economic growth. And it's just not a conversation we're quite having yet, but it shows me that this conversation of sort of Trump versus economic growth, what are these policies doing? It's not ending on Saturday if we hear about the early part of tariffs.
It's certainly not. And that was very similar to the sentiment that we heard from Stuart Kaiser over at Citi yesterday to talk about the real risk of the rise that we could see in unemployment. We talk about the fact that the labor market has remained resilient, a lot of that being attributed to the new entrants into the workforce because of immigration. So clearly that could reverse all that. We could talk about this for so much longer. We didn't even get to dig into Luzetti's chart, but we're going to say that for next time. The Wall Street Journal reporting that SoftBank is reportedly in talks to invest up to $25 billion in OpenAI. The deal would make SoftBank OpenAI the biggest investor, replacing Microsoft, which has committed nearly $14 billion to date. This coming after China's AI startup DeepSeek sparked a massive sell-off in tech stocks earlier this week, prompting both public and private companies to respond. That includes OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman, who announced the company will now offer non-paying users, quote, hundreds of free queries a week. That offering is something that D.A. Davidson estimates could potentially cost the company more than $500 million per week. For more on what it means for the overall AI landscape, we want to bring in Alex Platt. He is from D.A. Davidson. Alex, it's great to have you. And your note caught my attention for a number of reasons. One, obviously, the overall impact that we're seeing to the AI landscape, but ultimately what this means, I think, for the games of winners and losers within this space. You've identified some of those losers that maybe often fly under investors' rating. So who stands to potentially benefit from this shift?
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I think if we look at the impact of what DeepSeek has done, we've been telling clients, this is, we could relate this to Roger Bannister and what he did for track and field by breaking the 4-minute mile. Prior to Roger Bannister doing that, it was thought as impossible to go under 4 minutes. He breaks it, and right afterwards, you see a bunch of runners be able to run now sub 4 minutes. DeepSeek did something very similar to the market. The market's, the prevailing narrative in the market up until about a week ago was that in order to compete at the frontier model game, you needed to be an OpenAI, an Anthropic, a DeepSeek, a Meta XAI. You needed to have tens of billions of dollars of excess capital in order to build a model that powerful with that level of intelligence. DeepSeek showed us, you don't need that much money. They could do it with $5.5 million for training. They could deliver at a much lower cost. And the best part is they really gave the rest of the space their playbook, how to replicate what they've done, how to make a model that is that computationally efficient. And what this really does is, it'll increase competition in the space. This means that, OpenAI and OpenAI and DeepMind, they're going to continue going down their path of using billions of dollars and continuing to scale their pre-training compute and inference test time compute. But on the flip side of that, now we have it so you can spend a lot less and get the same level of performance. And that just increases competition, which is great for consumers, it's great for businesses, and it's great for academic researchers as well.
Well, and Alex, I think that also the biggest takeaway is that DeepSeek isn't alone, right? When you take a look inside China, some of the other models that are under development right now, we also got the news out from Alibaba this week too.
Exactly. We're seeing a lot of research being done in the frontier model space, especially out of China. And I think this kind of goes to a point, and we're seeing this from a lot of maybe CEOs who are commenting in the U.S. about what DeepSeek is doing. Maybe we could argue that there's a lot of groveling occurring about maybe the methodology as to how DeepSeek has done this. But in the meantime, while we're talking about the politics and talking about whether their compute cluster was whether they were honest about that in their paper, these Chinese labs like DeepSeek, like Qwen, like ByteDance, like Minimax, they're going out and they're innovating. DeepSeek, in the meantime, since last week, has put out a leading vision language model that beats OpenAI's DALL-E and Stable Diffusion. So these Chinese frontier research labs, they're not resting. And I guess, the only answer for American labs, in our view, is they just have to out-innovate them.
Yeah, it seems like the methodology is certainly coming into question as to how they ethically were able to develop it so quickly, and then ultimately what type of code they were perhaps able to leverage from some of the other competitive partners that are out there or competitors that are out there. I guess the question, though, becomes who is best positioned to monetize this at scale?
Yeah, I think when we look at this, I still think that on the business side, it's still these frontier labs like OpenAI, like DeepMind, like Anthropic that are still maybe best positioned to monetize this sort of thing. Again, we're not trying to say that DeepSeek has gone out and has won the frontier model game. They're helping push and advance the space forward. We think that these large labs will respond in a big way. O3 Mini should be coming out soon, and we think that will be a big development. But as it goes for maybe the consumer business for these chatbots, I still think that some of the top players like OpenAI, like Anthropic, are still very well positioned to capitalize on that.
Now, listen, another thing you pointed out in your note, the AI arms race here between China and the United States is just getting underway. So with that in mind, what does that then look like, do you think, over the next 4 years under the Trump administration?
Yeah, I think it's going to be competitive, right? We saw Dario from Anthropic yesterday. He talked about wanting to increase foreign export controls on some of these NVIDIA GPUs. Now, it's our belief that this probably won't help. They didn't work beforehand. DeepSeek and other labs were able to find ways around them, whether it's through their algorithmic approaches or other techniques. But what this means is that for the Trump administration, if I were maybe AI crypto czar David Sachs, instead of groveling and talking about how they distilled some of the open AI models, or they took data or they took GPUs they weren't allowed to, I would sort of go back to what it seemed like the Trump administration was running on beforehand in his campaign, which was America needs to return to innovation, being pro-innovation. And I think that's what that means for the United States. And I think over the next 4 years, we're going to see a lot of back and forth between some of these Chinese labs and our frontier U.S. labs.
Alex Platt of D.A. Davidson. Alex, thanks for taking the time.
Thanks.
Corey Johnson, Epistrophe Capital Research Chief Market Strategist and host of the Drill Down podcast. Corey, I know that you follow Intel very closely as well. I mean, what do you think Intel needed to do this quarter, and did it do it?
Yeah, I mean, it continued to make a mess. I mean, the stock's down 54% in the last year for reasons. So the fact that it's kind of flat in after hours here, this is not a good print. It's not a surprise, but it's not a good print. And across the board, there's little things that are maybe a little bit better than they were. Foundry business a little bit up sequentially, but they didn't invest billions in the foundry business to have it to be up a little bit sequentially into a fourth quarter. And to Mark's point, I mean, this company is not what it used to be, and it is not revered by the startups and by the companies that are doing cutting edge things in Silicon Valley, and yet it's struggling to do the things that it used to do. The data center business is, it was still fine, I guess, kind of flat again, quarter over quarter, but this is. It's a growth stock. It's a test stock. This is a time for technology. It's a time for semiconductors. And Intel is maybe things are really bottoming out here. But I think to Mark's point, a new CEO is going to have an exciting strategy here for what to do with this business. Spinning off the foundries, it'd be nice to spin off the foundries when they're doing really well. So, so Intel can really collect on that business, and they're just not there yet.
Well, and I'm seeing a headline here that they say the external foundry wafer revenue won't be meaningful until 2027 at the earliest. So, kind of speaking to your point there.
I think that one of the things we don't give enough credit to Taiwan Semiconductor, give them enough credit for, is how well they do what they do. That, yes, they've got fantastic chip-making equipment from ASML, but they're able to have really fantastic yields and to use that equipment so very well. And Intel trying to do the same with similar equipment isn't able to get that up and running yet. And this is not the fantastic Intel manufacturing capacity that we used to see from this company when it was the greatest manufacturer in the world, although they were only making Intel chips. It looks like they're not having that success with their Intel chips or with anybody else's chips either.
Yeah, I mean, Corey's right. I think the real.
I love it when he says that.
I've known you long enough to know that you're often right, but I think. Listen, it's really hard for tech companies to reinvent themselves. Let's think back to some of the great tech companies. I can name a few. One we're about to hear from is Apple. Apple was trading for cash in 2002. Okay, Microsoft, the Wintel monopoly. I'll even date myself even more. Microsoft, the stock was flat from basically the late 90s to the early 2010s. It did nothing. Then Jeff Ubben took a 1% position for Value Act. He was the biggest active investor in the company, and we know what's happened the last decade. IBM, a company we'd never talk about, has sort of reinvented himself a little bit, but it happens very rarely.
Sorta, yeah.
Sort of reinvented itself.
Well, I mean, the stock was up 12% today or something
exactly.
in earnings.
Yeah.
Well,
And
guys,
so that's my point. It's hard to reinvent yourself.
Okay, so let me ask you both. Let me put this question to both of you then, which is, what would Intel what would that reinvention even look like? Or is that not something that we even can conceive? You would need that sort of visionary leader to come in there and come up with it. Corey, I'll put that to you first, and then Mark can chime in.
I mean, there are some technological things that they just can't do yet. And so, yeah, it'd be great if they could make an Nvidia chip. Well, no one can. Maybe AMD on the margin. It'd be great if they can get an 18 nanometer or 18-aught production up and running and be able to lead that and do that with great high yields and great efficacy and do it in the U.S. That would be a wonderful thing for a leader to decide that they should do. Pat Gelsinger's already decided that. The question is, can they do it? And so far, the answer's been no. This could be a good time for a new CEO to come into Intel because the expectations are so low, the performance has been so bad that up's one of the two directions they're likely to go, but flat's probably not it.
And I'd agree. I mean, they have to be in the high growth markets. You see that in the data center market. You see that in AI. You see that in automotive and other of the fastest growing parts of the economy. They're going to have to be relentless and figure out where that is and be part of that high growth, high intensity market. And like Corey just said, they have shown no signs of it. This is not a new epiphany that this company is falling behind. It's been going on slowly, like a lot of things in life. It happens slowly and it happens quickly. And it's been happening for a long time.
So it sounds like neither of you guys would step in front of this, right? Would try to buy into this. Is it just Nvidia's game here? I mean, Corey, I know you've talked to us about other opportunities to look at in the chip universe.
There's a lot going on.
देखो दोनों ही सपोर्ट पर हैं क्रूड ऑयल भी और नेचुरल गैस भी अगेन बोथ आर ऑन सपोर्ट नीचे वाले सपोर्ट पे आ गया है क्रूड थोड़ा सा मुझे बेरिस लग रहा है तो सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक समझ के चलना ठीक है मैं पहले बता चुका हूँ प्राइस एक्शन किस तरह से बिल्डअप हुआ है जिस लेवल पे प्राइस आया है वहाँ पर प्राइस ने एक बार सपोर्ट लिया था यहाँ पर सपोर्ट लेके एक हाई बनाया था दूसरे बार सपोर्ट लिया लोअर हाई बनाया फिर उस लेवल पे आ रहा है जो नीचे वाला सपोर्ट है तो ये तो सारे नीचे वाले वीक ही हैं ये जो सपोर्ट है जहाँ पर अभी है यहाँ पर प्राइस एक कल सपोर्ट एक ले चुका है दूसरी बार आया है अगर ये हायर हाई बना दिया तो ये सपोर्ट स्ट्रांग होगा अगर नहीं बनाता है यहीं कहीं बीच से रिटर्न करता है तो फिर बहुत अच्छे चांसेस हैं ब्रेकडाउन के तो 6260 के नीचे तो बेरिस ही हो जाएगा प्राइस गैस में नीचे वाला जो सपोर्ट है क्योंकि ये दो सपोर्ट थे ऊपर था और ये नीचे था दोनों को मर्ज कर दिया बिकॉज पास सपोर्ट बने हुए ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट मैंने आप लोगों को दिखा दिया था अभी एक बार जो बाइंग आई थी दूसरी बार मार्केट ने हायर हाई नहीं बनाया था तो ये वीक है ऊपर वाला बट जो नीचे वाला लेवल है वहाँ पर प्राइस एक बार सपोर्ट लेके एक हाई बनाया है दूसरी बार जब सपोर्ट लिया है एक हायर हाई बनाया है ये थर्ड टाइम आ रहा है तो स्टिल हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं थोड़े बहुत बायर यहाँ पर भी होंगे तो ये क्रूड में थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखना बेटर ये है कि अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन कर दे तो एक बड़ा सेल का ट्रेड मिल जाएगा बाकी अगर ये होल्ड करता है इस लेवल को और डिपेंड करता है देखो सब कुछ कि यहाँ से क्या हायर हाई बनेगा नहीं बनेगा अगर यहाँ से सपोर्ट लेके ये लास्ट स्विंग को ब्रेक करके मार्केट ऊपर निकल जाता है तो ये कंप्लीट एक हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन बन जाएगा तो स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट होगा फिर मार्केट नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे लिक्विडिटी लेने जाएगा जरूर बाकी अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है तो फिर काफ़ी अच्छा गिरेगा नीचे सपोर्ट होल्ड नहीं करने वाले नेचुरल गैस में सपोर्ट जरूर है तो वी हैव टू वेट कि यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट ले तो दोनों जगह बाइंग का ट्रेड है क्रूड ऑयल वाला थोड़ा सा रिस्की समझना बाकी ऊपर से जिन लोगों ने सेल किया हुआ है वो लोग चाहें तो प्रॉफिट बुक करके निकल सकते हैं अगर होल्ड करना चाह रहे हो तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके या फिर 90% प्रॉफिट बुक करके रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल कर लो अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन कर गया यहाँ पर बायर्स कैसा लेट हो जाते हैं तो फिर ये अच्छा फॉल करेगा ठीक है तो ये जो बाइंग वाला ट्रेड है यहाँ पर ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की है इन क्रूड ऑयल अगर थोड़ा रिस्क ले सकते हो तभी ट्राई करना नहीं तो कोई और लेवल ऐसे बना नहीं है तो नहीं तो बना देता मैं दैट इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट भी है अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हो गया ऊपर साइड पे तो वेल एंड गुड ही है बाकी इसको रिस्की ट्रेड मान के चलना, दिस वन, ये जो बाइंग वाला ट्रेड है। ठीक है, सपोर्ट है, लास्ट सपोर्ट कह सकते हो फॉर क्रूड। वैसे मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ब्रेक ही कर दे तो बेटर है, क्योंकि नीचे फिर एक के बाद एक सबके बायर्स के एसएल जाएंगे एक साथ ही, कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती है। बाकी टैरिफ वाली न्यूज़ अगर कल आई तो वो भी एक नेगेटिव ही इम्पैक्ट डालेगी प्राइस पे ओवरऑल, अगर ट्रम्प टैरिफ इम्पोज कर देते हैं कनाडा पे और मैक्सिको पे, जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि वो कर देंगे कल 1 फरवरी को। बाकी कल भी मार्केट ओपन ही है, तो नीड टू सी किस तरह से मार्केट रिएक्ट करता है कल। भी करते रहो guys, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe the channel. X13 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होगी तो उसके बाद मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत और मूव करना चाहिए।
Technology infrastructure analyst Antoine Shkavivan. Antoine, good to see you. So the numbers are out. Interested to get your first take on the report, Antoine. What do you make of them?
Hi, Josh. Good to see you again. So yes, iPhone revenues were down 1% year over year. So that's slightly below consensus, and that implies units down mid-single digits. As you mentioned, the key will be the color the company will provide for the March quarter, and Apple usually provides guidance for the following quarter on the call. So we remain concerned about the next couple of quarters. And that's for a number of reasons. First, we're not convinced that on-device AI will enable game-changing user experiences. because the hardware is not game-changing. When you think about it, Apple Intelligence features that are tightly integrated with the operating system, with iOS, have not really gotten great feedback so far. And the top models are anyway already available on most iPhones through various apps. So do users really need to upgrade to use these technologies? Not really. And then on top of that, you have elongating replacement cycles. You have the fact that share gains in China, which have been a tailwind in the past, have now stalled. And so, yes, we expect downside to consensus for iPhone in the March quarter, the remainder of fiscal 25, and we expect color supporting that view on the call.
Antoine, let's dig into China a little bit more there, where sales fell by 11%. What do you think is the issue there? I mean, and it sounds like you don't think Apple Intelligence will help. So excluding the effect of that for a moment, because we also don't know when it will be approved to roll out on phones there, what is the issue in China? Is it a macro issue or is it a competitive one?
I think it's more a competitive one because in the past, when Huawei got phased out like a few years ago, Apple was able to gain a lot of share in China because there was no alternative to Huawei in the very high end. Samsung is not very present in China. And so that was a huge tailwind for Apple. And now that tailwind is reversing because now you see a number of players who have very competitive offerings in the high end who are basically competing with the iPhone. And so that's what's happening right now.
Antoine, another theme I want to get your take on is DeepSeek and this idea that you created a model at much lower cost than American rivals. And when I speak to some analysts, Antoine, they wonder, well, could that mean, app makers, software firms can create that many more AI experiences? And the idea being, could that long-term be a tailwind for Apple and the upgrade cycle? How are you thinking about that?
So, yes, when you think about, first of all, let's put a bit of context on the architecture of Apple Intelligence. So first, there's a large language model and a diffusion model running on the device that's handling like natural language interactions and generating images, interacting with like a demanding index, providing user context to those models. And second, there are some additional models running in the cloud. And those can be either Apple's own models or OpenAI's models. But simply put, on-device models will deal with maybe your diary and your address book, but they will call their cloud-based older brothers for tasks requiring broader knowledge and capabilities. And so now that we have that context, if you take like all the efficiency that DeepSeek and like all the news flow of recent days demonstrates, what that tells you is that you're still going to have a much more powerful model running in the cloud. Okay, even if you can make both more efficient, you're still going to have a more powerful model running in the cloud, and that model will still be required for broader knowledge, broader capabilities. And so I would say our conclusion here for Apple is no different than the conclusion we've provided for the broader tech supply chain, which is that if you have more compute available because you're simply optimizing your models, you're making them run more efficiently with algorithmic optimization, you're going to use that additional compute for better use cases. And you're still going to have a larger model running in the cloud. And so for us, what that simply means is that you're still going to have this kind of architecture with a more powerful model running in the cloud, and that doesn't change any competitive dynamics there, so to say.
So you don't need a new hardware, I guess, in other words. I want to ask Antoine about services for a moment, because that's one area where it looks like they beat estimates by a little bit. By my math, they saw revenue in the services segment rise by about 14%. For a while there, the narrative was, well, services is doing well at least. That's something that, that's going to continue to sort of chug along, be an engine for Apple. Is that enough at this point?
So I think, yes, services are probably, they're at an all-time high. That's, of course, driven by like a collection of businesses, and they will likely continue to grow, in double digits in aggregate, but I don't really see much room for an acceleration here. So bottom line is, yes, you have those challenges that Apple is facing in hardware, in particular in iPhone, services that are unlikely to accelerate. So yes, I don't think that's going to save the game. I think maybe double digits growth is already very strong growth, and I don't really see much room there for for an acceleration.
Antoine, great to have that instant reaction analysis and insight. Thank you so much for being on. Appreciate it.
In the current situation, there's probably some elevated uncertainty because of significant policy shifts in those four areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. So there's probably some additional uncertainty, but that should be passing. We should go through that, and then we'll be back to the regular amount of uncertainty.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking yesterday after the FOMC chose to hold rates steady as expected. But as Powell said, markets are concerned about some of these Trump policies, and it's not just tariffs. We have a few charts to explain why that is. And I want to hone in first, Shauna, on just the word uncertainty. We keep using it. How wide is that uncertainty? Well, in our Yahoo Finance chart book, we had this chart from Ernie Tedeschi over at the Yale Budget Lab. And if you look at the shaded area there, he's essentially estimating the range of tariffs based on different things that Trump and members of Trump's team have said. And if you look at the wide top part of that shaded area, this is a long-term chart. We're talking about tariffs potentially being as high and as the highest we've seen since 1900. And even when you look at the bottom part of that, it would still bring us to tariffs being the highest level since 1940. So I think when we talk about uncertainty and different degrees of uncertainty, Powell said this yesterday himself, things feel more uncertain right now, and I think that's just because, quite simply, they are actually more uncertain than they normally are.
Yeah, they certainly are. We're hearing it from Powell. We're hearing it from a number of our guests, whether it's strategists, whether it's economists coming on, and it's clearly just very hard to game out, right? You're seeing that within their modeling. They have about 4 or 5 different models that they are putting forth here, and a lot of their notes as they are trying to decipher and figure out just exactly what this path forward is going to look like. But you're right to bring up the real economic risk here, and I think that is why maybe we are in such a wait-and-see mode at this point. We have seen the markets very much take a more optimistic view of what we'll likely get.
Yeah, and I think the other piece of this, too, is we're talking a lot about tariffs right now. We're talking a lot about inflation and what tariffs mean for inflation. Deportation is going to be a large part of this story as well when we talk about the economy, right? So we're looking at inflation estimates right there. You could see how high inflation could go if full tariffs come, if partial tariffs come, but then you also look at charts of the labor market and how many members of the labor market could currently be deported or are currently immigrants and face risk of being deported. That could impact your unemployment rate. That could impact your labor force. That could eventually impact economic growth. And it's just not a conversation we're quite having yet, but it shows me that this conversation of sort of Trump versus economic growth, what are these policies doing? It's not ending on Saturday if we hear about the early part of tariffs.
It's certainly not. And that was very similar to the sentiment that we heard from Stuart Kaiser over at Citi yesterday to talk about the real risk of the rise that we could see in unemployment. We talk about the fact that the labor market has remained resilient, a lot of that being attributed to the new entrants into the workforce because of immigration. So clearly that could reverse all that. We could talk about this for so much longer. We didn't even get to dig into Luzetti's chart, but we're going to say that for next time. The Wall Street Journal reporting that SoftBank is reportedly in talks to invest up to $25 billion in OpenAI. The deal would make SoftBank OpenAI the biggest investor, replacing Microsoft, which has committed nearly $14 billion to date. This coming after China's AI startup DeepSeek sparked a massive sell-off in tech stocks earlier this week, prompting both public and private companies to respond. That includes OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman, who announced the company will now offer non-paying users, quote, hundreds of free queries a week. That offering is something that D.A. Davidson estimates could potentially cost the company more than $500 million per week. For more on what it means for the overall AI landscape, we want to bring in
क्रूड ऑयल वाले ध्यान रखना, मैं बार बार रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, थोड़ा सा जो प्राइस एक्शन दिख रहा है, इट इज़ अ सपोर्ट, लास्ट सपोर्ट ही मानो. अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन हो गया तो फिर फॉल अच्छा कर जाएगा, तो थोड़ा संभाल के लास्ट बाइंग वाली ट्रेड में. मार्केट को बुलिश होना है तो एटलीस्ट 6370 के ऊपर सस्टेन करना पड़ेगा. बाकी अगर ये सस्टेन करता है 6260 के नीचे तो फिर अच्छा खासा बेरिस होना चाहिए. तो यहाँ पर जो लोग बाइंग में हैं संभल के, ऊपर से जो लोग सेलिंग करके बैठे थे उन निकल गए हैं, तो वेल एंड गुड. अगर ट्रेल कर रहे हो तो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का एसएल कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे रखना. अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन होता है तो फिर बड़ा फॉल एक्सपेक्ट किया जाएगा. बाकी ये बाइंग वाला ट्रेड थोड़ा रिस्की है क्रूड में, नेचुरल गैस का नॉर्मली है, तो क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रख लेना. बाकी 6:30 पे अभी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, थोड़ी बड़ी कैंडल बन सकती है, तब तक अगर मूव आ जाए तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, नहीं आता है तो फिर 6:30 पे तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे ही रखेंगे। डोंट टेक एनी रिस्क एट 6:30। 7 PM पे भी डेटा है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा वो डेटा। बाकी कल भी मार्केट ओपन है, याद रखना इंडियन मार्केट और एमसीएक्स मार्केट दोनों ही ओपन है। एमसीएक्स मार्केट सिर्फ मॉर्निंग सेशन ओपन रहेगा 9 बजे से 5 PM तक, उसके बाद क्लोज जाएगा, इवनिंग सेशन बंद है। फॉरेक्स मार्केट वगैरह सब बंद रहेगा। इंडियन मार्केट ओपन है बिकॉज ऑफ द कल बजट आएगा, तो निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी अच्छा मूव कर सकते हैं। ट्राई करेंगे मॉर्निंग पे लाइव कर दें, लेट्स सी। बाकी वीकली एनालिसिस भी कल ही करेंगे, सो डोंट फॉरगेट टू ज्वाइन कल या परसों वीकली एनालिसिस। बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, या कोई क्वेश्चन है तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हो। इफ़ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन यू कैन आस्क इन दी कमेंट बॉक्स। कोई डाउट किसी का? या कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, डाउट नहीं है, क्लियर है सब चीज़ें? तो नेचुरल गैस को कर सकते हो बाइंग इस एरिया से। देखो कोई एक परफेक्ट सब लेवल नहीं होता, दैट इज अ जोन। हो सकता है यहीं से ऊपर चले जाए, हो सकता है थोड़ा नीचे आए, बट दैट इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया जहाँ से ट्राई कर सकते हो। अब जैसे क्रूड ऑयल है, क्रूड ऑयल में कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि यहीं से बाई करना है, हो सकता है नीचे से बाइंग आ जाए या फिर बिल्कुल नीचे से आए, हो सकता है यहीं से चला जाए। सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस कोई एक पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट नहीं होता, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस इज अ रेंज जहाँ पर प्राइस बाइंग या सेलिंग दिखाता है। बाकी अगर आपको एसएल बड़ा लग रहा है तो आप वेट कर सकते हो, या फिर क्वांटिटी कम रख सकते हो, हाई लेवल पे नीचे आने का थोड़ा सा वेट कर सकते हो। बाकी नॉर्मल है प्राइस के अकॉर्डिंग, तो नॉर्मल एंट्री करी जा सकती है। थोड़ा वेट करना है तो 263.2 का, तो उसका वेट भी कर सकते हो, नहीं तो सपोर्ट स्टार्ट हो चुका है ऑलरेडी इसका। हाँ ठीक है। फर्स्ट सपोर्ट जो यहाँ पर लिया था प्राइस ने, वहाँ पर देखोगे प्राइस 261 तक गया था नीचे, फिर सेकेंड टाइम सपोर्ट लिया था 263 से ले लिया। तो चाहो तो थोड़ा सा वेट भी कर सकते हो। थोड़े बाइंग किया, थोड़ा संभल किया, लिखा हुआ है रिस्की ट्रेड है। बाकी 6:30 का ध्यान रखना, 6:30 के टाइम पे मार्केट सडनली मूव कर सकता है, उस समय तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे डाल देना होता है। 6:30 की कैंडल का कुछ कह नहीं सकते कि मार्केट किस डायरेक्शन पे मूव कर जाए। हो गया, 8 PM हो गया, यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग, कोई डेटा अगर आने वाला है स्पेसिफिकली रिलेटेड टू दैट कमोडिटी। हाँ। अगर प्रॉफिट हो चुका है तो फिर तो अवॉइड करो। देखो जिसको ऑलरेडी प्रॉफिट हो चुका है बीच में अननेसेसरी एंट्री मत करो। हर जगह पे ट्रेड लेना जरूरी नहीं होता, पहली बात तो ठीक है। अगर ऑलरेडी प्रॉफिट में हो चुके हो क्रूड ऑयल का ट्रेड प्लान करके तो फिर अवॉइड। अगर ट्रेड ही नहीं लिया तो बात अलग है। बाकी एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे 6:30 के बाद थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आ जाए प्रॉपर्ली। लंदन सेशन से वॉल्यूम जा चुका है तो वहाँ पर वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन के बाद ही अब थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे 6:30 टिल 8 PM, फिर 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, देन टिल 9:30 to 10:30।
Listen, it's really hard for tech companies to reinvent themselves. Let's think back to some of the great tech companies. I can name a few. One we're about to hear from is Apple. Apple was trading for cash in 2002. Okay, Microsoft, the Wintel monopoly. I'll even date myself even more. Microsoft, the stock was flat from basically the late 90s to the early 2010s. It did nothing. Then Jeff Ubben took a 1% position for Value Act. He was the biggest active investor in the company, and we know what's happened the last decade. IBM, a company we'd never talk about, has sort of reinvented himself a little bit, but it happens very rarely.
Sorta, yeah.
Sort of reinvented itself.
Well, I mean, the stock was up 12% today or something
exactly.
in earnings.
Yeah.
Well,
And
guys,
so that's my point. It's hard to reinvent yourself.
Okay, so let me ask you both. Let me put this question to both of you then, which is, what would Intel what would that reinvention even look like? Or is that not something that we even can conceive? You would need that sort of visionary leader to come in there and come up with it. Corey, I'll put that to you first, and then Mark can chime in.
I mean, there are some technological things that they just can't do yet. And so, yeah, it'd be great if they could make an Nvidia chip. Well, no one can. Maybe AMD on the margin. It'd be great if they can get an 18 nanometer or 18-aught production up and running and be able to lead that and do that with great high yields and great efficacy and do it in the U.S. That would be a wonderful thing for a leader to decide that they should do. Pat Gelsinger's already decided that. The question is, can they do it? And so far, the answer's been no. This could be a good time for a new CEO to come into Intel because the expectations are so low, the performance has been so bad that ups, one of the two directions they're likely to go, but flat's probably not it.
And I'd agree. I mean, they have to be in the high growth markets. You see that in the data center market. You see that in AI. You see that in automotive and other of the fastest growing parts of the economy. They're going to have to be relentless and figure out where that is and be part of that high growth, high intensity market. And like Corey just said, they have shown no signs of it. This is not a new epiphany that this company is falling behind. It's been going on slowly, like a lot of things in life. It happens slowly and it happens quickly. And it's been happening for a long time.
So it sounds like neither of you guys would step in front of this, right? Would try to buy into this. Is it just Nvidia's game here? I mean, Corey, I know you've talked to us about other opportunities to look at in the chip universe.
There's a lot going on out there. First of all, I got to say that having been around Silicon Valley for so long, there's a lot of love for Intel. It had a really unique culture. There's so many great people who've worked there. They've had the best technologists over the longest term in semiconductors of any company ever. And so you've got to think there might be something in there to plumb right now. But I think that, they chose not to be very active in the mobile market, and that was a mistake. They got into the data center market late, but did quite well in that business. And that's still a business at a lower end that they can operate in. But it's a very different kind of business. But yes, there are so many other companies that are doing so many other interesting things and having much greater success. I think it's also surprised. I am certainly surprised, again, having covered this for a very long time, how fast things changed. It really seemed like it was Intel's game for at least a decade ahead, because that's how far out they were planning. That's how far out they've got to decide, make technological decisions about what their data centers should, or what their fabs should look like, what kind of equipment they should be using, what the right sizes of equipment are going to be, and dies are going to be, and what lithography technology is going to work. Those decisions are made so many years out. It's amazing that they got leapfrogged, but it also means it's going to be so much harder for them to turn this around. And yeah, this is going to be a real tough one for Intel.
Yeah, again, the irony, of course, is that Moore's Law is hitting them. The creator of Moore's Law is hitting them. What I'd also say is it's not that big of a company anymore. I mean, it's a big company, but it's not that big of a company anymore. The question would be if private equity or somebody looked at this and said, there's a corpus of this company where we have an amount of sales, an amount of revenue that we know we can guarantee sort of for that time while we really innovate, that would, to me, it's almost burdensome to be a public company right now for them. And I'm not saying that's going to happen imminently or anything's in the offing, but it's almost
without the
burdensome.
fabs, and with a little cash from Mobileye, maybe. Because Mobileye seems to be improving things a little bit, and that might be getting more valuable. Maybe that gets them to a different place.
All right, we've got to leave it there, you guys. I could do this all day, and maybe even in studio with both of you at some point.
Someday.
Wouldn't that be a dream?
We'll all be together.
Corey, Mark, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great to see you guys.
You too. Corey Johnson, Epistrophe Capital Research Chief Market Strategist and host of the Drill Down podcast. Corey, I know that you follow Intel very closely as well. I mean, what do you think Intel needed to do this quarter, and did it do it?
Yeah, I mean, it continued to make a mess. I mean, the stock's down 54% in the last year for reasons. So the fact that it's kind of flat in after hours here, this is not a good print. It's not a surprise, but it's not a good print. And across the board, there's little things that are maybe a little bit better than they were. Foundry business a little bit up sequentially, but they didn't invest billions in the foundry business to have it to be up a little bit sequentially into a fourth quarter. And to Mark's point, I mean, this company is not what it used to be, and it is not revered by the startups and by the companies that are doing cutting edge things in Silicon Valley, and yet it's struggling to do the things that it used to do. The data center business is, it was still fine, I guess, kind of flat again, quarter over quarter, but this is it's a growth stock, it's a test stock. It's this is a time for technology. It's a time for semiconductors, and Intel is. Maybe things are really bottoming out here, but I think to Mark's point, a new CEO is going to have an exciting strategy here for what to do with this business. Spinning off the foundries, it'd be nice to spin off the foundries when they're doing really well. So Intel can really collect on that business, and they're just not there yet.
Well, and I'm seeing a headline here that they say the external foundry wafer revenue won't be meaningful until 2027 at the earliest. So, kind of speaking to your point there.
I think that one of the things we don't give enough credit to Taiwan Semiconductor, give them enough credit for, is how well they do what they do. That, yes, they've got fantastic chip-making equipment from ASML, but they're able to have really fantastic yields and to use that equipment so very well. And Intel trying to do the same with similar equipment isn't able to get that up and running yet. And this is not the fantastic Intel manufacturing capacity that we used to see from this company when it was the greatest manufacturer in the world, although they were only making Intel chips. It looks like they're not having that success with their Intel chips or with anybody else's chips either.
Yeah, I mean, Corey's right. I think the real...
I love it when he says that.
I've known you long enough to know that you're often right. But I think... listen, it's really hard for tech companies to reinvent themselves. Let's think back to some of the great tech companies. I can name a few. One we're about to hear from is Apple. Apple was trading for cash in 2002. okay? Microsoft, the Wintel monopoly, I'll even date myself even more. Microsoft, the stock was flat from basically the late 90s to the early 2010s. It did nothing. Then Jeff Ubben took a 1% position for Value Act. He was the biggest active investor in the company, and we know what's happened the last decade. IBM, a company we'd never talk about, has sort of reinvented himself a little bit, but it happens very rarely.
Sorta, yeah.
Sort of reinvented itself.
Well, I mean, the stock was up 12% today or something
exactly.
in earnings.
Yeah.
Well,
And
guys,
so that's my point. It's hard to reinvent yourself.
Okay, so let me ask you both. Let me put this question to both of you then, which is, what would Intel what would that reinvention even look like? Or is that not something that we even can conceive? You would need that sort of visionary leader to come in there and come up with it. Corey, I'll put that to you first, and then Mark can chime in.
I mean, there are some technological things that they just can't do yet. And so, yeah, it'd be great if they could make an Nvidia chip. Well, no one can. Maybe AMD on the margin. It'd be great if they can get an 18 nanometer or 18-aught production up and running and be able to lead that and do that with great high yields and great efficacy and do it in the US. That would be a wonderful thing for a leader to decide that they should do. Pat Gelsinger's already decided that. The question is, can they do it? And so far, the answer's been no. This could be a good time for a new CEO to come into Intel because the expectations are so low, the performance has been so bad that up's one of the two directions they're likely to go, but flat's probably not it.
And I'd agree. I mean, they have to be in the high growth markets. You see that in the data center market. You see that in AI. You see that in automotive and other of the fastest growing parts of the economy. They're going to have to be relentless and figure out where that is and be part of that high growth, high intensity market. And like Corey just said, they have shown no signs of this is not a new epiphany that this company is falling behind. It's been going on slowly, like a lot of things in life. It happens slowly and it happens quickly, and it's been happening for a long time.
So it sounds like neither of you guys would step in front of this, right? Would try to buy into this. Is it just Nvidia's game here? I mean, Corey, I know you've talked to us about other opportunities to look at in the chip universe.
There's a lot going on there. First of all, I got to say that having been around Silicon Valley for so long, there's a lot of love for Intel. It had a really unique culture. There's so many great people who've worked there. They've had the best technologists over the longest term in semiconductors of any company ever. And so you've got to think there might be something in there to plumb right now. But I think that, they chose not to be very active in the mobile market, and that was a mistake. They got into the data center market late, but did quite well in that business. And that's still a business at a lower end that they can operate in. But it's a very different kind of business. But yes, there are so many other companies that are doing so many other interesting things and having much greater success. I think it's also surprised. I am certainly surprised, again, having covered this for a very long time, how fast things changed. It really seemed like it was Intel's game for at least a decade ahead, because that's how far out they were planning. That's how far out they've got to decide, make technological decisions about what their data centers should, or what their fabs should look like, what kind of equipment they should be using, what the right sizes of equipment are going to be, and dies are going to be, and what lithography technology is going to work. Those decisions are made so many years out. It's amazing that they got leapfrogged, but it also means it's going to be so much harder for them to turn this around. And this is going to be a real tough one for Intel.
Yeah, the irony, of course, is that Moore's Law is hitting them. The creator of Moore's Law is hitting them. What I'd also say is it's not that big of a company anymore. I mean, it's a big company, but it's not that big of a company anymore. The question would be if private equity or somebody looked at this and said, there's a corpus of this company where we have an amount of sales, an amount of revenue that we know we can guarantee sort of for that time while we really innovate, that would, to me, it's almost burdensome to be a public company right now for them. And I'm not saying that's going to happen imminently or anything's in the offing, but it's almost
without the
burdensome.
fabs, and with a little cash from Mobileye maybe, because Mobileye seems to be improving things a little bit, and that might be getting more valuable. Maybe that gets them to a different place.
All right, we've got to leave it there, you guys. I could do this all day, and maybe even in studio with both of you at some point.
Someday.
Wouldn't that be a dream?
We'll all be together.
Corey, Mark, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great to see you guys.
You too.
इस नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, ये कैंडल एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन के बैठ गई है। सपोर्ट जरूर है बट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, अपना हाई ब्रेक कर दे तो एंट्री बन जाएगी इसमें। एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बना दी, बताओ। ठीक है, सपोर्ट पर ही है, ये अपना हाई ब्रेक कर दे या फिर वापस नीचे आए इसके ऊपर अपना हाई ब्रेक करने के बाद एंट्री कर लेंगे इसमें। राइट नाउ दिस इज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली एंट्री नहीं कर सकते। बाकी ध्यान रखना 630 की कैंडल भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, हल्का सा भी अपना हाई ब्रेक करके रिमूव कर दे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई तो बढ़िया रहेगा इन नेचुरल गैस। टी कैंडल का ध्यान रखना।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on the deadly plane crash in Washington, D.C. There are no survivors in that collision between American Eagle Flight 5342 and an Army Black Hawk helicopter near Reagan National Airport. Tom Inman with the National Transportation Safety Board says crews are still pulling victims from the Potomac River.
We're still in a recovery mode, first and foremost, to get the perishable evidence and specifically the bodies out. Once we get a little bit closer into that, we'll be able to better understand the dynamics of what may have happened upon impact.
Todd Inman with the NTSB says both black boxes from that American Eagle flight have now been recovered. Bloomberg's Danny Lee reports they are now in the lab for evaluation.
This will be crucial because they can potentially start to find out in the minutes before the lead up to and also the seconds before what were the conversations in the cockpit between the pilots, particularly with the air traffic control, which is under scrutiny, and also were there any warnings, particularly as this plane would have been traveling down in the dark, a very busy piece of airspace.
Bloomberg's Danny Lee reports the NTSB could put out a preliminary report within 30 days of the accident, but the agency says it won't speculate about possible causes.
Well, Nathan, President Trump says he does not know exactly what caused the crash, but he does say he has opinions. At a White House news conference, the president said diversity, equity, and inclusion programs may have played a role in the disaster.
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality.
And the president also says there may have been a pilot problem with the helicopter and that he did not necessarily know if it was the controller's fault. Later, President Trump signed an executive order for the FAA and the Transportation Department to review its hiring and safety decisions over the last 4 years under the Biden administration.
Meanwhile, Karen, President Trump is poised to impose 25% tariffs on $900 billion worth of goods from Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. The president spoke from the Oval Office.
Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories.
And America's love of guacamole is about to be put to the test. Mexico supplies upwards of 90% of the avocados Americans eat, and President Trump is likely to make them more expensive with his plans to slap 25% tariffs on Mexican imports beginning on Saturday. Prices for avocados are already up 14% from a year ago. More pressure is coming with the Super Bowl, which is by far the biggest day of the year for eating avocados in the U.S.
Well, Karen, some of President Trump's cabinet picks faced pressure on Capitol Hill. Tulsi Gabbard, the president's choice to be director of national intelligence, faced questions from the Senate Intelligence Committee, many centered on what critics see as her shifting positions on intelligence collection and statements sympathetic to Russia. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
Several lawmakers focused on Gabbard's support for NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden, who leaked classified documents, then fled to Russia, where he's now a citizen. Democratic Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado.
Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
As someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Gabbard's nomination is not certain, with many Republicans declining to declare their support, and Democrats criticizing her for appearing sympathetic toward authoritarians like Russia's Vladimir Putin and Syria's Bashar al-Assad. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Amy, thank you. Well, Kash Patel, President Trump's pick to lead the FBI, also had his confirmation hearing. Patel insisted that he did not have an enemies list. He also said he would not seek retribution against the president's adversaries or launch investigations for political reasons.
The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as the director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Patel sought on multiple occasions to reassure Democrats that his FBI would be independent from the White House. He would not acknowledge that Trump had lost the 2020 election, conceding only that Joe Biden was sworn in as president.
Let's turn to markets now, Karen. Futures are higher as we close out the trading week, thanks in part to tech earnings. Shares of Apple are up more than 3%. The iPhone maker gave a reassuring revenue forecast for the current quarter. That offset holiday results, which showed jarring declines in China and for the iPhone. Apple CEO Tim Cook spoke on the earnings call.
If you look at our Greater China revenue for the quarter, we were down 11% year over year. And over half of the decline that we experienced was driven by change in channel inventory.
Apple CEO Tim Cook says sales this quarter will grow by a percentage in the low to mid single digits.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The Cleveland Cavaliers beat Atlanta 137-115. The Cavs are now 39-9. Darius Garland and Eric Mobley just got chosen to be an All-Star reserve. Donovan Mitchell's a starter, so 3 Cavs are going to the All-Star game. The Lakers won 134-96 at Washington, who's now 6-41. The Capitals lost in overtime at Ottawa, but Alex Ovechkin with career goal number 876. He's getting closer to Wayne Gretzky's all-time record of 894. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are hell-bent on reversing our approach on fighting climate change.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet.
Really don't need to have a tomato in December. It's gonna taste like nothing anyway. Just don't do it.
What we've made here is inspired by shark skin. Yeah. It is much more simplified than actual shark skin.
Drilling industry has come up with some of the most creative job titles.
Yeah. Tell me more.
You could imagine tool pusher,
no,
driller, motorman, mudlogger.
It is serious stuff, but never doom and gloom. I am Akshat Rati. Listen to Zero every Thursday from Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcasts.
630 होने वाला है, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट पर ही, लास्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, इसका हाई ब्रेक हो जाता है तो एंट्री सीधा हो जाएगी इसमें। बाकी नेक्स्ट कैंडल नीचे ज़्यादा ना आ जाए। अब 630 की कैंडल है, ध्यान रखियो। किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है तो पुट द एसएल ऑन सिस्टम। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी एक एफईजी है, देखते हैं रुकता है नहीं। थोड़ा रिस्की ट्रेड था, अगर ये ऊपर निकल गया इस लेवल के ऊपर तो थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पे चला जाएगा प्राइस। बाकी अगर इसको बेरिश होना है तो ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक होना जरूरी है। अगर ये हायर हाई नहीं बनता है, मान लो यहीं से एफई से फिर बीच में कहीं से रिजेक्शन लेके वापस नीचे आता है, फिर सपोर्ट के ब्रेक होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे। 6260 इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट कह सकते हो। 630 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है। Okay guys, 6:30 हो चुका है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन नाउ. लेट्स सी कितना मूव करता है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन हो चुका है ओपन. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ओपन. ठीक है, निकलता है नेचुरल गैस ऊपर की ओर, तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड एक्टिवेट हो जाएगा. ऊपर निकलना चाहिए. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल का हाई ब्रेक होना जरूरी है. $100 पॉइंट रेंज है. ऊपर वाला रेजिस्टेंस भी ध्यान रखना. ये ऊपर वाला जो रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है, यहाँ से सेलिंग दे चुका है ऑलरेडी. तो अगर मान लो ये ऊपर नहीं ब्रेक करता है यहाँ पर ऊपर अपर लेवल पे, और यहीं से कहीं से सेलिंग आ जाती है वापस, और लोअर लो नहीं बनता है, मान लो यहाँ पर कोई एफईजी क्रिएट हो गया और ये लोअर लो नहीं बना पाया, फिर ये भी वीक हो जाएगा इस तरीके से. तो ये 100 पॉइंट की आप कह सकते हो ओवरऑल रेंज बना रखी है मार्केट ने, नीचे 6260 से लेकर 6370 के बीच में. PM का अपडेट है सिर्फ डायरेक्टली कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा. गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा डेफिनेटली. हाँ ठीक है.
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
You can listen to Money Stuff, the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. The investigation continues into the deadly crash between an American Eagle jet from Wichita and an Army helicopter near Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport. 64 people were killed on board Flight 5342. 3 soldiers died in the Black Hawk chopper. Investigators have recovered both black boxes from the regional jet. Bloomberg's Danny Lee reports the National Transportation Safety Board is analyzing them.
These will be very important things to analyze in the days and weeks and potentially months to come. So, yeah, that kind of evidence recovered, but still, many answers and obviously the recriminations from one of the worst air disasters to happen in the U.S. in decades, given it is such a very safe aviation system.
Bloomberg's Danny Lee says a preliminary report could come from the NTSB within 30 days. President Trump says he does not know exactly what caused the crash, but he says hiring practices within the federal government could have played a role. At a White House news conference, reporters pressed the president on why he's singling out diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I'm trying to figure out
how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
President Trump also said there may have been a pilot problem with the helicopter and conceded he did not know if it was the controller's fault. The president later signed an executive order for the FAA and Transportation Department to review hiring and safety changes under the Biden administration. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is poised to impose 25% tariffs on $900 billion worth of goods from Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. The president spoke from the Oval Office.
Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories.
And this will put Americans' love of guacamole to the test. Mexico supplies upwards of 90% of the avocados Americans eat. And President Trump is likely to make them more expensive with his plan to slap 25% tariffs on Mexican imports beginning on Saturday. We turn to the markets now. Futures are higher as we close out the trading week, and Apple is helping to lead the way. Those shares are up more than 4% this morning. The company gave a reassuring revenue forecast for the current quarter despite holiday results showing jarring declines for China and the iPhone. Angelo Zeno covers Apple at CFRA Research.
Again, the expectations going into the quarter was it was going to be a challenge. And the fact that they have been able to kind of navigate and still meet the numbers despite those issues, I think kind of helps maybe de-risk the stock, at least when you kind of look at the numbers this quarter.
CFRA Research Senior Equity Analyst Angelo Zeno. Apple said sales will grow by a percentage in the low to mid-single digits. Shares of Intel up 1%. The chipmaker reported better than projected fourth quarter revenue. It is worth noting it did not give a status update on its search for a new CEO. ExxonMobil beat earnings estimates as strong production growth cushioned the drop in oil prices and refining margins, easing investor concerns about an increase in capital spending. Chevron reported earnings below analyst estimates, but the oil giant is raising its dividend by 5%. And Walgreens Boots Alliance is suspending its quarterly dividend that it's paid for the past 92 years. It's a bid to conserve cash. Bloomberg News has learned U.S. officials are investigating whether Chinese AI startup DeepSeek circumvented U.S. restrictions on Nvidia chip sales by buying them through third parties in Singapore. DeepSeek's chatbot R1 has raised suspicions that it may have been built using Western technology. Bloomberg senior executive technology editor Tom Giles says authorities will have many questions.
Are these curbs that the U.S. is putting in place, are these limitations on NVIDIA chips, for example, are there ways that the Chinese are circumventing those, and can they use third parties in Singapore, for example, where we have seen a lot of, and we've been writing about a lot of Chinese companies, startups have been moving into Singapore. What the U.S. wants to know is, are they getting their hands on this stuff illegally?
And Bloomberg senior technology editor Tom Giles says an NVIDIA spokesperson told Bloomberg in a statement that the firm insists that partners comply with all applicable laws. Well, Fire Aid brought together artists from musical generations and genres to help raise money for Los Angeles area wildfire relief efforts. Nirvana reunited with an emotional tribute to Kurt Cobain and David Grohl's daughter Violet on vocals. Also appearing Billie Eilish, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Joni Mitchell, and more. Fire Aid aimed to raise money for victims in the devastated Pacific Palisades and Altadena neighborhoods. NASDAQ futures leading the way higher this morning, up 0.8%. S&P futures up 0.5%, and Dow futures up 0.33%. 10-year Treasury yield 4.52%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
There are two kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it.
Announcing the
Over the past decade, we've seen a more fragmented world. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
January 27th, 2025 may go down in history as DeepSeek Day.
DeepSeek shaking up global tech.
Nvidia losing nearly $600 billion in market cap today alone.
In a few hours, the company broke its own record for the biggest single-day loss of market value in history. A handful of other US chip stocks, many trading at 30 times earnings or more, plummeted as well. They dragged down the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100. Even as companies pared some losses later in the week, DeepSeek had sent a message.
US tech giants have really claimed supremacy in the AI race. DeepSeek is really making them question that narrative.
The release of DeepSeek AI.
Natural gas sell करेंगे support पे है natural gas. Chance availability that is on support. दो support एक साथ बने हुए थे, ऊपर वाला break कर चुका है, नीचे वाले support पर है फिलहाल के लिए. क्रूड में जिन लोगों ने बाय किया, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की कैंडल 5 मिनट है क्लोज होने में, ट्रेल कर लो एसएल. रेंज है ये भी इसकी, किसी एक साइड ब्रेक करता है तो अच्छा मूव करना चाहिए. नीचे 6262 के नीचे या फिर ऊपर 6368 के ऊपर. बाकी हाई ब्रेक कर चुका है, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल का. अब देखते हैं ऊपर जाता है या फिर एसलेट करता है. लास्ट सपोर्ट है, इसके नीचे और कोई सपोर्ट अभी फिलहाल बना नहीं है. इन्वेंट्री कल आ चुकी है ऑलरेडी. अब कौन सी इन्वेंट्री, आज कोई इन्वेंट्री नहीं है. के लिए पुल बैक ही नहीं आ रहा है. पुल बैक आता तब कहीं सेल करते. देयर इज नो पुल बैक इन नेचुरल गैस. बाकी इसके नीचे भी कुछ खास सपोर्ट दिख नहीं रहे अभी फिलहाल, बने ही नहीं है. या तो मार्केट कोई नई रेजिस्टेंस ही क्रिएट कर दे, वो भी नहीं कर रहा है. एक बना है वो काफी ऊपर है, वहां प्राइस पुल बैक ही नहीं जा रहा है. रेंज क्रूड ऑयल ब्रेक कर सकता है, देखते हैं. अभी यही 100 पॉइंट की रेंज है. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, नीचे सपोर्ट. वैसे कल ट्रम्प के टैरिफ लगने वाले हैं तो देखना पड़ेगा कि आज ही क्या पोजीशन बनती है. अभी तो फ्लैट है मार्केट भी. MCX देख लो, फॉरेक्स पे देखोगे तो लगभग 0.5% डाउन है, ज़्यादा नहीं. 0.34% डाउन ओनली. गैस में क्या लिखा हुआ है? ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनी थी ना सपोर्ट पे, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं करते. या तो कैंडल उसके ऊपर ब्रेक कर दे तब ले सकते हैं. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं करते हैं सपोर्ट पे, या ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं करते हैं रेजिस्टेंस पे. ठीक है. एफई से मैं रिकमेंड नहीं करता, सिर्फ सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस. नीचे अगर ब्रेक हो गया, देखो अगर नीचे ब्रेक हुआ तो अच्छा है. 6260 के नीचे, फिर नीचे एक सपोर्ट है नेक्स्ट मेजर 6150 और 6070-80 के अराउंड. ऊपर भी अगर ब्रेकआउट है 6370 तो एक रेजिस्टेंस 6420-25 एंड देन 6530-540 in 15 minutes. 7 PM गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए ध्यान रखना डेटा है कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का और एम्प्लॉयमेंट कॉस्ट का ये कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स वाला डेटा थोड़ा ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है इसका थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट क्रूड पे भी हो सकता है और हैं सिर्फ डेटा में गोल्ड और सिल्वर मेनली इम्पैक्टफुल है
Chip curbs sort of came into play. He started sort of hoarding these Nvidia older chips, older graphics processing units.
It's not the first time a Chinese company managed to innovate underneath US-led sanctions, though.
About a year ago, Huawei stunned the tech industry by unveiling a phone that was powered by semiconductors that were more advanced than US officials previously thought possible, especially after they had instituted export controls. This DeepSeek release and this huge reaction that it sparked could raise alarm bells in Washington in a similar way.
There are a lot of people now in Silicon Valley trying to decipher how exactly DeepSeek was able to build this model, whether it used technology from other companies, and whether it used more chips than it's let on.
DeepSeek hasn't commented on industry speculation, but Microsoft launched an investigation to find out if it's accurate.
I don't think there's a clear answer to that yet, but I do think they have shown, in the research that DeepSeek has published, that they have been able to, come up with their own innovations here, and they have been able to really be efficient with the technology that they do have.
DeepSeek's focus on efficiency rather than funding meant it could engineer itself into a competitive position, even if it was standing on the shoulders of giants. And despite the risk its achievements are thought by investors to pose, President Trump and American tech bosses have been pretty complimentary of the Chinese startup.
Competition is great for the U.S. and DeepSeek is competition, no doubt about it. I'm hearing all of the tech titans speak of it glowingly.
To see the DeepSeek new model, it's super impressive.
This is a bit of a wake-up call for the AI industry.
I think that the U.S. has spent a long time sort of underestimating China. China's tech sector is actually very capable of innovating and creating these very powerful and very advanced products. And I think that Silicon Valley's, presumed lead that they have over China, I don't think they should take that for granted.
The president really reaching out and calling for OPEC to lower oil prices. Will they oblige?
Well, they're planning on increasing output in April of this year. And I think we have to put that increase in the context of sanctions and potential tariffs in Canada. And that's what the market's focused on in the very near term. Sanctions have already taken out anywhere from 1 million to 1.5 million barrels per day of Iranian and Russian crude. It's probably there's some redirection going on, but you're losing oil. You can see it in the time spreads on the oil market. And then the big question is Canadian tariffs. I don't think they can do it because it would be so explosive to, as you point out, supply chains in the U.S. and gasoline in particular. But between all of those events, more than enough room for OPEC to bring on that supply come April.
Yeah, so Jeff, again, there were many questions on whether, the new sanctions on Russia really affected supplies. You say yes, undoubtedly.
Yeah, I mean, let's say like the banks are saying 1 million barrels per day on Russia, the trade houses are saying 250.
Fine.
I'm giving you 500. By the bottom line, these ships are not going into those ports in India and China. Where they're going and where they're sitting, I don't want to get in that debate. Yep. The bottom line is you're not, but more importantly, by the time you get to 2Q, you have deficits in this market. And you get counter, in 2Q, you have counter seasonal deficits. There's room for those barrels.
Does Donald Trump have a figure of what he wants oil to be?
If you go back to the last time he showed his hand on that was 2018 in a tweet of $75 a barrel. Clearly he may think it's,
He read the Courier report.
Yeah. But I think the key issue is, can he do a lot about it? Just like, it got out of control in 18 and went up to nearly $90 a barrel. And when we think about the current environment, he says he wants drill, baby, drill. Regulation is not a constraint on U.S. production. Capital budgets are there. And, the CEOs in U.S. oil companies said, hey, we're not going to change our policy right now. And I think the key issue is you look at U.S. production, it's slowing down. The growth is just not there.
But why? This is because of demand or just the price? I mean,
price and
the price.
It's becoming the geology on the oil versus gas. You're getting more gas, more liquids than you are oil anymore. So the ability to grow oil. I like to point out, you're at 13 million barrels per day at the eve of COVID. You're at 13.2. Yeah, you went down to like 10 and 5 and back up, but you're not much higher than where you were in 2019, which shows you it's difficult to grow.
I find it incredible, and you reminded me, we have this, I see you more than once a year, but this is like our annual January catch-up, and it's incredible, like the price of oil is basically range-bound, right? It goes up and down, but broadly, it hasn't changed that much. Is this year going to be any different?
It's over 30 months now it's been that way. That's really, and actually there's only one other period it's been this long. It was late 2012 to mid-2014. We were at, I remember one piece I wrote, we just finished the year at $110.23 and started at $110.24. It's kind of the same. We're at 80, and change basically right now. What was the setup then versus the setup now? Exact same. The difference is China was America, America was China. In 2012, 2013, you had a very weak Europe, an anemic U.S., and a robust China. We have a very weak Europe, an anemic China, and a very robust U.S. You can't get out of that trap. We went out of the trap to the downside because of a supply event. By the way, the one commodity that did move over that time period, gold went down. What happened over that time, last 2 years, gold has gone up. It's up $1,000 an ounce.
That's diversification,
Diversification.
Isn't it?
And I think the other thing, too, about this, it'll be a supply event that gets us out of it. The supply event, I'd argue, is teeing up the other direction for less supply, not more supply.
Okay, so what happens in April when basically OPEC, restarts production? Does the price of oil move, or are there going to be different factions?
I would tend to think the oil's going to move sooner rather than later on that. The bottom line, these markets are getting tight. The time spreads on oil are telling you are very tight right now. Inventories right now are record low everywhere in the world. I've been doing this a long time. I've not seen inventories this low. A lot of it's destocking because you don't want to hold the inventory with high cost of capital, but there's also the fact that the supply is not readily available. The backwardation on Brent right now is an indication we are short oil. And when we go into late 1Q, we get back, we get into late Feb, March, demand starts to pick back up again, and the seasonality could start to put a lot of pressure on the system. So I would tend to think we move sooner rather than later.
But Jeff, have financial investors permanently lost interest in oil?
Well, I go back. The answer to that, right now, it's going to take a huge hurdle to get them back.
Right.
And I think part of it is it's a very volatile market. Even though you're pointed, we stayed flat over that time period. It was like an EKG over that time period. 92, high 60s.
People are hiding under their desks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I don't even want to comment on the price right now. I'd rather do other things. But the reality is that discourages the investment, and then that discourages investment in the ground. It just compounds the problem and makes it worse as we look out further. But I think that's a really key point, is the investors are absent. And so any move has to be, you have to drive over the pothole for it to move. And are we going to drive over the pothole before OPEC raises production in April? Also by the time they raise production and the market starts to rebalance, it's going to take time. It's like turning a super tanker. You just don't immediately go there.
There's been so much excitement about DeepSeek and what it means, of course, for tech AI. How does this play out in the energy markets?
I think the key point here, we haven't seen the AI demand for energy yet. All we have seen is the data center demand driven by crypto and by cloud computing. So that's yet to come. And I was joking. In fact, 2 years ago, we'd be on here talking about, complaining about the crypto demand, creating a carbon footprint for no productive reasons. Bottom line, when people talk about data center demand, they're talking about crypto miners right now, particularly given current prices. So when we think about the impact AI is going to have, particularly on data center demand, that's something that's still yet to come.
But Jack, can you give us a size and scope of how much more energy we need? Because the number of data sensors that we're talking about and energy consumption is huge, and I just don't know how we'll deal with it.
Okay, let's put power demand in perspective relative to the rest of the energy. Power is about 20% of global energy. So it's not, that big to begin with. Yeah. And then we take the growth in AI in the U.S. We're talking about 5% growth. Overall, power demand in the U.S. is running around 1.7. And so you hear these numbers, it's going to be the size of Japan. It's already the size of Italy. This digitalization, not data centers, I just call it digitalization. This has been going on for 20 years. It's a straight line going up, and it's going to be a straight line continuing to going up, and it's going to all you need is 2 to 3% growth in power demand in Europe and the U.S., and you got a problem. Because we have not been investing in the grid. Yeah. So we've seen a lot of investment in things like renewables, where you've displaced old power generation sources, but the overall grid and the ability to grow, it's not there. So even 2 to 3% type of growth in power demand is enough to start to create serious problems.
But so we have a problem.
Yes, we definitely have a problem.
Is there a way where you don't foresee us having a problem? If
no,
it's nuclear, or is there some kind of adoption?
When I think about the 3 key things you want to watch in commodity markets in 2025, fragility of supply chains is right up the top, followed by low inventories, and then followed by the dollar. So those are the 3 things. But the fragility of the supply chains, and I want to go over the Dunkelflaute in Germany this last winter, which means no wind, no sun, and really cold out. Power prices went to €1,000 a megawatt hour because you couldn't deliver. And the thing we've learned about with renewables, it's turned the supply curve upside down. You can deliver them when you can produce them. You can't deliver them when you need them. And the market couldn't deliver the power. And also, we don't have a grid that's capable of meeting that excess demand. So supply chain fragility, not just in oil, or in power and gas. You see it in oil and refining and the rest of the energy supply chain. And I don't think that's changing.
But Jeff, and you've talked on the show before about, of course, the fact that copper is also needed to build some of the renewables. Now we have a rollback from the U.S. on renewables. So is this the perfect storm? And again, how should heads of state think about this?
Changing those regulatory and the mandates around this is not going to have an impact globally. Energy transition has been with us for 50 years. The late President Carter was the first one to use the term in the 70s. Nixon implemented the energy transition in 1973 with his Project Independence. And so here's the irony of it. We saw energy transition was driven by the fear of running out of oil up until around 2015 with the big shale boom. Then around 2015 with the Paris Agreement, it turned into the fear of too much oil. And so we went from peak supply, or peak oil meaning peak supply, to peak oil meaning peak demand. Now let's compare the energy transition pace under the energy security or national security. It was 0.5% per year. It beat the net zero 2050 goals. So if we move energy transition to being driven by energy security and national concerns like it was in the 70s, with nuclear, it's probably going to go faster under that case than it did under the net zero 2050. So again, I think the key point here, this is not new. It's been with us, and it's just going to change the motivation. I guess the energy transition is in its own transition, but it's not going away.
I mean, in Europe, it feels so slow. Mm-hmm. Is Europe at a natural disadvantage compared to the U.S.?
Actually, Europe has just been charging ahead. Going back to the 70s, the French led the way in nuclear power back in the 70s under the Master Plan. That's not changing as in this current environment, because what is the focus? Europe's going to take a while, but in places like the U.S. and the installation of nuclear power in places like China is just off the charts. So, I would say the motivation is going to change. but the direction of travel, it's the same. And we've been on that highway for 50 years, and I don't see it changing.
Jeff, you wrote this great newsletter. Actually, what does this all mean for investors? How is it actionable?
We want to be long real assets, whether they're in the illiquid private markets, things like natural resources, infrastructure, real estate, but liquid alts like managed futures. These are all assets that have been out of favor for 20 years, and I think you can capture it in what's happening with the equity bond correlation. It's flipped on its head. By the way, when those commodities started behaving weirdly in late 22, is when that correlation flipped. The investors left. Why did the investors leave? Cost of capital went up, and they couldn't employ the leverage anymore. They're out of there. And you think about, remember the old world of risk on, risk off? That was because at 0% interest rates, you didn't care if it's bonds or equities. You just had liquidity. The question is, how much leverage were you going to apply? And you went into everything at the same time. Now with higher interest rates, you have choices. And what I'm arguing, the choice is going to favor these real assets when we start to feel the pressures of, the underinvestment.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m. in Hong Kong, 10 a.m. over in Tokyo. Markets in Greater China are shut for the Lunar New Year, but as you can see, we're still here. You're watching the China Show. I'm David Ingles with Rebecca Chung-Wilkins.
Our top stories today. Markets brace for Trump's tariffs, with the president saying Canada and Mexico will be hit on Saturday, and China is still in his sights. Meanwhile, Nvidia supplier SK Hynix slumping on concerns about China's AI advances.
And speaking of AI, U.S. officials are said to be investigating whether DeepSeek got around U.S. curbs on Nvidia chip sales by buying them through third parties in Singapore.
Also ahead, Samsung's semiconductor unit posts disappointing profits as it struggles to catch up in the AI chip market.
Plus, Apple is jumping in after-hours trade. That's after quarterly revenue setting a record, but China's sales are even weaker than initially feared. Good morning, and yeah, we're here quite immediately. Happy Friday. A trading session ahead of the weekend. First show, by the way, and welcome, and thanks for joining us. First show of the year of the snake. A couple of markets, as you can see, bottom of your screens are still shut. That said, there's still a proxy for China. 0.4% is a contract over in Singapore. The move we're seeing in Nasdaq futures down to what we're seeing in the after-hours trade from the likes of Meta, for example. We talked about Apple. We'll get to that certainly in a moment. One market that is reopening today that really has a lot of the major market themes playing through this market is South Korea. As you can see, we're reopening after being shut for about a week. There's the tariff and the won story. There's an earnings story with Samsung. There's the global chip sell-off expressed, as you can see in the likes of SK Hynix. We'll get to all of these in just a moment here. There's also the Nvidia story and Samsung getting
इस डेटा आ चुका है 7 PM का डेटा देखोगे कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स और एम्प्लॉयमेंट कॉस्ट का जो डेटा था बोथ आर न्यूट्रल कह सकते हो फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर इतना कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा 0.25% एक्सपेक्टेड था उतना ही आया है और 0.9 एम्प्लॉयमेंट कॉस्ट का था उतना ही आया तो न्यूट्रल है डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए 7 PM का अब सीधा आपका PM यूएस मार्केट और 8:15 पर फिर एक दूसरा एक और डेटा है इन क्रूड ऑयल गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर के लिए ठीक है ये बाकी इसको हट रिमूव कर देते हैं इस एफईजी की जरूरत नहीं है बाकी रिस्की ट्रेड जिन लोगों ने लिया था उनका हो चुका है टारगेट दे कैन बुक द प्रॉफिट नाउ नेचुरल गैस भी अटक गया है ना तो एसलेट कर रहा है ना ऊपर जा रहा है लेट्स सी क्या करता है 8 PM पर भी कुछ नहीं किया तो फिर यूएस मार्केट का ही वेट करेंगे ठीक है इस रिस्की ट्रेड से निकल जाना चाह रहे हो निकल जाओ मार्केट मुझे अभी भी रेंज बाउंड ही लग रहा है 6370 से लेकर 6260 के आसपास इस 100 पॉइंट की 110 पॉइंट की रेंज है किसी एक साइड के एसएल जाने जरूरी है तभी मार्केट रेंज ब्रेक करेगा ऊपर नीचे सपोर्ट देखोगे तो एक बार यहाँ सपोर्ट लिया है ये हाई बनाया है नीचे आया है फिर ये हाई बना रहा है अगर हायर हाई नहीं बनता है इसमें मान लो लोअर हाई क्रिएट हो जाता है तो फिर ये सपोर्ट ही वीक हो जाएगा नीचे के तो वीक हैं ही साथ दोनों के दोनों जो मर्ज किए थे कल सिमिलरली ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस का भी वही हाल है ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे देखोगे तो यहाँ से एक सेलिंग आई थी ये कल वाली ये इसका लो है पहला अगर मान लो यहाँ से सेलिंग फिर से जनरेट होती है और मार्केट लोअर लो नहीं फॉर्म कर पाता है यहाँ पे कर दिया तो फिर तो बढ़िया है फिर तो ये रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है बट अगर लोअर लो फॉर्म नहीं कर पाया हम उस कंडीशन को ले रहे हैं रेंज कब ब्रेक हो सकती है मान लो ये थोड़ा बहुत गया नीचे एक एफईजी पे रुक गया और फिर प्राइस अगर इसे मूव करके निकलता है अपसाइड पे तो फिर अपसाइड जाने के चांसेस भी रहेंगे बट देखते हैं अब किसी ना किसी साइड के एक एसएल तो जरूर जाएगा तभी मूव करेगा मार्केट नीचे अभी भी होल्ड किया हुआ है या तो हायर हाई यहाँ बने या फिर लोअर लो इसके नीचे बने कहीं यहाँ से एक वापस सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हो क्रूड में ऑयल फ्यूचर मार्क टाइम एज टैरिफ डिसीजन लूम्स कल का डे इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा टैरिफ वाला क्या मैक्सिको पर और कनाडा पे 25% टैरिफ लगते हैं या फिर नहीं लगते हैं ध्यान रखना नीचे अब बाय मत करना सपोर्ट पे इस वाले पे भी नहीं नीचे के तो हम वैसे भी बाय नहीं करने वाले थे यहाँ पर और ये दो सपोर्ट जोन है एक्चुअली मिक्स किए हुए दोनों के दोनों कल वाले एक यहाँ पर है एक ये है और एक ये भी है अभी जो बाइंग हुई है सबसे ऊपर वाले से हुई है या तो ये प्राइस एक्शन है या फिर अब ये प्राइस एक्शन है दोनों साइड है गोल्ड और सिल्वर कहाँ से सेल कर सकते हैं दोनों ही गोल्ड तो अपने ऑल टाइम हाई के आसपास चल रहा है उसमें रेजिस्टेंस कुछ है नहीं देयर इज नो लेवल इन गोल्ड सेलिंग के लिए मेरे साइड से या तो पिवट का यूज़ कर लो पिवट पॉइंट का एक इंडिकेटर आता है पिवट पॉइंट करके या फिर स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम यूज़ कर लो 15 मिनट में कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं बना है ठीक है यहाँ पर एक पिवट पॉइंट के अकॉर्डिंग रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है 2810 और 2823 लेवल्स कुछ नहीं है ऑल टाइम हाई पे या तो पिवट का यूज़ कर सकते हैं या फिर स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम 15 मिनट में देयर इज नो रेजिस्टेंस नीचे सपोर्ट जरूर है 2780 एक सपोर्ट है और एक रीटेस्ट है 2768, वहाँ प्राइस आ नहीं रहा, so there is no resistance level in gold and silver from my side. बोले सा मोमेंटम जितना कैप्चर कर सकते हो बाइंग साइड पे, डेटा न्यूट्रल है, 7 PM का दोनों डेटा न्यूट्रल है. गोल्ड और सिल्वर का व्यू ओवरऑल बुलिश ही चल रहा है. सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं. नेचुरल गैस देखो ऑलमोस्ट एसल हिट करने ही जाने वाला है, देखना पड़ेगा कहीं थोड़ा सा एसल हिट करके ऊपर ना निकले. इसमें मेरे साइड से सेलिंग का कोई प्लान नहीं है. आई एम स्टिल एक्सपेक्टिंग सम बाइंग, थोड़ा पुल बैक प्राइस का आना चाहिए. तो डेटा तो न्यूट्रल ही था, अब थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी हो जरूर रही है 7 PM वाले में, बट डेटा इज न्यूट्रल. 7 PM का डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए न्यूट्रल ही है. ये डेटा जा चुका है सिल्वर का, ओवरऑल देखोगे तो बाकी नीचे 15 में टाइम फ्रेम पे ओवरऑल व्यू तो बुलिश ही है. खैर दोनों ही, गोल्ड का भी और सिल्वर का भी. लेट्स सी कोई रेजिस्टेंस है तो यहाँ पर ठीक है. इसमें देखो एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो. $32 के अराउंड. ठीक है, ऊपर एक $32 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस का प्लान कर सकते हो. वहीं पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है. बाकी यहाँ पर भी रुक रहा है. लेट्स सी कोई रेजिस्टेंस है या फिर एफईजी पर रुक रहा है प्राइस. ओह या बाकी देखो जो है हाई बनाया है आज का और कल का भी ये हाई था, ये भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है. दिस इज ऑल्सो रेजिस्टेंस, बट यहाँ पर अब लोअर लो नहीं बन रहा है. प्रॉब्लम यही है. पहली बार आया था, एक लो बनाया था, दूसरी बार आया लोअर लो बनाया, थर्ड टाइम आया स्टिल इसलिए रुक रहा है बिकॉज एक लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पे था। थोड़े बहुत सेलर अभी भी बचे हुए हैं। तो आई विल सजेस्ट, अगर आपको थोड़ा सा प्रॉपर रेजिस्टेंस चाहिए तो ऊपर यहाँ पर ट्राई कर सकते हो $32 के अराउंड। ये रेजिस्टेंस मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, अब लोअर लो बन नहीं रहे। यहाँ पर सेलिंग थोड़ी सी रिस्की मान के चलना, क्वांटिटी रखना चाह रहे हो तो कम रखो। बाकी अगर ब्रेकआउट हो गया 31.80 के ऊपर तो एक ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट में जरूर प्लान कर सकते हो। यहाँ पर अगर सेल करोगे क्वांटिटी कम ही रखियो। नीचे एक बार सपोर्ट भी देख लेते हैं, ये पहली बार नहीं आ रहा है, रेजिस्टेंस पे ध्यान रखना। ठीक है, यहाँ पर आया था एक कल ही आया था, यहाँ से सेलिंग आई थी, फिर वापस आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग आया था, वापस एक सेलिंग आई। ये थर्ड टाइम आ रहा है। एक ही चीज़ बचाई हुआ है इसको कि यहाँ पर एक लोअर लो बटा हुआ है, इसलिए प्राइस पिछले 3-4 घंटे से साइडवेज पड़ा हुआ है। यहाँ पर 15 मिनट की कैंडल है तो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 ढाई घंटे कह सकते हो, ढाई घंटे से इसी लेवल पे साइडवेज है। बाकी एक बार और देख लेते हैं नीचे सपोर्ट कहाँ मिल सकता है प्राइस को, एक प्राइस फॉल फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर लेवल। ओके, ये लास्ट कैंडल तभी रुक रही है। नीचे देखो मार्केट के पास एक एफईजी है जहाँ पर अभी एक करंट कैंडल लास्ट वाली 15 मिनट की रुकी है। हाई है आपका 31.61 31.61 31.6100। अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होगा 8 PM पे, उस पर भी ध्यान रखना, वहाँ पर थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी और बढ़ सकती है। सिल्वर और गोल्ड की बात कर रहा हूँ। सपोर्ट देखो, सपोर्ट नीचे ही है आपका सिल्वर में, ये $31 के अराउंड, 31 से लेकर 30.90 बीच में। बट एफईजी भी है तो वहाँ पर भी रुकेगा, ऐसा नहीं है कि डायरेक्टली गिरता ही चला जाएगा। बीच में एक एफईजी बना हुआ है जहाँ पर प्राइस ने अभी रिसेंटली सपोर्ट लिया है, तो वो एफईजी एक्ट लाइक एज अ फर्स्ट सपोर्ट एरिया। और भी है बीच में एफईजी, बट मेजर लेवल यही बने हुए हैं। ठीक है, ये बीच में एक एफईजी जोन है। 8 PM की कैंडल का ध्यान रखना। यूएस मार्केट 8 बजे ओपन होगा। Favors inflation cause post-trade muted advance in December.
We'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. Number one is the people that have poured into our country so horribly and so much. Number two are the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else that have come into the country. And number three are the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
You can listen to Money Stuff, the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you want it with Bloomberg News.
कोई वॉर भी नहीं है फिर भी हाई टू हाई जा रहा है गोल्ड क्या रीजन हो सकता है गोल्ड का बताया था गोल्ड का जो मेनली अपसाइड जाने का रीजन है वो परसों जो आपका जीडीपी का डेटा आया था कल आया था परसों आया था यूएस जीडीपी का डेटा वो एक ट्रिगर पॉइंट था एंड उसी दिन अर्ली मॉर्निंग फेड का डिसीजन भी आया था तो सो बोथ ट्रिगर बोथ आर द ट्रिगर पॉइंट जीडीपी का जो डेटा आया था यूएस का एक्सपेक्टेशन से कम आ गया था कम आया था इन द सेंस ऑफ लोग सोच रहे हैं कि इतना यूएस ग्रो नहीं करेगा उस स्पीड से तो लोग क्या करते हैं सेफ हेवन में फिर स्पेंड लगाना पैसा लगाना थोड़ा सा पसंद करते हैं तो इक्विटी मार्केट से पैसा लगा के गोल्ड और सिल्वर में जो सेफ हेवन है वहाँ पर लगाया जा रहा है तो दैट इज़ अ ट्रिगर पॉइंट एक्सपेक्टेड ये था कि अगर वॉर वगैरह रुक जाती है तो प्राइस को थोड़ा कूल डाउन होना चाहिए दैट इज़ ऑल्सो पॉइंट अगर ऐसे यूक्रेन वॉर रुक जाती है वो ऐसा भी कुछ उसमें कुछ डेवलपमेंट हो नहीं रही है एंड जो ट्रिगर पॉइंट था ऊपर जाने का बुलिश होने का दैट इज़ यूएस जीडीपी डेटा यूएस जीडीपी डेटा इज़ नॉट एज पर द एक्सपेक्टेशन सो उस वजह से फ़िलहाल के लिए अगर देखोगे प्राइस फॉलिंग नॉट फॉलिंग अपोजिट जा रहा है कंप्लीटली बुलिश होता हुआ लोग ज़्यादा पैसा सेफ हेवन में डाल रहे हैं मतलब लोगों को लगता है लग जाता है कि इकोनॉमी इतना अच्छा ग्रो नहीं करेगी तो पैसा नॉर्मली सेफ हेवन में ही जाता है फिर आप यूएस की बॉन्ड यूज देख लो पिछले 10 साल की अभी जो लास्ट डेटा आया था उससे आपको एक आइडिया आ जाएगा और क्या चल रहा है सिचुएशन कैसी है लास्ट वाले ट्रेड में ऐसा जा चुका है ठीक है नेचुरल गैस स्टिल आई एम पॉजिटिव इन नेचुरल गैस पुल बैक ही आना चाहिए विदाउट पुल बैक गिरता आ रहा है प्राइस भी सेलिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दे रहा है। आधा घंटा और बचा हुआ है न्यूज़ में, ध्यान रखना यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में, सॉरी 30 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। Oil, as Trump promises 25% tariff leaves on imports from Canada and Mexico to start from this Saturday. कैंडल तो क्लोज नहीं हुई है डेफिनेटली।
doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Donald Trump promises to follow through with 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico tomorrow. The loonie and Mexican peso steady after falling on the president's remarks. Bloomberg learns the US is investigating whether DeepSeek bought Nvidia chips through third parties in Singapore to avoid export restrictions. Plus, investigators recover the black boxes from the American Airlines regional jet that crashed mid-air with a military helicopter, killing everyone on board. Earnings lines crossing from Swiss pharmaceutical company Novartis. Fourth quarter core earnings per share EPS coming in as a beat above the estimates $1.98 versus the estimates of $1.82. So it's a beat in terms of core EPS coming through from Novartis. The company expects sales to grow mid to high single digit. We know that on the call, the scrutiny will be what they say around their key blockbuster drug for the US market and the impact potentially of generics taking some market share there. So that's Novartis. Top line, it's a beat in terms of core EPS for that Swiss drug maker. A stock to watch at the open, 8 a.m. UK time. Let's get to the market impact then. Tariffs again in focus. Trump saying they will be coming for both Mexico and Canada, potentially as much as 25%, potentially within the next 24 hours. So we watched the impact of that. Yes, you saw the drop in the CAD. You saw the drop in the Mexican peso. As we said in the headlines, some of those losses have been paired. The read across in terms of what this means for global trade will be being assessed, of course, by these markets. European futures currently pointing a little softer, but after another record yesterday, another record high for European stocks. Part of that was the earnings story. And again, we get more earnings through this hour. FTSE 100 futures currently pointing to modest gains of 0.1%. S&P futures stateside after some gains of around between 0.4 and 0.5 yesterday, currently pointing higher by 0.2%. Nasdaq 100 futures looking to add 109 points, currently up 0.5%. The earnings coming through from Apple and particularly the guidance on the current quarter, reassuring markets, and Apple gaining on the back of that, as are some of their Asian suppliers. Let's flip the board and look cross-asset then, and we'll see how the yield story reacts to what's happening on these tariff threats. 454 right now. Yields are up close to 3 basis points on the 10-year, 454 on the 10-year. And again, we'll see how that readjusts. The ECB, of course, as expected, cutting rates yesterday to 2.75. Will the European Central Bank have to go further? We have more data across the macroeconomy of the Eurozone today. 103 on euro dollar. The story really is, though, on dollar strength. The Bloomberg Dollar Index, the last time I checked, was up 0.2%. Brent at $77 a barrel, currently up 0.5, lifted again by the tariff threat. Canada and Mexico both, of course, supply oil into the US markets. Gold currently trading flat and close to record highs, lifted by those tariff threats, $2,795 per troy ounce. Let's get the details then on what could be being imposed on both Mexico and Canada in the next 24 hours or so. US President Donald Trump says he will follow through with 25% levies on both Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. It is a move that could lead to a trade war with the two biggest buyers of US goods and is part of the president's efforts to reshape supply chains and shrink trade deficits. Trump also has his sights on China, but is considering an exemption.
Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber.
As I mentioned, oil is rising as President Trump reiterated his tariff plans, currently up 0.5% on Brent, although crude flows may be exempted from the levies. We don't have certainty on that question yet. Bloomberg MLive strategist Mark Cranfield joins us now for the market reaction to this story. Mark, not a huge surprise that tariffs are coming in some form. The determination, though, clearly from President Trump to actually enact tariffs after a lot of back and forth, a lot of question marks. Talk us through the market impact that we've seen so far.
Well, certainly traders are taking no chances here in Asia, and one of the main moves today has been the dollar against the yuan. So even though most of the focus is on what may happen to Mexico and Canada, it's actually the yuan which has weakened substantially during the Asian trade today. It's the offshore yuan. The Chinese onshore markets are closed, but there's still plenty of liquidity going through in there. And the Korean won is also quite a bit weaker as well. So clearly people are concerned that if tariffs do get going, it won't just be one or two countries, it's going to be quite a few, and eventually it will come round to China's turn as well. So you're seeing quite a bit of defensive action in there. Generally, the US dollar is pretty firm anyway. Also, dollar yen is quite a bit higher this afternoon as well. So traders are certainly going into the weekend with expectations that something is going to happen. Exactly how big the tariffs might be, of course, seems to be debated up to the last moment. The Wall Street Journal have a story saying that the negotiations are likely to go on to the 11th hour and people will be trying to find a way out of it. So that's also in the play. However, Mr. Trump has said that he expects to say something at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, which is pretty tricky for US traders because normally by that time of day on a Friday, most US foreign exchange traders especially are heading for the door because by then European markets are closed, liquidity is drying up very quickly, and equity markets are coming towards the end of their week as well. Should he deliver something that would affect foreign exchange markets at that time, it could be very volatile at the end of a Friday when there's nobody around to trade it. So whether it comes then or he delays it a bit, Monday morning in Asia is likely to be very lively indeed.
Okay, yeah, traders may not be heading to the bar quite as quickly as they might do otherwise on a Friday as they stick to their desks. Mark, what does the Fed talked about Trump policy in terms of how they're weighing this up and the uncertainty there. Do you think it changes? Do you think if he comes through, we come through on Monday, the tariffs are there, does it change the calculus in terms of how we expect the Fed to react? Do markets start pricing in a less dovish Fed?
It certainly will be part of the case. To some extent, the markets have already backed up quite a way as far as the Fed dynamics are concerned. If you look at the pricing in the market, we're looking at less than 2 interest rate cuts for the rest of this year from the Federal Reserve, which is quite a way down from where we were. And I don't think the conviction is particularly high anyway, particularly after Jerome Powell was pretty neutral this week. And he said that the inflation target isn't going to shift from 2%. So it won't take much for people to dial that back a little bit further as well. Of course, the Fed is not just looking at one side of the equation. They do want to see what extent of tariffs there are, and if there's going to be tax cuts within the US as well. They will also want to see the response from foreign countries as well, because if there is a hard response from certain people, if tariffs are put in one place and there's a hard response on the other side, that will definitely affect the Fed's outlook for global trade, which could filter back in towards what happens on the domestic side as well. There are many moving parts to the equation. The Fed has a lot of things to digest. In those situations, central banks usually like to take their time, and it gives them more incentive for not changing policy. So if anything, all of these things going on make the Fed more reason to stay on hold for longer.
OK, Bloomberg's MLive strategist Mark Cranfield on the central bank and market reaction to the prospect of 25% tariffs. Yields up 2 basis points on the benchmark 10-year, and the Bloomberg dollar index up 0.2%. Hold on to your hats come Monday then, particularly for Asian traders. Mark, thank you. Now, Bloomberg has learned, meanwhile, that US officials are investigating whether Chinese AI startup DeepSeek got around American export controls to buy advanced Nvidia chips, possibly through third parties in Singapore. Let's get more now with Matt Bloxham from our Bloomberg intelligence team. Matt, what do we know at this point?
Yeah, not that much, but we do know that Singapore accounts for about 20% of Nvidia's sales. It's essentially a hub from which kind of customers
Singapore accounts for 20% of Nvidia's sales.
Yeah, and Nvidia says that it's a build to, not a ship to location. So you have a lot of kind of holding companies that buy through Singapore and then send them on to other countries. Where they go, nobody knows. But I think it's not a massive surprise that China has potentially been getting access to the most advanced chips, and no sanctions are completely watertight. And it does raise concerns about how do you continue to kind of put a brake on China getting access to this advanced technology and maintaining that leadership. There have been stories about whole data centers being built in third countries and then being dismantled and shipped to China. So I think within the technology industry, it's kind of common knowledge almost that these things happen. I think it's been common knowledge to the US for a while too, and they've been monitoring the situation. But obviously there's a lot of concern, given the significance of what DeepSeek's done, that they have enough safeguards in place. And I guess Nvidia must be a little bit worried that how much will the probe will focus on them and whether they were doing everything they should have been doing. And if there's a precedent here, if you look at Ericsson, went through a number of years of great difficulty with the US about bribery and corruption in some of its operations around the world, including Iraq. They suffered fines and they're still under a DOJ investigation. So there could be follow-on implications for Nvidia. We'll just have to see how this plays out.
Okay, yeah, an Nvidia statement, of course, coming out earlier this week, suggesting that their assessment was that the chips that were being used by DeepSeek were compliant. But again, we'll see what this investigation leads to. Talking of AI, staying on the subject of AI, there's a big question mark, of course, about AI and to what extent Apple is making use of that. Apple giving a reassuring revenue forecast for the current quarter, helping boost shares after its holiday results showed jarring declines for China and the iPhone. Here's Apple CEO Tim Cook during the earnings call.
If you look at our Greater China revenue for the quarter, we were down 11% year over year. And over half of the decline that we experienced was driven by change in channel inventory.
So that's Apple CEO Tim Cook talking about that drop in the Chinese market. What else stood out to you? Was that the flagship downside number for Apple? What else were you latching onto from these earnings?
Yeah, China was definitely. I mean, people were expecting China to be weak, but it was 14% below consensus expectations, so it really was a big miss. But luckily for an iPhone was 2 to 3% light. Luckily for Apple, both the Mac and the iPad were really strong. So in aggregate, the results were pretty much in line with expectations. I think for me, the kind of concern is that China's probably not going to get better for them because they don't have the capability to sell the AI products into China. They're struggling to find a partner for that. Maybe China will continue to block them. So, given that all the technology evolution we're seeing, including DeepSeek, is the Apple iPhone offering in China going to become weaker and weaker? I think on the optimistic side, there's a two-phase iPhone refresh coming up this year. You've got the cheap SE phone for a refresh in the next couple of months. That could be really important for the India market, which they see as a big opportunity. And then you've got a kind of more premium refresh later in the year, perhaps in autumn, with a much thinner iPhone. So I think expectations are you've got a much more substantial iPhone refresh this year, and they will continue to roll out better AI features through this year. So, they're a huge company. They know what they need to do, and I think people are still confident that they will. Playing the slow game is the right strategy for them because they've got such brand strength and loyalty with their customer base.
And they've wanted to make sure they get that AI proposition right, haven't they, for their users. Matt Bloxham, thank you very much indeed from Bloomberg Intelligence, breaking down those AI or Apple earnings with that AI component, of course, but also a look at what's happening in terms of the probe around DeepSeek and the chips that it has been using. Now, talking of chips, we're going to check in on both Samsung and SK Hynix, because there's a reminder that Samsung is still playing catch-up when it comes to the high bandwidth memory that goes and accompanies these Nvidia accelerators. They have managed to get sign-off. They did back in December, we understand, for their latest high bandwidth memory chips, and are able now to sell those into the Chinese market along with Nvidia's Chinese compliant accelerators. Both stocks, of course, trading after South Korea opened up after the Lunar New Year. So this is the first trading print, and you're seeing, of course, a big drop there coming through from SK Hynix, which is on the innovation side leading on that front, but both reacting as well for the first time to that DeepSeek story. So Samsung currently down 2.2%, SK Hynix falling more than 9%. Now, switching focus, and US investigators have found the black box flight recorders from the American Airlines regional jet that crashed in Washington after a mid-air collision with a US Army Black Hawk helicopter. We want to warn the audience that some of you may find this video graphic. It captures the moment the jetliner and helicopter collided. 67 people were killed in one of the deadliest US air disasters in decades. Let's bring in our aviation reporter, Danny Lee, who has been following the latest developments. Danny, get us up to speed on what investigators have found.
Well, the crucial piece of evidence is the black boxes, the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder coming from the American Airlines regional jet. They've already been sent to the labs for examination by the National Transportation Safety Board, and that analysis can begin fairly quickly once they extract the data. This will be crucial because they can potentially start to find out in the minutes before, the lead up to, and also the seconds before, what were the conversations in the cockpit between the pilots, particularly with the air traffic control, which is under scrutiny, and also were there any warnings, particularly as this plane would have been traveling down in the dark through the Potomac River, a very busy piece of airspace. So these will be very important things to analyze in the days and weeks and potentially months to come. So yeah, that kind of evidence recovered, but still many answers and obviously the recriminations from one of the worst air disasters to happen in the US in decades, given it is such a very safe aviation system.
And Danny, you talk about the recriminations. We've been hearing from President Trump. He gave a press conference and caused controversies. What was he saying that was controversial? Has he faced pushback? Does anything about what he's been saying around DEI and air traffic control, does any of that hold up?
Well, yeah, just to recap with the audience, President Trump was talking to reporters and pointed out that DEI, diversity, equality and inclusion, may have been a factor in this accident. We actually don't have any evidence that it's far too early in this mid-air collision, this investigation, for any blame to be apportioned. But this is something that those on the right, and particularly the Republican Party, have been pushing over many, many months increasingly. And we have seen corporates being under pressure to dismantle their DEI policies. But the inference from President Trump is that a DEI hire is not as good as a standard hire. But we know nothing yet of the causes, and President Trump actually doesn't have any evidence for it, and he admitted that. But clearly, there is a lot of finger pointing at the moment for what a collision that maybe could have been avoided, frankly, and typically given how busy the airspace is. But yeah, we'll try and get more answers in the weeks and months to come on this.
Okay, an important update from our aviation reporter, Danny Lee, who's been following all of this for us. Danny, thank you. Coming up, showdown in the German parliament as the favourite to become the next chancellor is accused of breaching a firewall by turning to support from the far right. We're going to have the details from Berlin next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. The German parliament is set to vote on a hardline immigration bill, which has caused a stir, not just because of its tougher stance, but because Friedrich Merz, the favourite to become the next German chancellor, is relying on support from the far right to get it through. He's faced a fierce backlash, including accusations that he's breached a firewall aimed at keeping the far right AfD from power. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joins us from Berlin. Ollie, explain the controversy.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, this is a really sort of significant development in the political race here since basically the government fell earlier in the winter and the fall. And frankly, Tom, I think this is probably the most significant thing that has happened in the race. How it's going to play out is going to be very, very interesting. But as you say, Tom, this is significant not just because of the bill, the content of the bill, because the content of the bill itself, particularly given the context of immigration, how important it is in Germany right now, how important it is across Europe, how important it's been across the United States, is not really that radical. What he is calling for is more permanent border checks. CDU is bringing this to the Bundestag to vote today at about 10:30. We should get the result by about noon. Accelerated deportations for illegal immigration, and heightened security measures and empowering law enforcement in order to basically pursue those goals. The SPD and the Greens will not vote with it. They say that it's unconstitutional, is against European law. That is a sort of debate. What it will mean, though, is for the first time, Tom, the first time since the Second World War, that the CDU and the sort of mainstream parties will be voting with the AfD for a piece of legislation. And of course, this is what is causing this sort of fundamental controversy here, Tom. And there's the cordon sanitaire in France. There's all this stuff across different European nations. In Germany, it is, of course, very, very different because for many, this is a sort of reminder of how the Third Reich came into power, how the Nazis grew into power, because it was by little concessions. Again, this is a different time, but this is what is getting people on the streets and protesting.
So, and to that point, it's a huge gamble, isn't it? It's a huge gamble for MERS and the CDU. How do we expect this to play out in the hours and days ahead?
Listen, Tom, I have to be honest with you. I have no idea which way this is going to go. There are a couple of different arguments about how this could play out, and I think it's a really sort of interesting debate. The thing is, fundamentally, even if you disagree with what Merz is doing or how he's addressing it, there is a fundamental problem in German politics. There's this huge fragmentation where you have all of these parties that have sort of double-digit teens, about 20% of the vote, and basically not able to get anything done. So what Friedrich Merz is trying to do is trying to say that, hey, there is a party here that can take your main concern of immigration seriously and can actually do something about it. However, he has got criticism not just from the other parties. We have Angela Merkel, the former chancellor of Germany, the former head of the CDU, going out against this. We had two church groups, two of the largest churches in Germany, coming out against this. You know, this is the Christian Democratic Union, the CDU. These are not people that tend to weigh into German politics. So this is sort of significant. And of course, for many, they would say that, listen, the CDU is just trying to imitate AfD policies. People prefer the original. This could basically totally torch Merz. On the other hand, this is basically also potentially embracing a more pragmatic approach. And basically the criticisms from the AfD is that there is no conservative vote left in Germany because basically if you vote for the CDU, they're going to end up in coalition with the SPD and the left, and you're not going to get any sort of progress. So he's trying to sort of undermine the support from the AfD and try to attract some of those voters. The other side of this is, of course, the SPD and the Greens could have voted for this piece of legislation. So this is something that could also harm them in the polls. And when you look at the latest polls, and I just wanted to bring one up from 2 days ago because this is sort of significant, you see that the CDU has lost a little bit of support over the last couple of days. I think the final consensus on this will have to wait till Monday. But look at the scores there. CDU at 29% in this YouGov poll, the AfD at 23%. That is a 6-point spread between these two parties. The SPD, to win the election in 2021, they closed a 12-point spread within a month or two of the election. So no one thinks that this is going to be the outcome, but just looking at this race and how much a sort of torpedo has just been fired into it, I think anything could really come out of this weekend.
OK, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook on some really important political developments happening on the ground in Germany, of course, the consequences and how that could ripple through to the election taking place, of course, later in February. Ollie, thank you very much indeed. There's a lot more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. Happy Friday. The president of the world's largest commercial property owner says he's preparing for higher tariffs under President Trump. Blackstone's John Gray spoke to Bloomberg's Sonali Basak after the firm reported a surge in profit despite a slump in its real estate business.
I think there's definitely going to be higher tariffs, but I think it's going to be fluid given some of these negotiations. So I do think our businesses need to be aware of this. Our investors do. But I think we've got to wait and watch a bit to see where it settles.
Do you have concerns also on the immigration front that some of the immigration policies under the Trump administration could cause labor market distortions that could impact your businesses? Could it be inflationary?
You know, I think it's still early here to see what's going to happen. Obviously, there's a shift in immigration policy. The focus now is on deporting criminals. I think, again, we're going to have to wait and see the extent of what's going to happen to really understand it. On the inflation question more broadly, I was encouraged to see the new Treasury Secretary, his testimony when in Washington, D.C. He talked about the fact that inflation is a killer for working families. He talked about being committed to fighting the affordability crisis. So there's clearly a recognition that inflation is an issue.
Blackstone president, of course, and COO John Gray speaking to Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. Coming up, as February the 1st looms, the day Donald Trump has threatened to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico, we discuss the implications for global trade. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Sea cargo is responsible for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions annually, and ports are a major contributor. As Mexico's first carbon-neutral port, ICTSI subsidiary Contecon Manzanillo is setting the standard for progress. By deploying electrified cranes and tractors, recycling and reusing resources, and offsetting emissions by allocating resources to preserve critical ecosystems. This demonstrates how ports can be drivers of positive change and sustainable growth.
Good morning, happy Friday. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Donald Trump promises to follow through with 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico tomorrow. The loonie and Mexican peso steady after falling on the president's remarks. And Bloomberg learns that the US is investigating whether DeepSeek bought Nvidia chips through third parties in Singapore to avoid export restrictions. Plus, investigators recover the black boxes from the American Airlines regional jet that crashed mid-air with a military helicopter, killing everyone on board. Let's check in on the markets then. European stocks posted fresh record highs yesterday. The earnings story supportive, the ECB cutting rates, and the focus shifting now to the PCE data stateside, of course, the preferred gauge for the Fed. To what extent will that change the narrative? Today, it is about tariffs, though. The Bloomberg Dollar Index is stronger. The tariff threat is real. Will 25% come through for both Canada and Mexico? We know that negotiations are underway. European futures currently pointed to modest gains of 0.1%, but again, looking to build on the records of yesterday. FTSE 100 futures pointing to a brighter session, up 0.2%. S&P futures, after gains of around 0.5 yesterday, looking to add 18 points. Nasdaq 100 futures, lifted by the prospects of Apple and a brighter quarter than some had expected, pointed to gains of 0.6%. Let's flip the board and have a look at the US Treasury curve. The 2-year and the 10-year, both seeing yields up around 2 basis points. 4.54 on your benchmark 10-year. Bit of selling pressure coming off across the Treasury curve on these tariff threats. Euro-dollar at 103, but that is not reflecting the strength that's coming through on the Bloomberg Dollar Index, currently up around 0.2%. Brent at $77 a barrel, gaining 0.5, also weighing up, of course, the impact of tariffs. Canada ships about 4 million barrels per day into the US market. We do not know yet if oil will be targeted. Gold at around record highs, the yellow metal close to 2,800 per troy ounce. Now, the European Central Bank may stop describing its monetary policy stance as restrictive at its next decision in March. That is according to people familiar with the Governing Council's debate. For more on this Bloomberg scoop, Lizzie Burden joins us now from Frankfurt. She was outside the ECB for that rate decision yesterday, of course. Why would this be significant then, the changing of the language, Lizzie?
Well, Tom, it's significant because it signals that maybe we're getting closer to the end of the rate cutting cycle, or that soon it's going to be time to take a pause in the cuts. If we look at yesterday's quarter point cut, it's a bit similar to the March meeting. The expectation is there for it to happen. We can talk about that in a moment. But a March cut would take the deposit rate to 2.5%. Now, currently, the ECB describes its policy as restrictive. And yesterday, they did not choose to drop that language. It would have sent a hawkish signal that we're getting closer to neutral. This is the level at which rates are neither restrictive, constraining the economy, or stimulative, growing it. But they didn't drop that word, and therefore there was barely any market move off the back of the decision. But then our team here in Frankfurt had the scoop that they are discussing in March whether to change the language, and you saw the euro rising a little because it's a hawkish hint. Now, there's a debate around where neutral lies. Lagarde said yesterday that on February the 7th there'll be a report on this very matter, but generally it's agreed to be about 2%. Hawks think it's higher, but of course the big caveat is there's a difference between neutral and the terminal rate. And given the weakness in the euro area economy, which we saw in the GDP numbers yesterday, it's not necessarily where they're going to stop cutting.
Yeah, and markets still see rates below 2% by possibly as early as September of this year. What did Lagarde actually have to say about the decision then and the path ahead, Lizzie?
Well, she said it was a unanimous decision. She said that there wasn't even a discussion of a jumbo move. So it was much more consensual than previous meetings. But as we expected, Tom, she was very tight-lipped about the path ahead. Take a listen.
We will follow a data-dependent and meeting-by-meeting approach to determining the appropriate monetary policy stance. In particular, our interest rate decisions will be based on our assessment of the inflation outlook in light of the incoming economic and financial data, the dynamics of underlying inflation, and the strength of monetary policy transmission. We are not pre-committing to a particular rate path.
Now, in the press conference, she went on to say discussing where to stop cuts is premature. Even debating how to behave as they approach neutral is premature. But it does seem, as I say, pretty obvious that there's going to be a cut in March, because she noted that by then they'll have 2 more inflation reports, updated forecasts, and we know that they'll have the result of the German election and perhaps more idea on the shape of Trump's tariffs on Europe. And it does seem that the focus of ECB policy has somewhat switched from too high inflation to too low growth, because Lagarde also said economic activity is set to stay weak in the near term, but she was more optimistic about inflation. She said that uptick to 2.4% in December, that was expected. It came down to energy price volatility. She said even if services inflation is high, it looks like wage pressures are abating. And she said they're confident that inflation is going to reach the 2% target in the course of 2025. So this is why you saw traders adding to bets of easing this year off the back of that decision.
Lizzie Budden in Frankfurt, thank you very much indeed, breaking down what we've been hearing from Christine Lagarde of the ECB, of course, and what it portends as to rates and the moves lower, potentially, for the ECB in the coming months and quarters. Thank you. Now, it is the last day of January. It is the last day of already, the 31st of January, of course, which means tariffs earmarked. Means a lot of things, but one thing it does mean is that tariffs earmarked by the US president are set to come into force tomorrow. First in the firing line, Canada and Mexico, although Donald Trump is yet to spell out exactly what he intends to do. Let's bring in Tatiana Grail-Castro, co-head of public markets at Muzinich & Co. Tatiana, I want to start then on tariffs, and then we can move on to your views around the central banks, the ECB and the BOE. But from a corporate credit perspective, where is the vulnerability if we get into a regime of tariffs from tomorrow out of the US?
Yeah, thank you, Tom, and good morning. So first of all, with those announcements on tariffs, if we have seen, for instance, in Colombia last week, he may announce tariffs on Saturday and they may come off again on Monday. So it is very difficult to predict what they look like, how long they will stay, how high they will be, on which products they are. All this means there's uncertainty, and uncertainty that it doesn't matter how long you try to work on analyzing it, or how many reports you read, or how closely you even hang on the president's lips. It's very difficult or next to impossible to know. We tell our clients, luckily, there is actually a space within the credit market where you don't need to know those things in detail. You don't need to try to know the unknowable. And why do we say that? And that is, for instance, European investment grade, of which we have really strong companies, and despite the weak economic outlook and recessionary environments, which are shallow recessionary environments, those companies have such good liquidity. They have very strong balance sheets, and so you don't need to take a lot of risk. And this is actually where the best relative value lies, because those where the best spreads are to be found. So you can actually go into the credit market with very little credit risk, because it's in the short end where the best spreads are, and with very little interest rate risk, because it's in the short end where the credit spreads are. So in terms of risk reward, the market would have to move significantly against you. If you're looking in the dollar market, the market would have to move against you by over 2.5%, meaning the Fed would have to raise interest rates. Spreads in investment grade would have to double, which would mean an extreme external shock. So yeah, those are areas that are very easy to hide out in whilst you're waiting for a little bit more clarity.
Okay, so you want to be front end, investment grade, European credit. That is a place to sit amidst all this uncertainty. What is the function then of the ECB, and how and to what extent are you building in additional cuts from this European Central Bank when you think about how to position in European investment grade credit?
So that would be on top of what we have already in spreads. Then that would allow additional total return if rates were to come lower than what is currently priced in. We have priced in a few of the rate cuts. The rate cuts were down to close to 1.5%, which we think is probably a bit too low. But at the moment, being closer to 2%, it would indicate that there is a chance of additional rally. So on top of what you already can get, which is already attractive, as we said, there could be a little bit extra to be had. And we do expect the ECB, we talked about just earlier, Lizzie said 2.5% maybe where they said they're no longer in the restrictive area. We think that is a bit too high. We think they will only start talking about sort of exiting the restrictive area when they're in the low two, so closer to 2.25, and they may go then stop at 2, or may go even a bit below 2. So yeah, if they were to go below 2, then it's not priced in the market at the moment.
Okay, so below 2, not yet priced in the markets. You think that is a possibility for the European Central Bank? The focus arguably switches as well to the BOE on the central bank calendar next week. Are you convinced? We've been hearing a lot from Rachel Reeves and the Prime Minister about the determination to grow this UK economy. Are you convinced by that?
It's very difficult to see that sort of those verbal pledges work out. I mean, she clearly has been bashing the entrepreneurial sector in her budget, and that has changed the mood significantly. A lot is talked about that. And the growth that drivers that she's suggesting, they're very sort of old-fashioned, and also those are big plans that are very difficult to implement, and they will take many, many years to implement, if at all. So to increase taxes, to increase regulation, to increase the red tapes, and at the same time trying to unleash those powers of entrepreneurialism is just a complete contradiction. So we see the sort of the noises that she thinks she needs to make, but in terms of her actions, it doesn't support there to be a big turnaround in the UK economy.
Tatiana, briefly before we let you go, do you want to be adding gilts at this point?
So yeah, within credit, we do like sterling-denominated credit, and that is because the gilt market has sold off so much and is also quite steep. Given that we don't think that the economic outlook will improve significantly, we think that allows the Bank of England to lower rates. And so we see there to be the chance of some rally in the rates market. But even if we don't get that rally, that's fine, because we get that really attractive carry. And what does that mean? We may not take the total return up front, which clearly would be great with regards to return drivers. But if you don't want to be overly greedy and you just want to rely on very steady income, then the sterling market offers you this additional income that you can pick up.
Tatiana Gray-Castro, always smart on these markets, co-head of public markets and Muzinich & Co. Sit in investment-grade European credit, but also opportunities in UK gilts with the BOE expected, at least that's the view, to move maybe more in terms of dovish moves lower on rates than maybe some expect. Tatiana, thank you. Coming up at the end of what was and has been, of course, a huge week for tech, we're going to look at Europe's role in the AI race. Europe's role, does it have one? Stay with us for that conversation. This is Bloomberg.
Over the past decade, we've seen a more fragmented world. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
Welcome back. Now, Bloomberg has learned that OpenAI is in talks to raise as much as $40 billion in a funding round led by SoftBank. $40 billion. The ChatGPT maker is in discussions to raise funds at a post-money valuation of $300 billion US, assuming OpenAI, of course, raises the full amount. It was valued at $157 billion just in October, so almost doubling that within just a space of months, of course. Bloomberg earlier reported that SoftBank was considering investing $15 to $25 billion into OpenAI, a deal that would potentially make the Japanese company its biggest backer after Microsoft. With me now to discuss Europe's role in the AI race is Laura Connell, a partner at Atomico. She says the AI race is being redefined in ways that actually mark clear areas of European opportunity, which for many may sound counterintuitive, Laura. I want to start by kind of reflecting what's happened this week, because it seems to have been a pretty momentous week in terms of the innovation coming from DeepSeek, and then what we've heard from a number of CEOs of those Mag 7 companies stateside. Was this a pivotal moment for AI?
It's been such an interesting week in reflecting on how much what seem to be minor announcements and model evolution can really trigger the markets. And that's partly obviously a function of the fact that so much of big tech has allocated significant investment and spoken obviously this week again about significant capex investment in order to really build capacity and be it across compute, critical infrastructure, data centers, and indeed even kind of energy. And so we've really seen that ripple effect throughout the value chain, from the kind of compute providers, be it Nvidia, having $600 billion worth of its value wiped off at the beginning of the week, or indeed right back to kind of nuclear providers on the back end, who are obviously a critical component in providing that bandwidth.
Do you think that spend is going to be reduced?
I think that the main thing to remember is that, and Satya Nadella talked about Devon's paradox earlier this week around how kind of a decline in cost will actually drive adoption. We've been on this trajectory for some time, and it will continue. And it's a net good from a consumer perspective to frankly have costs decrease rapidly. So again, to this idea that sometimes markets overreact to near-term information, but actually we're from a secular perspective on this long-term decreasing cost trend, which frankly is a requirement to see broader adoption in the industry and will drive broader adoption.
What does it mean for Europe?
For Europe specifically, I think we need to ask ourselves, what are the kind of boundary conditions that have allowed the Chinese and will drive the US to really increase overall AI capacity and leadership? And do we have those conditions in Europe? And so rightly, there's been a lot of reflection this week around whether or not we've got appropriate capital committed to driving critical infrastructure. Obviously, big news with Stargate, a major commitment from the Americans. China had expressed back in 2017 their willingness to be and desire to be the kind of global leader in AI by 2030. We need to make similar commitments to investment in critical infrastructure. But I think where we already have a really interesting advantage and possible edge here from a more of a kind of specialized industry perspective is actually we've taken a much more, shall we say, clear approach in terms of regulating those areas, those industries where data privacy and consumer protection are critical. So take healthcare as an example. The EU AI Act, though it's far from perfect, has already made significant headway in clarifying exactly what it would mean from a data privacy perspective for healthcare providers to operate within and driving adoption within the European AI Act. And so what that is absolutely critical for, and obviously also critical in the context of Trump rescinding Biden's AI Act last week and what was going to be harmonization with the EU AI Act, is really allowing EU companies that are building within this higher, more comprehensive regulatory framework to passport that level of data privacy and regulated approach throughout the world. And so I think actually where we'll see Europe have a clear advantage is in being first to trust by virtue of higher regulation, better regulation arguably in critical industries over time.
But that's what's really interesting, is because there is a view in the US and parts of Europe as well that in fact we're getting regulation wrong.
Yes.
That the moves by the US are the right ones to catalyse and crystallise the innovation. You're suggesting that actually the regulatory frameworks in Europe will themselves be a catalyst.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that time and time again. Now, let me be clear that a reasonable level of regulation is one thing, and over-regulation is another. Free markets and competition are a critical driver of innovation, but not on an unfettered basis, particularly when we're talking about critical industries where lives are in fact at risk. So take healthcare, take defence, take energy. It's absolutely essential that we set a standard in terms of explainability, data privacy, consumer protection, and some reasonable constraints for developing any kind of new technology. So, not regulation at any cost, but rather a sensible framework that gives clarity over the medium and long term to people building in critical industries.
Arguably, we have just one really serious foundation model company in Europe, and that's Mistral in France. Do they get bought out? Do they survive this, do you think?
Yeah, well, interestingly, I work with many founders that are building at the very early stage. That's what we do at Atomico. We seek to work with founders who want to build category-defining companies, and many of our recent investments are in the AI space, as is true of most of venture capital, unsurprisingly. So I don't think that that characterization of Mistral being the only player is the right one, actually. I think you're right that they're absolutely one of the leaders in European AI, but more broadly, actually, we're seeing lots of grassroots innovation across the board, but now is the time to invest aggressively, both in terms of direct investments with technology investment, direct backing of companies, but more critically, to your point earlier, around really driving critical infrastructure in Europe and making sure that we're increasing bandwidth across all parts of the value chain that are essential to building the next generation of AI
Before we
companies.
let you go, I just want to kind of round this out, because you're calling for more investment in the infrastructure, the critical infrastructure, and yet DeepSeek is a reminder that efficiencies can be created.
Yes.
Where does it not change the spending impetus? Do you not want to be spending and investing in the companies that are building on top of that infrastructure? Yeah. How is it changing the way you invest?
Yeah, so I think that there are kind of two countervailing trends. On the one hand, on the one hand, you'll see the absolute cost of compute declining, and we're absolutely on that trend, and quite rightly. But on the other hand, we're seeing increased adoption. We're very, very early in the adoption curve from a consumer and business perspective. A lot of the innovation we've seen the last couple of years is just starting to filter through into actual kind of enterprise-ready applications. And so as that adoption increases, we also need to drive broader capacity in order to service the increased demand. So you're on the one hand decreasing computational costs and decreasing costs across the value chain potentially that are upstream of those applications. On the other hand, demand really over time should increase and drive overall adoption and therefore required supply. So, I think there's so much unmodelable optionality in this market and so much that we don't know yet. It's too early really to make a defining statement about whether or not we should be decreasing investment. What we know for sure is that we are somewhat constrained today still on a global basis in terms of building to meet this next generation, next wave of demand and in adoption for AI.
Okay, just in the early stages in terms of adoption, that could be accelerated as a result of what we've seen this week. Really smart analysis at the end of a huge week for the technology sector, with the focus on Europe and the opportunities as well for European builders and investors. Laura, thank you very much indeed for coming to the studio bright and early this Friday. Laura Connell, partner at Atomico. There's plenty more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
I think that's a very interesting academic discussion that I was marginally more open-minded about before the pandemic. I think one of the things that we've learned in the last 2 or 3 years is people really, really hate high inflation. And I think there's zero appetite. My judgment is there's zero appetite, even though the academic arguments, I understand them, there's zero appetite to raise the inflation target.
That was Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari, and you can watch the full interview on Wall Street Week. Talking of inflation, let's get you up to date in terms of where things stand. This is a reason why the Fed stand put. Of course, we have PCE, their favoured gauge, coming out later today, and that is the white line that's being illustrated here. It's still, of course, clearly above. Core PCE still clearly above that 2% line, the target for the Federal Reserve. The data comes out later today, expected to come in at 2.6%. Consumers buying durable goods as well. Bloomberg Economics says longer term, though, there is still the scope for lower rates stateside. The CAD is moving. Canadian dollar, of course, on the tariff threats. The opening trade is up next. We'll discuss this. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल का देखोगे सपोर्ट भी ब्रेक हो चुका है, सेलर्स थोड़ा ट्रेल करते रहना, ठीक है। एक्सपेक्टेड है अगर ये रीटेस्ट करता है तो फिर और फॉल करना चाहिए, यहाँ से एक बड़ा टारगेट मिल सकता है। एक लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन हो रही है, सपोर्ट था, फर्स्ट हाई बनाया, यहाँ पर देख सकते हो एक बार सपोर्ट लिया, एक हाई बनाया, फिर सपोर्ट लिया, लोअर हाई बनाया और अभी ब्रेक कर रहा है। सस्टेन करता है नीचे तो फिर एक अच्छा फॉल होना चाहिए। ये रेजिस्टेंस उस केस में काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग मान लिया जाएगा। बाकी सपोर्ट देखोगे तो यहाँ से एक सपोर्ट लिया, एक हाई बनाया, फिर से सपोर्ट लिया, लोअर हाई बनाया, तो लोअर हाई फॉर्मेशन पे है, अगर सस्टेन किया वेल एंड गुड। बाकी सेलिंग तो लोअर लो में जा रही है, लेट्स सी थोड़ा बड़ा फॉल करता है तो। बाकी ट्रेल कर सकते हो, वैसे तो देखेंगे तो लगभग 80 पॉइंट मिल चुके हैं। प्रॉपरली ब्रेकडाउन सस्टेन करेगा अगर तो 180 पॉइंट और मिल सकते हैं, 100 पॉइंट। बाकी नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत पुल हुआ एक्सपेक्टेड है, वही आ रहा है। एक ऐसा पुरानी टारगेट ट्रेड में जा चुका था, नीचे एक और सपोर्ट था, वहीं से एक और बाइंग है। लेट्स सी थोड़ा ऊपर जाए तो इसमें सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे अपर लेवल से। ट्रेल कर लेना, यूएस मार्केट ओपन है तो थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम ठीक ठाक ही आ रहा है अब। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई इन क्रूड ऑयल में, हाँ ओपन इक्वल टू हाई भी है। वैसे भी यहाँ पर बाइंग नहीं करने वाले, वैसे ही रिस्की ट्रेड था मार्केट ने, अब इसका भी लोअर हाई बनाया तो यहाँ पर बाइंग का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। ठीक है, जो लोग सेलिंग में ट्रेल करते रहना गाइस, मुझे लग रहा है अभी ब्रेक करके आना चाहिए। कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह नहीं आती है तो एक अच्छा फॉल आ जाएगा, अगर देखोगे रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बेसिस पे तो समथिंग अराउंड यहाँ तक गिरना चाहिए। ये एक लास्ट सपोर्ट था 6260, ब्रेकडाउन के काफ़ी करीब है। ब्रेकडाउन ऐसे कर चुका है, रीटेस्ट कर दे तो बढ़िया रहेगा। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी देखते हैं, थोड़ा पुल बैक ऊपर तक आए, यहाँ कहीं फिर वापस एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे अपर लेवल पे। भी करते रहो गाइस। वगैरह नहीं देखते, रीटेस्ट करेगा तो देखेंगे, नहीं तो कोई रेजिस्टेंस बन जाए क्रूड ऑयल में तो फिर से सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। रीटेस्ट वगैरह में आजकल ज़्यादा अच्छे ट्रेड मिल नहीं रहे, सपोर्ट पे बाय, रेजिस्टेंस पे सेल ही बेटर है। कल मार्केट ओपन है, ध्यान रखना। टुमारो मार्केट ओपन, वैसे मैं रोज कहता हूँ हर फ्राइडे के दिन कि टुडे इज़ द लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन फॉर दिस वीक। ऑफिशियली यस, टुडे इज़ द लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन, बट अनऑफिशियली इज़ नॉट। टुमारो मार्केट इज़ अगेन ओपन। कल बजट भी आने वाला है तो इंडियन मार्केट सुबह ओपन होगा एज रेगुलर, 3:30 पे क्लोजिंग होगी। एंड जो आपका MCX मार्केट है, कमोडिटी मार्केट, सुबह 9 बजे से रात के 5 बजे तक ही चलेगा, इवनिंग सेशन क्लोज है। बाकी फॉरेक्स वगैरह तो सारा क्लोज है। बाकी कल यूएस के सैंक्शन भी आ सकते हैं कनाडा और मैक्सिको पर, उसका भी इम्पैक्ट होगा डेफिनेटली, उस पर भी ध्यान रखना। टुमारो इज़ द लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन फॉर दिस वीक ऑफिशियली। AstraZeneca calls for vaccine hub investment over UK funding.
News when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. The final trading day of the month of January is underway with stocks posting gains. That is the sound of the opening bell. From the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and at the open, the S&P 500 is higher by 0.4%, trading close to 6,100. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher by 0.3%, just above 45,000. And the NASDAQ Composite leads the way with a gain of nearly 0.8%. We'll get back to the market in a moment, but we did have breaking news ahead of the opening bell. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is set.
Venkata welcome to Trading with Sagar. If you have any question, you can ask in the comment box.
To meet with President Trump today at the White House. That is what a person familiar with the plans is telling Bloomberg News. Josh Wingrove covers the White House for us and has more.
Trump has been meeting, of course, many big figures in business during the transition. Some of them, of course, attended his inauguration. And the background here is really the future of what U.S. chip policy will be. Trump has pledged new tariffs. We don't know at what scale or when they'll come in. Biden had actually handed off a potential investigation that could tee up tariffs on legacy chips to him that Trump could pick up. But there's sort of questions swirling also about the future of the Chips and Science Act, that bipartisan bill passed under the Biden administration.
Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove in Washington, and the meeting comes as Bloomberg News has reported U.S. officials are looking into whether China's DeepSeek used third parties in Singapore to get around U.S. restrictions on advanced Nvidia chips to China. Again, that meeting between President Trump and Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is set for today at the White House. President Trump is reiterating his vow to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. The move could cover up to $900 billion in goods, though the scope isn't entirely clear. Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson has more on that.
He's someone who does change his mind, as we've seen already with things like Colombia and tariffs, for example, so they can come on and off very quickly. So there's a lot we don't know. But it is very clear the direction of travel on this. He does see tariffs as a tool, a political tool, an economic tool, and the ones that he does intend to deploy. We just don't know exactly in what fashion.
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. This morning, Mexico's economy minister said 25% tariffs on his country would be a strategic mistake, raising prices in the U.S. on everything from cars, refrigerators, and computers to beer, produce, and meat. The investigation continues into the deadly plane crash between an Army helicopter and an American Eagle flight out of Wichita, Kansas, near D.C.'s Reagan National Airport. A law enforcement official says more than 40 bodies have been pulled from the Potomac as investigators are set to return to those cold waters. Todd Inman with the National Transportation Safety Board says the American Eagle flight's black boxes are now at the lab.
We're starting the process of not only opening those up, but to begin the extraction of the data, which is a good start to being able to put together one of the very many pieces of this puzzle.
Todd Inman of the NTSB says the agency will not speculate on the cause of the crash as the investigation continues. This morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social that the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high. That's after he suggested yesterday diversity hiring may have played a role in the disaster. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has more from Reagan National.
NTSB officials said that they are not going to let this get in the way of their investigation and that they are providing an independent review of exactly what happened. Important to note that while President Trump did take aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion policies when pressed on it, he did not give any evidence to the such, just said that they were under investigation.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at Reagan Airport. Back on Wall Street, we did get some key economic data to end the week. The Federal Reserve's preferred reads on inflation and incomes came in soft in December. That could support the case for further rate cuts this year. Ira Jersey is chief U.S.
Good evening, Venkata. Good evening. Like the stream, like we karte raho.
Rates strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence.
We knew what this was going to be, mainly because we got the GDP report yesterday, which included the December data. So unless there were massive revisions to October and November, this number was always going to be pretty close to expectations.
Ira Jersey with Bloomberg Intelligence. For now, though, the bigger focus for investors seems to be on earnings led by Apple. Those shares are higher by more than 3% at the open. The iPhone maker predicted low to middle single-digit revenue gains this quarter after a mixed holiday season. Two big oil companies reported earnings this morning, and it's two very different results, as we hear from Bloomberg's Heather Burke.
Chevron, their profit missed expectations due to lower crude prices and their margins from fuel making. And the miss also came a day after Shell reported disappointing profits. On the flip side, Exxon, they beat their earning estimates because their strong production growth kind of cushioned that drop in oil prices and refining margins.
Bloomberg's Heather Burke. But at the open, Exxon shares are lower by more than 1%. Chevron is down nearly 3%. AbbVie is up 8% at the open for its biggest gain in about 5 years. The drug maker is raising expectations for revenue from its newest autoimmune medications, Skyrizi and Rinvoq, as its older blockbuster drug Humira now faces lower-priced competition. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. This is
Today,
Bloomberg.
As investigators try to piece together the events leading up to the fatal crash over Washington, D.C., President Trump takes aim at the Federal Aviation Administration.
Why the European Central Bank keeps cutting rates while the Fed holds steady. Chaotic scenes in the latest transfer of hostages from Gaza.
And farmers in Canada brace for U.S. tariffs. It's Friday, January 31st. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Christopher Walljasper in Chicago.
And I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. Investigators have recovered the so-called black boxes from an American Airlines jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members, which collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and crashed into the Potomac River.
The cause of the crash is still under investigation. President Donald Trump was quick to blame his predecessors and diversity initiatives at the Federal Aviation Administration.
A week before I entered office, they put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program.
Now, Trump has no evidence to back his claim, which was quickly denounced by his political opponents. Officials say there were no survivors among the 64 people on the jet or the 3 soldiers on the helicopter, which was on a training flight.
One controller, rather than 2, was handling local plane and helicopter traffic on Wednesday night at the airport, a situation deemed not normal, but considered adequate for lower volumes of traffic, according to a person briefed on the matter. Joe Brock's been digging into what happened.
We may not have a complete picture for weeks or even months. What we do know is that the air traffic controller asked the pilot of the military Black Hawk helicopter to fly behind the passenger jet in the seconds before the crash. That obviously didn't happen.
Did you see that?
But we don't yet know why. The black boxes and the wreckage of the aircraft will provide clues. Investigators will also be studying.
क्रूड में देखो थोड़ा सा पुल बैक आता है या फिर थोड़ा नीचे चला जाए और एक पुल बैक में वापस सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे, ठीक है? जो ऊपर से सेलिंग में है वो लोग ट्रेल करते रहना गाइस. थोड़ा पुल बैक और आता है इस तरह से तो एक सेलिंग का और प्लान रहेगा री एंट्री के लिए. बाइंग नहीं है मेरे साइड से, ठीक है? जो ऊपर से सेल कर रहे हैं वो ट्रेल कर सकते हैं स्टिल. अगर ये पूरा टारगेट देता है तो 180 पॉइंट टारगेट मिलना चाहिए. यहाँ से 100 पॉइंट और. नेचुरल गैस का वही ट्रेड चल रहा है बाइंग का. और कौन सा है? प्रीवियस ट्रेड था उसका एसएल जा चुका है, उसके बाद एक और ट्रेड लगाया था, वही ट्रेड चल रहा है. थोड़ा ऊपर अगर और पहुंच जाए तो फिर एक सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे. नीचे आता है तो फिर से बाई कर सकते हो. अब लाइक कर दो. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. And subscribe the channel, guys. Subscribe the channel as well. What is 5? जो ऊपर से सेल करके बैठे हुए दे कैन ट्रेल किसी को अगर फ्रेश पोजीशन बनानी है क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग की एक्सपेक्टेड है बाइंग की नहीं है नीचे ब्रेक हो चुका है तो ये यहाँ तक एक एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे उसके लिए एक फ्रेश ट्रेड यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का और प्लान रहेगा थोड़ा सा पुल बैक अगर आ जाता है तो इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है अब वो पूरा ही सपोर्ट जोन है ध्यान रखना सॉरी पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है ध्यान रखना नहीं अब कोई डेटा नहीं है आज का डेटा हो गया कंप्लीट
The air traffic tapes and interviewing the controllers and the witnesses, and they'll also scrutinise the Army's safety procedures for the helicopter.
How common are close calls and crashes like this over the nation's capital?
Yeah, this airport is actually unique in many ways, and there have been several close calls. We spoke to several pilots who explain the unique challenges at the airport because they have to navigate a very narrow flight path to avoid restricted airspace around the White House and the Pentagon. One pilot described it to us as very, very tight. And also commercial planes and military aircraft use different radio frequencies. So that provides a communication issue in an area where they test military aircraft.
Kash Patel, the president's nominee for FBI director, told senators on Thursday he would protect FBI employees against political retribution. That's even as the Trump administration has begun to fire or sideline Justice Department officials who were involved in investigations into the president. Now, Patel's been amongst the most vocal critics of those investigations, depicting them as works of a, quote, deep state. Though he did appear to break with Trump on his sweeping pardons for the January 6th rioters.
I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
A testy exchange with senators at Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation hearing, too. Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence faced harsh criticism for her past defense of ex-NSA contractor Edward Snowden and comments seen as pro-Russia.
Was he a traitor at the time when he took America's secrets, released them in public, and then ran to China and became a Russian citizen?
Senator, I'm focused on the future and how we can prevent something like this from happening again.
Former German Chancellor Angela Merkel has criticised Friedrich Merz, her successor as leader of the country's Conservatives, for pushing through a bill on tighter immigration control with the help of the far right. In Europe, the cuts keep coming. The European Central Bank has cut interest rates again, the fifth time since June. Balash Kurani is our chief ECB correspondent.
At first glance, you might say, wow, ECB's cutting rates. It's great for the European consumer and the mortgage holder. But the underlying reasons for this divergence with the Federal Reserve is quite grim. European economy is stagnating. Industry has been in a 2-year recession. Unemployment is inching up. And China's previously insatiable appetite for European goods seems to be waning. Enter Donald Trump and his tariff threats into all this, and the picture gets worse. Europe relies on net trade for much of its growth and has a massive current account surplus.
Chaos during Thursday's tense hostage handover, as Hamas freed 3 Israeli and 5 Thai hostages in Gaza. Israeli female hostage Arbel Yahoud looking fearful, struggling to walk through the surging crowds in Gaza as armed militants handed her over to the Red Cross. In response, Israel delayed the return of 110 Palestinians, but later the release was back on. The prisoners met by cheering crowds in the West Bank and Gaza, after Israel received assurances from mediators that future swaps would be run safely. Our Israel and Palestinian Territories Bureau Chief, James Mackenzie, is here to tell us more.
There were really tumultuous scenes, crowds pressing in. The Hamas guards had a great deal of difficulty in keeping the crowds back. I mean, we've seen on every occasion the handover to the Red Cross happens, in a public place, basically. And it's always a bit of a sort of an occasion for Hamas to give a bit of a display of strength, meant to demonstrate that they're still there after this 15-month war. And that's always angered the Israelis. But this particular one was the most striking sort of scenes that we've had so far. So in one sense, this is a kind of one of the hiccups that we're going to see. It remains to be seen whether they will constitute the kind of thing that actually derails the process. But it was certainly something that caused a lot of anger in Israel yesterday.
President Trump's promise of sweeping tariffs on Canada and Mexico starting February 1st are yet to manifest. But that doesn't mean businesses aren't bracing for the impact of those extra fees. One sector that's extremely vulnerable to these duties is food, especially food grown in Canada before making its way to U.S. grocery stores. Ed White covers Canadian agriculture from Winnipeg.
Last week I was at a big farm show and I ran into a farmer I know. His name is Chuck Fossey from Starbuck, Manitoba. And he, like a lot of farmers, focus on the same thing, which is it's really hard to prepare for what seems like a big threat when you don't know how much of that threat will be carried out.
It's probably going to reduce the amount of canola we sell to the U.S. Not just canola, but canola oil and canola meal that we ship down to California for dairy producers.
Just how much food product moves across the U.S.-Canada border? What kind of stuff are we talking about?
Well, there are so many different things, and no one ever thinks about it because the two parts of the ag economy are pretty much intertwined. But say things like Quaker oats, that's mostly Canadian oats because Americans don't grow a lot of oats for grain anymore. Same with Cheerios, those are made from Canadian oats. So that's just a very basic product. There are things like piglets, which There are millions here in the middle of Canada that are born on Canadian farms, and then at a few weeks old, they're shipped down to Iowa and Minnesota, where they're fed out, and then they become meat in the United States. And some of it gets shipped back to Canada. It kind of goes back and forth, and there's a lot of beef that goes both ways. So any kind of a tariff barrier becomes a real factor when that hasn't normally been one in the business.
How has Canada responded to the threat of tariffs?
There's everything from the threat of dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs, adding export tariffs to Canadian oil and gas going to the U.S. There has been a lot of talk of trying to pacify the concerns of the Trump administration. No one really quite knows what is going to happen in the next weeks and months.
And for today's recommended read, how people in Japan are coming up with creative ways to fight soaring food prices, learning how to grow vegetables at home after the cost of staples like cabbage have tripled. There's a link to the story in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. We'll be back on Monday with our daily headline show.
It's banking on acceleration among the 493. So we'll see if that happens, but feel good about the Mag 7. They've been over delivering. Don't really see a reason why now they would stop over delivering. And when it the market to make investors comfortable with the amount of investment that's being deployed towards this technology. So I think artificial intelligence would be both a big risk, as we saw this week, but also a big opportunity.
All right, John, great to get some of your time here this morning. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, it's already the last trading day of January.
And a reminder to our viewers, Stocks in Translation with Jared Blickery airs every Tuesday and Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Coming up, we're taking a look at some of today's top trending tickers, including Nvidia's CEO set to meet with President Trump later today.
Forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
More coming up. Next up, the first antitrust suit filed under Trump 2.0. What it could mean for the future of deals. We're going to get that next, coming up on Catalyst.
Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
The Justice Department suing to block HPE's 14.
We don't know what M&A activity that had been on hold during the last 4 years might be tried now. That I assume the business community will legitimately test the limits and pursue some deals that probably would never have gotten out of the boardroom 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
They'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
President Trump reiterating his plan to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Now, when you take a look at the impact that is potentially going to have, we will be covering that and what this potentially means for the U.S.'s biggest trading partners, how they could affect this, foreign relations, consumer goods, and luxury retail. Josh Schaefer standing by at The Touch for a breakdown of what we could see. Josh.
Hey, Shauna. Yeah, let's start simple. Tariffs are taxes imposed by one country on goods imported from others. In the simplest terms, they're used to collect income, reduce competition from domestically made products, and place an economic burden on foreign exporters. For that reason, they're often used as bargaining chips. Former President Biden actually used a few selective tariffs during his presidency against China to support American manufacturing of semiconductors and solar panels. But the key word there is selective. Only on certain products. The tariffs President Trump is calling for are sweeping, and the implications are much broader. Mexico, China, and Canada are the U.S.'s largest trading partners. If the proposed tariffs are implemented, a slew of goods, like cars and electronics, could get more expensive, and so could raw materials. So when the costs go up for aluminum, oil, and steel, even if something is made in the U.S., manufacturers could pass on that cost to American buyers. In tandem, Oil prices also could spike higher. Canada is America's largest source of petroleum and crude oil, supplying about 52% of the U.S.'s total imports in 2022. That's according to the EIA. President Trump said last night he will make a determination on whether oil will be part of the tariff plan, saying it depends on what the price is. Could the U.S. get their goods somewhere else? Eventually, maybe, but building factories and reorganizing global supply chains takes time. In the meantime, Americans may end up paying much more for everyday items. Shauna, back to you.
All right, let's get a deeper dive on how these tariffs are set to take effect and the impact it's going to have on foreign relations. We want to bring in Sarah Bianchi. She's the chief strategist for international affairs and public policy at Evercore ISI. Sarah, it's great to have you. So I think the first question is so top of mind for investors right now. If these were to go into effect, what are the implications of that?
Well, if a 25% across the board tariff would go to effect, that would be very significant for the markets, particularly the auto industry. In Mexico, we import a lot of even U.S. Auto parts and production. A lot of that is in Mexico, so certainly hugely impactful for GM, Ford, and others. And then, of course, on the oil side, as was mentioned in Canada, very, very significant. So these are very intertwined economies, and this would, if left in place for a significant period of time, would definitely cause huge economic and market impacts.
Sarah, excuse me, sorry. Sarah, coughing. Sarah, how likely do you think it is that we see these tariffs go into place, say, right at midnight tonight, or that the tariffs are actually in place when we come back after the weekend? What sort of timeline do you actually think is likely to play out here?
I don't expect the tariffs will be in place on Monday morning or on Saturday. Typically, what I expect the president will do, if there is not an arrangement or deal in and around border security and other priorities that he's seeking to deal with, is that he will do some kind of executive action on Saturday that signals that the tariffs are coming into place by date certain. And date certain could be a week, 2 weeks, 30 days. The reality is it actually takes some time to get the customs folks to put in tariff lines and to put that in their system. So that alone should take about a week to 10 days. And then the president may want to leave some additional room for negotiations. So I think that what we're going to see Saturday, if there is no deal, is a signal that tariffs are coming with a date certain. That still leaves parties time to negotiate an agreement, and he can withdraw them. But it is more serious and further than he has gone, at least in the early stages of term two. So I do think it will certainly catch the market's attention.
Sarah, the read here from the market, it's been interesting to me because they're very much discounting what happened during the first Trump administration. When you break it down, he did follow through on some of these tariffs, yet the market doesn't seem to be buying it this time around. Why is that?
Well, it's a great question. I think people were surprised that he didn't do anything day one, and therefore maybe took that as a signal. Even though we still believe all of this agenda is coming. The market is right that often when President Trump, he uses tariffs in different ways. And often when he uses it as leverage for another policy priority, like we're seeing here and like we did see in one, a lot of times in those cases, he didn't actually follow through. And a 25% across the board tariff is extremely significant. But I do think, again, if we don't get some agreement on the border today or tomorrow, that he is going to take this next step of saying an executive action that these are coming. And my sense is that will, like I said, grab the market's attention. It may be further than they are expecting at this point.
Where do you think things play out then over the next couple of weeks? Do you expect that there would be ongoing negotiations? I know they could continue to negotiate, but do you think that's what would happen? And would the market sort of continue to react to those specific negotiations and those headlines that we'd be getting out? We're not really leaving sort of this realm of uncertainty for a little while here.
Yeah, my expectation is that there would be continued negotiations. As I understand it from what the president and his team has said, they are feeling better about where things are standing with Mexico. They are making some moves. So I do think you could see a deal there. Canada's in a little bit different situation given they've got their own politics going on right now. And so perhaps a little bit less focused on precisely what the president's asking for. But for both these economies, it's certainly better to negotiate in and around things like opioids, immigrants, particularly Canada, where this is a little bit less of a pressing issue. I would expect them to negotiate and make it so that these tariffs won't go into place. That's really not good for anybody. Again, given how integrated parts of these economies are, it would cause quite a bit of economic turmoil.
Yeah, certainly. All right, Sarah Bianchi, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Coming up, we'll be discussing the potential impact of tariffs on consumer goods and luxury products. That's coming up next on Catalyst.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Tariffs and their potential impact on pricing and sales are a popular talking point once again for business leaders. The number of tariff mentions on earnings calls this quarter approaching 2018 levels. For consumer goods companies, we heard from Colgate this morning saying they plan to assess and mitigate any impact of tariffs where they can. And Procter & Gamble CFO has said what can't be offset with productivity will be offset through incremental pricing. Joining us now is Filippo Falorni, the lead analyst and vice president of U.S. Beverages and Health and Personal Care at Citi. Filippo, I promise we're not talking gambling, we're talking Procter & Gamble. But I want to start broadly with tariffs, and as you look at this consumer space, how do you think tariffs impact the sector and sort of sort through which companies get hit the most and which companies might not be impacted that much?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on. Look, the tariff debate has been very important in my space since really Trump's election in last November. And really there's a different companies that we've been studying and kind of trying to understand the impacts. I think Constellation brand is the one that comes up the most within beer because they do manufacture the entirety of their Mexican beer business in Mexico. They have 2 locations currently of breweries and a 3rd one in construction, and therefore they will be clearly severely impacted by the tariffs. They would also be in a relatively disadvantaged position because most of their competitors would not have to take pricing in result of tariffs, given they compete with Anheuser-Busch or Molson Coors, which manufacture beer domestically in the US. So they're
बड़ा एसएल मत लेना क्रूड में, ठीक है? काफी है इतना एसएल। अगर यहाँ पर नहीं रुकता है तो फिर फेक ब्रेकडाउन कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा। रुकना है तो यहीं पर रुकना चाहिए और 6235 6190 लोअर लो बनाना चाहिए।
a bit softer last quarter, but really the tariff risk is predominant for them. And as I mentioned, they are in this competitive disadvantage if tariffs were to be implemented. And so if on the other side, if there's no tariffs, that's the one that I think could probably see the biggest positive reaction in case of more of a negotiation between Mexico and Canada, potentially to, again, renegotiate the USMCA deal.
All right, Filippo Falorni, always great to get your insight. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Luxury brands are also eyeing the impact of potential tariffs. Now, Davos, Ralph Lauren's CEO, spoke with Yahoo Finance about his company's exposure specifically to China, warning that a tariff would be a pressure point here for the retailer. Let's take a listen.
China has some unique expertise in certain categories for us. Some of our more sophisticated sweaters are made in China. Some of our more sophisticated footwear is made in China. I think under duress, we could always find alternatives. And as you can imagine, we're running all types of scenarios to be prepared.
For what these tariffs could mean for the luxury sector, we want to bring in Marcus Hansen. He is Roundtable's portfolio manager. Marcus, it's great to have you here at the desk. So help us make sense of this. We were having a debate in our morning meeting just how exposed luxury retailers are to the threat of tariffs. Obviously, given the fact that Europe is not included in the threat this weekend, how should investors be thinking about that?
Absolutely. So great question. So if you look at the European luxury goods companies, and by the way, it was worth noting that Mr. Arnault, who's the biggest shareholder and runs LVMH Group, was at the inauguration with members of his family. The US is a very important market. For the bulk of the luxury goods companies out of Europe, they manufacture 95+% of their products in Europe. The beneficiary of recent weeks has been the devaluation of the euro. Since the election, the euro is down 10%. This is why if you go to
नेचुरल गैस में भी देखो ऊपर 266-67 के अराउंड इसमें भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान है इन नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा ऊपर और आता है तो
academics and so forth, the likes of Hermes, Richemont, which owns Cartier and Van Cleef, Brunello Cucinelli, the king of Cashmere, their customer base generally is not impacted by increases of prices mid to high single digit. They'll do fine. And if anything, the euro offsets any impact of some near-term tariffs. It's really more the mid-range where there is an impact and where maybe you'll trade against something else. You just had the CEO of Ralph Lauren on TV. Fantastic CEO, has done a great job with the brand. They could actually benefit in the US maybe from some other sort of competitor moves. But overall, the luxury universe is driven by the growth in high wealth net individuals. The wealth factor, if you look around, stock market all-time high, real estate all-time high. People, there's this vibe session effect. They talk bad, but people feel good. And if you go out, bars are full, restaurants are full. That's playing to luxury goods. And in the recent batch of results, and I think last time I said we were talking about this ahead of this, the US in particular stood out as particularly strong. The US is about 25-30% of market for a lot of these guys. And it continues to be an area where they feel there's still lots of traction to go. By the way, at the same time, China's less worse. So you've got a nice combination offsetting. But where you're seeing it first is in the currency. And for now, that's actually playing to the Europeans because of that devaluation effect.
So I know we haven't really moved the tariff conversation from Mexico and Canada necessarily to Europe, right? But how bad would the tariffs have to, like, what is the case where tariffs are bad enough that it would be a concern? And is that even something you're considering on the table?
Look, you've seen the initial broadside against Canada and Mexico, that sort of 15, maybe 20, 25% number. Could be part of negotiations. Remember, specific to that, that's also maybe part of the USMCA agreement that's coming up next year. With Europe, you are still also seeing this discussion about US selling energy to Europe as part of an offset against tariffs. Remember, Europe used to import a lot of energy from Russia. That's been shut off. LNG exports now from the US, the biggest single market is to Europe. So I think as part of this administration, that trade is out there. Would I be surprised if we see a similar number? It's part of this administration's decision in terms of not just trade, but also negotiation. It could happen. But coming back to the overall impact, part of that's mitigated. I mean, we've had a 10% move in the euro. So you could almost argue if I come out tomorrow and say 25%, it's actually 15. But net, these companies, particularly at the high end, do have an amazing pricing power. Remember, none of these companies have been around for almost 150 plus years. They've seen a lot, world wars, recessions, ups and downs. Tariffs are not new either, by the way, as well. If you look at European luxury companies, sales to China and other markets in emerging markets actually are taxed with luxury tax effects. So I'll give you another example, Ferrari, the car company. If you buy a V12 Ferrari in Italy and then buy it in China, the cost in China is 3 times because of taxes. So tariffs aren't new. Companies have seen this, and particularly in luxury goods, you see a lot of luxury taxes across the board. But headline-wise, yeah, it would be a negative.
What are they doing are they doing anything to further diversify their supply chains? Because we know LVMH obviously manufacturing some of their goods here in the U.S. How are you looking at that and how that evolves?
Absolutely. So maybe with Mr. Arnault's visit to the U.S., he, if you remember during the last administration, I think actually President Trump actually went down to Texas at the opening of the store, of the opening of the manufacturing facility. They have 2 in California as well, so there's 3. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of that move over. Again, it's not for the super high-end stuff, because at the end of the day, if you're paying $3,000 plus, you want to see the made in France, made in Italy, the artisanal. But certainly for entry level, it makes sense. And again, the US market is a market where a lot of these companies still see a significant upside, both in terms of the take-up of luxury goods and the penetration of demand. And where you really start that is entry-level products, $300, $400, $500. Manufacturing's there. Texas, by the way, as a local market, is a huge growing economy. It's been the fastest growing economy within the United States. There is demand there. Luxury goods companies 10 years ago did not have stores in Austin. They do now. Why? Because things are moving. So keep in mind they're also looking politically and economically to be present in the US.
All right, Marcus, always great to have you. Thanks so much.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
Keep right here on Yahoo Finance. That does it for us, but Wealth is coming up next, dedicated to all of your personal finance needs. Brad Smith has you for the next hour. We'll see you on Monday.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. The tech-heavy NASDAQ leading U.S. stocks higher to end the week. Shares of Apple leading that gain after it posted a first quarter profit beat. Both sales in China and for its coveted iPhones fell short of expectations, but investors optimistic about its revenue outlook. Shares of Decker Outdoor falling this morning. That's the company behind shoe brands like Hoka and Uggs. It beat third quarter estimates, but investors are worried about a slowdown in sales for its fiscal fourth quarter. And shares of Walgreens falling as much as 17% this morning after the pharmacy chain suspended quarterly dividend as it attempts a turnaround strategy, prioritizing critical financial needs. It's the first time the company has suspended its quarterly dividend since, get this, 1933. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below for the best and worst performing stocks of the session.
Welcome to Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith, and this is Yahoo Finance's guide to building your financial footprint. Our community of experts will give you the resources, the tools, the tips, and the tricks that you need to grow your money. Hey, on today's show, President Trump is expected to impose tariffs on Mexico and Canada tomorrow. Our very own Ines Ferre will break down how these taxes could impact your prices at the pump. And Housing listings are becoming stale. Could this mean more leverage for home buyers? That's the big question mark. I talked to a realtor about the state of the housing market coming up. Plus, we're saying goodbye and closing the book on January and saying hello to February and hello to Black History Month. All month long, we'll be speaking with black leaders in the business world about building their careers, and we're kicking it off with Revolt CEO Datavio Samuels later on in the hour. You do not want to miss it. To kick off our coverage of the day here as well, let's take a look at the market action. 90 minutes into the trading day, we're taking a look at gains across the board, fractional as they may be. The Dow flat but to the upside, the S&P 500, fractional gains there by 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite up 1.4%. And this is after what has been a very volatile week. The month, of course, coming to a close following big tech earnings, fresh inflation data. That was in line with estimates. Joining me now, we've got David Wagner, who is the Aptus Capital Advisors Portfolio Manager. David, good to have you back on the program. You say investors need to own stocks for the long haul. What type of long haul are we talking about, and why is that the strategy to keep in mind here?
Yeah, Brad, thanks. I love talking to you here, and I think that's just a great question for the start of the year that we had. I mean, the market's up 4% just in January itself, but you're right, Brad. I love stocks for the long haul. I do understand that there probably could be some volatility this year with everything going on in Washington, D.C., regarding taxes and tariffs, but there's some optimism coming out of DC too with deregulation. But at the end of the day, I think that investors have a lot of trouble actually looking at stocks over the next 10 years just because they think the valuation is expensive right now. Yeah, it's traded at 22 times, one of the highest that you've ever seen on an absolute basis, but investors have troubles looking at the forest through the trees. I mean, the S&P 500, yeah, the top 10 stocks account for 39% of the index, but those top 10 stocks are the reason why I have optimism moving forward in the future because they bring a newfound characteristic of operating leverage to the benchmark. Large caps are the only major asset class that have operating leverage as a core tenet, as a characteristic. Like small caps are more service oriented, international service oriented, and international is more commodity based. But when operating leverage is working for you, it's your absolute best friend. That's why you can have 5% revenue growth for the S&P 500 this year. That equates to 15% earnings growth. That's how you get margin expansion. And that's one of the best factors that can presage future returns for the market as a whole is that growth and margin expansion. And right now, it doesn't look to be slowing down. So I would utilize operating margin as your best friend right now. So I'd continue to own large caps.
And so, David, how do you kind of think about the broader push that we've heard from some strategists, or at least them throwing small caps back into the conversation, because that was the case at the start of last year too, and the broadening was really one of the elements of that push?
Yeah, it's really hard for me to say that I love large caps moving forward in the future. I mean, Brad, I've been a small cap portfolio manager over the last 13 years. I run a small cap strategy that has $500 million. So I love small caps. Don't get me wrong. So it's kind of the bane of my existence to say that I think that operating leverage is going to continue to drive small caps moving forward. But I do think, Brad, we did learn something pretty interesting on Monday when it came to deep sea. Obviously, a lot of the power up names of America sold off. You had your Nvidia, your Broadcom sell off in the semiconductor chip space, but still 70% of the market was up on Monday. And I think as the market tries to digest this transition of performance at any cost into optimization, I think that could be another arrow in the quiver for the thesis to actually own small caps, because we all know valuation is very cheap there. You know, small caps historically trade at a 4% premium to large caps, and they're trading at a 30% discount. I think the market's really just looking for another catalyst to have that mean reversion occur. I don't think it's going to go back to historical standards, but between, this optimization of AI, and I think if you have a pullback in rates, I think you could kind of have this broadening trade work out for you.
David, while we have you here, I want to talk about two of your picks. One of them is up over the start of this year, so a good January thus far for Amazon, and then another one that we're tracking in UNH, United Health. So break those two down for us.
Yeah, I think that they're kind of playing on two different thematics here. Obviously, Amazon has been kind of the darlings of trades over the last 6 months, and it actually epitomizes my thesis on large caps as a whole, because one of its main characteristics is operating leverage. And then you look at UNH, and UNH had a very, very difficult fourth quarter, an okay start to this year. They had a tough earnings with a lot of non-recurring stuff on their medical loss ratio. There's still a lot of questions out there, but the valuation is almost just too cheap to ignore right now for UNH. I mean, it historically trades in parity or at a 5% premium to the S&P 500. It's trading closer to a 15 to 20% discount right now. I mean, those are almost at the levels of a valuation discount to the S&P 500 that you saw during Obamacare and a lot of during periods of unknown policy moving forward in the future. I just think that you're at peak policy uncertainty when it comes to UNH right now, and the valuation is showing that. Growth may slow down a little bit in the future than what investors are accustomed to, but you just can't ignore valuation right now for UNH. But at the end of the day, I think operating leverage is the word of the year for me, and Amazon definitely embraces that. Whether you're looking at the AWS side, which continues to take market share, we learned that on Wednesday with Azure's number out of Microsoft. But then you also have operating leverage on its consumer side of the business, the retail side. I mean, the stock just does so well when it's harvesting instead of investing. And for the first time in a long time, I see Amazon harvesting right now. So I like both those stock picks moving forward.
David, thanks so much for taking the time here with us.
Thanks, Brad.
Good to see you. Now time for some of today's trending tickers. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Joining me now, we've got my morning brief co-host, Shauna Smith. First up, EA Sports. Is it in the game or not, Shauna? That's the question. They got an upgrade to buy from MoffettNathanson. Analysts there are saying that the recent downward move on shares could be a buying opportunity, citing the video games and the company's strong franchises, including EA Sports FC and Battlefield. Shares up right now by about 3.3%.
Yeah, exactly. I think the silver lining here, or what they're calling the silver lining, is the ability here to further monetize some of those hit games. And you talk about the fact that this is a company that has been looking to streamline its business just a bit. They're saying that they see a lot of the issues that EA has faced here over the last several quarters as, quote, fixable. They have this renewed focus on efficiency that's making it a more attractive investment opportunity. They raised their price target, like you just said, to 145 from 139. We are seeing a bit of a move to the upside here this morning. And again, when you take into account the fact that we're just trading above 122, MoffettNathanson making the argument that it still has a ways to go. They also mentioned the fact that their new FC Rush mode might have been a little bit too popular, might have pulled too much of the attention away from the Ultimate Team, but they are noting that the opportunities to further monetize that game could be an upside push here for EA.
Look, EA Sports FC. I don't know what I think about it just yet. I knew we knew this was coming because of the licensing. Well, no, just I haven't played the game for a while here, but this thing has been named FIFA since I was in elementary school. So I don't know.
Rebranding.
Same game, just new name. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at shares of Vertex Pharmaceuticals moving to the upside after getting FDA approval for its non-opioid painkiller to treat moderate to severe acute pain. It's the first approval in decades for a new category of painkiller. Shares there are up more than 6% during today's activity.
Yeah, certainly they are. And we talked to Evan Siegerman in the 9 a.m. hour about this from BMO Capital Markets, and he was very encouraged by this approval, saying, one, yes, it was largely expected by the street, but he called it a milestone, a game changer here, just in terms of ultimately what this could do to treat pain, this non-opioid option at this point. He also brought up the paying aspect, and I thought this was very interesting. He said that there had been some questions around whether or not payers are going to be paying for this. He said in his view, he said, quote, emphatically, yes, I don't see a situation where a PBM or an insurance company can say, oh, you need to try the opioid option first before this non-opioid version. So he's very optimistic, saying that this could be a further catalyst here to the company, but again, largely expected. And I think we're seeing that reflected a little bit today.
All right, Shauna, thanks so much for breaking these down with us. Appreciate it. We're also tracking utility stocks here today. Utility stocks are on a wild ride. Investors seeing a shift to volatility in a sector that is usually favored for its stability. Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman is here with us with a closer look at utilities. Hey, Julie.
Yeah, this is a group that I've been watching very closely over the past year, but so has the market. And that's because the thinking is that increasing demand for AI, data centers, is going to be a boon for this industry. Now, let me just set it up here. First of all, you see a lot of green on your screen. This is the one-year returns for this industry. When we talk about utility companies, typically we're talking about two things, sometimes within the same company. In fact, frequently within the same company. We're talking about regulated utilities. Those are the companies from which you buy your power. The rates are set by state regulatory commissions. They don't change a lot. And so increasing demand at the margins can be better news for those companies. Then there are power generators. They're generating the power through a number of different means. Traditionally it was coal. It has really shifted to natural gas. But then, of course, you also have solar and wind, and now on the horizon, perhaps more nuclear power. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about utilities. And if you look at how these stocks have done over the past year, it's not really how utilities typically trade. Vistra has been the big winner, up 300%. It actually bested Nvidia in 2024 in terms of stock performance. And then Constellation Energy has been a big winner as well. Remember, it signed that deal with Microsoft to restart one of the reactors at 3 Mile Island. And Microsoft is going to be paying above market rates for that electricity. It is the first and only deal of its kind signed thus far, but the hopes for more is one of the things that has really lifted the industry. We talked to Anthony Crowdell, who is one analyst who has covered the industry for a long time, and he talked about maybe some of the risks in getting so enthusiastic here.
We're neutral rated on Constellation, which I think was the #2 performing stock in the S&P 500 last year. And we just struggled with valuation. Nothing about the business model, good management team. For us, it was just what people were willing to pay for an IPP story. But it didn't matter. Just this is what happens, I think, when I covered this cycle back in 2003, 2004. And this is what happens when tourists invade a value space. And they just push these stocks up to huge valuation.
When tourists invade a value space, in other words, people who aren't intimately, familiar with the business models of these companies come in because of this big AI thesis. What is all of this predicated on? I want to show you some forecasts for what we're going to see in terms of electricity demand going forward. This coming to us via a company called Grid Strategies, who used data from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And they said back in 2022, the forecast was for load demand, a measure of demand for electricity, would be about 23 gigawatts. But then in 2023, they had to ratchet up their forecast. Then in 2024, they ratcheted up their forecast again, but then they did an addendum that brought it all the way up to here. Now, some of that definitely is because of data centers. In fact, the Department of Energy said last year, data centers accounted for 4.4% of electricity in 2023. By 2028, they should account for 6.7 to 12%. Now, that doesn't sound like a huge jump, but for an industry that doesn't tend to see big increases, it is a pretty significant jump. The question is, how much of that is priced into the stocks, and what are we going to see going forward? Also, are we going to see more deals like the one Microsoft signed with Constellation Energy? Brad?
Julie, excellent breakdown there. A lot to continue to track with utilities here. Appreciate it. President Donald Trump is expected to impose tariffs on the U.S.'s biggest trade partners, Canada and Mexico, tomorrow, February 1st. Now, one area that these taxes could impact our everyday lives is gas prices. Here with more, we've got our very own Inez Ferre. Hey, Inez.
Hey, Brad. Yeah, and so this is a very fluid situation because anybody that's following the energy markets is really on the edge of their seats to see if oil would be exempt. And President Trump has said that he is going to decide whether or not to exclude oil from those tariffs. But just taking a look at what analysts are saying and how this would impact gasoline prices, you've got Goldman Sachs that is saying that tariffs, if they were to be imposed on importation of oil, then you would see gasoline prices going up. And you would see the consumer taking the brunt of these tariffs in the short term. So let me back up for a second, because some people may not know that the U.S. imports oil, imports 4 million barrels a day from Canada, imports also 500,000 barrels a day from Mexico. And this tends to be heavy crude oil that is used in the refineries because they use a mix of heavy and also light crude that's here in the U.S. But the Midwestern refineries, those would be impacted. The Rocky Mountains, the Great Lakes. So that is an area where potentially you could see higher gasoline prices if you do indeed have tariffs on importation of oil. And the estimates vary. You've had some analysts estimating maybe between 40 and 70 cents a gallon, a price hike on gasoline. You also have the seasonal prices that are going to be coming into action. That's higher seasonal prices for gasoline going into the summer, which is because of the blend. So you would see a bump because of that as well. So a lot is riding on whether or not you are going to indeed have these tariffs on the importation of oil.
Drill, baby, drill is what we heard along the campaign trail. Deregulation as well. How would that impact prices at the pump? And oh yeah, we just came off of earnings where we heard from Exxon and Chevron where their fuel margins have decreased.
Yeah, that's right. So you do have JP Morgan that has actually analyzed this situation with if you deregulate and have all these permits, drilling permits that are faster, this will lower the cost. And in fact, what they are saying is that the break-even cost for oil in the U.S. is going to be going from $55 per barrel to $45 per barrel. So that'll be cost savings on the company side to drill. As far as Chevron and ExxonMobil, which reported their quarterly results today, one interesting point is that their fuel margins really got hammered last quarter. You saw a 67% plunge in refining profits for ExxonMobil. Chevron's was sank by 72%. So a lot of input of oil, stagnating demand, that has impacted these fuel margins, and tariffs would increase that pressure on those fuel margins, because if you increase the cost of your input for these for importation of oil, then of course that is going to also impact these companies. Chevron refineries, by the way, they noted during their earnings call that they're along the coast, so they would be able to get their oil from different places abroad through ships, wouldn't have to go through pipes coming in from Canada. So they may not feel the impact as much. But one point I will leave you with is that Valero, this is an independent U.S. refiner, they reported their earnings this week. They were asked about the situation of tariffs. When pressed on it, they said that if they do go through them, they would see their throughput decrease by 10%.
Really fascinating. We're going to continue to monitor the situation over the weekend. We know you will be as well. Inez, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming up next, ever wonder how the federal government actually affects your day-to-day life? Well, guess what? We're going to break it down for you. Plus, we've got ways to invest in the AI trade beyond just Nvidia. That's next on Wealth.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
2,623. That's the number of federal programs targeted by the Trump administration in a memo that sparked confusion earlier this week. The Office of Management and Budget has since rescinded the memo, and the order has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. But it was a good reminder of just how many different programs the federal government funds and how they might impact you. Joining me now is Yahoo Finance senior columnist Jenna Herron. Jenna, what are some of the most common programs that were temporarily affected?
Yeah, so I think the ones that got the biggest headlines were programs that typically help Americans with a lot of their most basic needs, like insurance, childcare, housing, jobs. There was Medicaid health insurance, which has more than 79 million enrollees. Reports on Tuesday said that the payment portals for Medicaid were down in all 50 states for most of the day. There were also some reports that Head Start payment systems also went dark. Head Start is a reimbursement program that gives low-income families money for their children's early education and childcare. HUD's payment system for grants like Section 8 housing and rental assistance was locked up in some areas. And Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro said that CareerLink, the state's job matching system, was down during that time. So those are some of the big ones.
So there are also some other areas that people might not know rely on government funding. What have you been able to find there?
So when I was scrolling through that huge list of different programs and the descriptions of each, I was thinking to myself, wow, the federal government does all kinds of things. For example, there are loans for farm storage, grants to ensure safe drinking water, funding to implement pool safety laws, money for suicide prevention for veterans, grants for AmeriCorps programs. And really, all Americans benefit one way or another: farmers, native tribes, seniors, people with disabilities, folks living in rural areas, children, veterans. And in fact, if you look at it from a state perspective, more than a third of state revenue comes from the federal government. And that share is actually higher on average in states that supported Donald Trump. That's a huge chunk of spending states depend on. One good example that I ran across in that list, there's a grant to Florida to reimburse citrus producers for the costs associated with recovering from the 2017 hurricane season, which was really, really bad down there. And then even Senator Lisa Murkowski said people in her state of Alaska were worried about a host of different projects, like a dam project, a hydro project, everything from housing to water infrastructure. So I think, Brad, the big takeaway here is that the government really does interact with the people in a million different ways. And if everything is working as it should be, we don't really hear about it. We don't really notice it. It's just the background humming along, and that's the way it should be. It's only when things go wrong or there's a threat that things will stop, like what happened on Tuesday, that maybe we begin to recognize the federal government's positive role in our everyday lives.
Jana, thanks so much for looking into this deeper. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The tech-heavy NASDAQ has clawed back nearly all of the ground that it lost in Monday's DeepSeek-fueled sell-off. A Chinese startup's cheap AI model rattled big tech stocks and raised plenty of questions about AI investing. Here to discuss, we've got Sylvia Jablonski, who is the Defiance ETF CEO and CIO. Sylvia, great to have you back here with us on Yahoo Finance. We've got results from Apple, Meta, and Microsoft that came out this week. So which of the names that have their own investments within artificial intelligence is best positioned in the AI space from what you've been able to comb through?
Good morning, and thanks so much for having me here. Yeah, the DeepSeek news was pretty interesting for the markets, right? We had this massive amount of momentum for AI, and it kind of halted us. But I think, what's good about this is now investors are really digging in and seeing, where they should get exposure to really get access to that opportunity in a good way. So of the three, the earnings season per se hasn't really swayed me in one way or another in terms of who will benefit most from AI. I think they'll all benefit in some way from AI. I think, Microsoft in my mind is just like the furthest along because of the ChatGPT relationship, the billions of dollars of R&D and spend that, are involved in that, how that's going to turn and foster growth with AI models and all of their AI applications within their house, whether it's things like Copilot or office tools or data center clouds, things like that. So I just think that they're well positioned. They're already here. They had the ChatGPT moment. You can kind of say that they're almost like the godfathers of AI after Nvidia, that is. And then, with Meta, I think that they have a lot of great information that we're hearing about, and they're going to be able to utilize AI in a good way. But, until it like really, really monetizes, I think for now, it's just great technology that's going to come to fruition, and in particular will help them generate more and more ad dollars as it's refined. And with Apple, Apple for me is still more like user X, and like, yes, that business intelligence is there. We heard a lot about the growth of services and how, countries that had phones with the business intelligence, the software intelligence in them had, better results than some of the products that, weren't updated. So that's a good sign, but
Yeah.
I still think that they're coming along.
So beyond the Mag 7, what are the stocks that you like against today's AI backdrop?
Yeah. So, against today's AI backdrop, I love buying on dips. When I see Nvidia fall like this, and for a company that just has this market and its commercial position, its dependability and history with this, I'm definitely buying that stock on the dip. It's something I would look at. But in terms of AI, I'm kind of broadening out to quantum next, right? So I think you need computers that can process this data, supercomputing, parallel computations, things like this, in order for AI to fully work and come to fruition. And so those stocks really took off at the end of the year last year, like the IonQs, the Rigettis, the D-Waves. We've seen $1 billion plus pour into our own quantum ETF, which is like AI, machine learning, and quantum. And so I think that they're going to be, the new kids on the block. And even with Jensen Huang's comments about how long it's going to take, I think, things move faster in tech, and those are good opportunities.
Those of our viewers who closely watch Yahoo Finance trending tickers page, they're probably familiar with some of those quantum stocks as the AI derivative play. And you mentioned Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang kind of downplaying the near-term reality of the tech, saying it could be decades before they're operating at a commercial level. I do want to come back, though, to some of the other AI giants that you've been focused in on, and 3 stocks that you like amid these headlines, who are also garnering some of their own partnerships. Oracle being one of them. You had mentioned SoFi as well, and then XMAG. Just break those down for us real quick.
Yeah, sure. So SoFi for me, it's another tech company, right? I think what they do is they have this great landscape where they capture, young users who need college loans, things like this, student loans, and then they kind of get into their careers. They want to trade crypto and stocks, and they stay with SoFi, and they kind of like broaden their experience. So they have, great users, great user growth. And I think that, the company's just been profitable for the last few quarters. It's just a great tech fin play, in my opinion. Oracle, I think Oracle is like one of those companies that people forgot about for a long time, and here they are taking a lead, whether it's in Stargate, AI data centers, focus on R&D for quantum computing, things like this. I think that they're just really positioning themselves well to have a competitive edge in the AI landscape. And it's, again, one of the stocks that was a little more forgotten after Nvidia. And Oracle and IBM are actually leaders in supercomputing and AI. And so that's interesting. And XMAG is just broaden out from this stuff, right? So do all of that, get your AI exposure, but broaden out to the 493 stocks that make up the S&P 500 minus the Mag 7, in case you get days like DeepSeek just crushing the market. You get some performance from exposure companies like Eli Lilly, Vistra, Palantir that are not in those top 7. So that's just like a S&P 500 diversifier.
Sylvia, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Great to talk to you. Thanks.
Coming up, I talked to a realtor about how buyers and sellers are navigating the staleness of the housing market, plus tax season tips. We'll break down itemized deductions and tax credits next on Wealth.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
2 hours into today's trading session, let's take a look at the major averages as of right now. You've seen the S&P 500 in positive territory throughout today's session here. It's up by about 0.7% in the green. The NASDAQ composite, you're seeing that higher as well here throughout the trading session. That's been up, and right now it's up by about 1.25%, so 1.3%. We'll round that off too. However, this is where we get into some hyper oscillation, some hyper waffling territory, where you've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the DJIA. Of course, that's been kind of oscillating in and out of gains and losses here on the day. Let's take a look at some of the components within the Dow Jones Industrial Average here. 30 components. We got them pulled up for you here on the screen. I'll just toggle over to it real quick so we can give you that short look here, and there we go. And taking a look at, let's hit that one. There we go. Dow Jones Industrial Average, that's a 1-year look. Intraday here, here's some of the activity that we're tracking. You've got some of those mega cap tech stocks, Nvidia, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, all in positive territory, being led on a percentage basis by Amazon right now by about 2% here. However, you do have some red, the deepest, the lake red, the maroon red, if you will, Chevron, CVX, that's down by about 3.8%. We'll round that off to here on the day. So that's a quick look at some of those Dow names here. Switching gears, home listings across the U.S. are getting stale. It now takes the average home nearly 2 months to sell. That is the slowest pace since pre-pandemic, according to Redfin. So, what does this mean for the power balance between buyers and sellers in the housing market? For more on this, we have Melanie Atkinson. She's a realtor at Compass. Melanie, great to have you here on the program with us. I mean, if we're pointing back to pre-pandemic times, that just sounds like some normalization perhaps in the mix. What do you think is at play here?
Well, I think that's a really important thing to remember is when we're comparing any housing numbers to the pandemic era, those numbers were really skewed during that time. There was a lot going on. So I like to compare the data to pre-pandemic times. So 60 days on the market is not really that abnormal. It's just abnormal when you compare it to what was happening in 2021 and 2022.
So how can sellers get their homes off the market, knowing that we're going back into this period of normalization and the staleness is hitting some of those pre-pandemic markers?
Well, you just have to go back to the basics of selling. So you have to prep your house perfectly. You have to make sure you have great marketing, and you have to make sure that you're pricing it at market value or maybe just a little bit over. You also have to set your expectations realistically and understand that you're not going to have 15 offers after your first weekend on the market, which is what was happening back during the pandemic era. So now, if sellers do all those things and their house looks great, it will stand out to buyers. There are still buyers buying. They just have a lot more choices now.
And so with that in mind, how can buyers, for their rights, take advantage of some of the deals that they might be looking for or searching for and finding?
Yeah, that's a great question. There is a lot of opportunity out there for buyers now, but I will preface all of that by saying buyers also have to be realistic in the fact that if they think that they're just going to go in and offer on a house that's new on the market and go 20% under and think, well, it's more of a buyer's market now, I should be able to get a great deal. That's not necessarily when they're going to get a good deal. You have to be patient as a buyer if you want the best deal. You need to look at houses that have maybe been on the market for over 60 days that are stale. Those sellers tend to be a little bit more motivated. They have been told by the market that their house is overpriced. And then also be flexible and make sure that you are willing to, maybe go outside of the location that you were previously looking in, or get a house with some questionable cosmetic fixtures in it, and be willing to change those. Those are where the deals are happening. And that's what's really interesting about the market now, is it's not across the board deals are happening. It's really in the houses that have been lingering on the market for a little bit longer.
Melanie, I wonder what you're seeing in pricing strategy right now, especially as a lot of potential buyers and sellers out there are monitoring the data that's coming through. $404,000 is the median existing home price sales at this recent December of last year. And that is the 18th consecutive month of year-over-year price increases, the biggest year-over-year growth that we had seen since October of 2022. What do you make of the pricing dynamic right now, and what are some tips that people can keep in mind?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy because people see all this inventory going up, but then prices are still going up at the same time. It's really hard for people to understand it. But what we're seeing really is that there are still a lot of buyers out there that have the money to buy houses, and they are still buying. And so we haven't really seen a huge decrease in prices because people are still buying expensive houses. So in general, it's frustrating for buyers because they're waiting for something to happen. But across the board, we're not seeing a lack of demand everywhere. So prices haven't had to adjust that much. You also have, the prices that are going down the most are the houses that people just don't want because they have obvious objections to them. We still have a lot of people moving into the southern area of the country and migrating into that area because it is still a little bit more affordable than the areas that in the north and the west.
All right, Melanie, thanks so much for taking the time here. A lot of tips for anybody who's going out there, gassing up the car, or in my case, just hopping on a bike and going to see some of these open houses. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tax season is here, and with it, the question to itemize your deduction or to stick with the standard. Here to help explain which strategy may make the most sense for you, we've got our personal finance editor, Molly Moorhead. Molly, great to have you here in studio with us. So first, what is the standard deduction?
So a deduction is what allows you to reduce your taxable income. The standard deduction is a fixed amount of money, and every taxpayer qualifies for it. If you are single, the standard deduction is just over $14,000. If you're married, filing with your spouse, it's just over $29,000.
Interesting. And so what's an itemized deduction, and what are some of the common itemized deductions that come through in filings?
Itemized deductions are what you can take instead of the standard deduction, and you're essentially choosing from a menu of deductions that apply to your personal financial situation. And the key to all of this is to pick the one that's bigger. And for most of us, it's going to be the standard deduction because it's so much money. The people who might itemize are if you're paying a lot of interest on a mortgage. So, if you bought a house in the last couple of years at a high interest rate, that, the mortgage interest is high right now. If you had a lot of medical expenses in the last year, and charitable giving is another thing you can deduct. And so if those things apply to you and you add them up and they're more than the standard deduction, then you're going to itemize. But again, for most people, most married couples don't have more itemized deductions than $29,000.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so everyone likes saving money. I mean, especially on your tax bill. Tax credits can help you do so as well. Could you explain how credits are different from deductions?
Yeah. So as we just said, a deduction lowers your taxable income. A credit comes directly off your tax bill. And so, if you do the process we just described, you crunch the numbers, find out your tax bill is, $7,000. Then you go look at what credits you can take, and they come right off that bill. And so the big common ones are the child tax credits. If you have a child in your care, you get a credit based on your income. And another one is child care credit, and also based on your income. And so that is at the end of the process, and it's dollar for dollar off your tax bill. So deductions and credits are different, but they are both your friend.
Molly, thanks so much for breaking these down for us.
Sure.
Coming up, everyone, Black History Month begins tomorrow. We're talking to the CEO of Revolt about running a Black and worker-owned media network. That's coming up.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. It's been nearly a month since Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang told Bloomberg he'd like to meet with President Trump.
I would be delighted to go see him and congratulate him and do everything we can to help this administration succeed.
Now, Bloomberg News has learned that meeting between Jensen Huang and President Trump is happening at the White House today. Bloomberg White House reporter Josh Wingrove says it comes as the president maps out his chip policy.
Trump has essentially been cool to the idea of subsidizing the chip sector, but warm to the idea of erecting new tariff walls, and how Nvidia fits into that, of course, is the big question. And then the other big question is whether they'll talk about DeepSeek, right? And this question about, did they have access to chips that were somehow outside of export controls? There's some reporting that the U.S. officials are looking into that.
Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove. DeepSeek's low-cost AI model sent NVIDIA shares tumbling this week, and President Trump called it a wake-up call. Right now, NVIDIA shares are higher by 2%. The Federal Aviation Administration has indefinitely closed flight paths near Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. to most helicopter traffic. That's as the altitude of the Black Hawk that crashed with American Eagle Flight 5342 emerges as the focus of the investigation. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is at Reagan National with the very latest.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth first floated this idea that there was likely an elevation issue here. We know that the airspace around DCA allows for about a 200-foot ceiling for helicopters that are operating in the area. According to flight tracking data that Bloomberg News is citing, the point of the collision happened at about 350 feet, so that would seem to appear that the helicopter was flying above that designated ceiling. This is something that President Trump, in a post on Truth Social this morning, also pointed out.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at Reagan National. 67 people died in that crash Wednesday night. More than 40 bodies have been pulled from the Potomac River as the recovery effort continues. Mexico says it would be a strategic mistake. Canada says it is ready with a response. That's if the U.S. imposes tariffs on their products this weekend. President Trump reiterated his threat of 25% duties starting tomorrow. Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson says there's a lot we still don't know.
Some of his advisors were having very late night meetings overnight, which suggests a lot is still not set here. So what are we going to get in an announcement that may come this evening or into the weekend? Are we going to get just a blanket tariff on everything? That seems to be unlikely. Are we going to get targeted tariffs, perhaps on things like steel, but exempting, oil, gas, even autos, and perhaps with a grace period?
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. Now today, President Trump's special missions envoy Rick Grinnell is set to meet with officials from Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro in Caracas. A U.S. official says Grinnell will push for the release of U.S. prisoners and discuss sending Venezuelan gang members back to the country. At least 7 Americans have been arrested in Venezuela since Maduro's disputed re-election back in July. Turning to the market now, stocks are staging a recovery after solid tech earnings and the latest economic data. The NASDAQ 100 is poised to regain its losses from this week, with Apple on the rise by about 0.5% right now. The iPhone maker gave a positive sales forecast for this quarter. Chevron, though, is holding back the Dow. Those shares are down nearly 4%. The oil giant posted a 72% profit decline last year. The Federal Reserve's preferred readings on inflation and labor costs came in soft last month, but Bloomberg's Mike McKee says that was no surprise.
It's not progress. We didn't see anything go down at all. And so the Fed has to look at that and say, we're not in a hurry to cut rates, right, which, of course, was the message from Powell on Wednesday.
That's Bloomberg's Mike McKee. Now, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee told CNBC today he has comfort that the economy is headed to its 2% inflation target, but he says it still makes sense to slow the pace of interest rate cuts. It's not a joke. That's what Secretary of State Marco Rubio is saying about President Trump's bid to buy Greenland. Rubio tells SiriusXM's Megyn Kelly it's all about deterring China.
It is completely realistic to believe that the Chinese will eventually, maybe even in the short term, try to do in Greenland what they have done at the Panama Canal and in other places, and that is install facilities that give them access to the Arctic with the cover of a Chinese company, but that in reality serve a dual purpose, that in a moment of conflict, they could send naval vessels to that facility and operate from there.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and we should note that Bloomberg Radio provides programming to Sirius XM satellite radio. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
The largest audience across the globe, you have to be focused on people of color, right? And so I think diversity, equity, and inclusion is not just good for this country, it's good for business. And so for me, what I want people to know in the way that I think about it is the moment has not been defined. This
क्रूड ऑयल का एसएल जा चुका है, निकल जाना उसमें से। ये सेलिंग वाला ट्रेड का एसएल जा चुका है, बाकी ये नेचुरल गैस का हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना। यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट जोन है, मार्केट वहीं से रिजेक्शन ले रहा है। अगर ये रीटेस्ट जोन के ऊपर और गया तो एक लेवल पे रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे आ सकता है 276, वहाँ से भी सेल कर सकता है। किसी ने रीटेस्ट से सेल कर दिया है तो थोड़ा ट्रेल करना है एसएल को। ये रीटेस्ट वैसे कर चुका है लास्ट टाइम, यहाँ पर फिर से आया है, देखते हैं अभी भी रुकता है या फिर निकलता है। निकल जाए 270 के ऊपर तो फिर 276 तक जाने के चांसेस रहेंगे। बाकी क्रूड में आप सेल मत करना, कंप्लीट रिवर्सल दे दिया उसने। एसएल जा चुका है, एग्जिट। हाँ, कोई नया ट्रेड बनता है तो देखेंगे। 10:30 हो चुका है। लेट्स सी इफ एनी न्यू ट्रेड विल इमर्ज।
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. Stocks are mostly higher to end a busy week on Wall Street. The Dow teetering while the tech-heavy NASDAQ leads gains. AbbVie shares jumping to their highest level in over 4 years. That's after the drug maker issued an upbeat outlook. AbbVie raising its long-term revenue expectations for 2 new key drugs by $4 billion. In other pharma news, shares of Vertex Pharmaceuticals are higher. It's after the FDA approved its new non-opioid pain treatment. And meanwhile, energy giants Exxon and Chevron, they're ticking lower after reporting major slumps in their refining profits for 2024. Investors also weighing the potential impact of tariffs on the 2 major oil suppliers. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session.
Welcome to Capital Gains, Yahoo Finance's unique look at how U.S. government policy will impact your bottom line. I'm your host, Shauna Smith. Now, it's certainly been a busy week at the White House. President Trump signing more executive orders while he works with his administration to cut the federal budget and also fulfill his many campaign promises. We're going to cut through that noise, break it all down, what it exactly means for your wallet. Plus, we'll be joined by Capital Economics Group's chief economist, Neil Shearing, to take a look at one of the main topics of conversation so far during Trump's presidency, and that, of course, is tariffs. But before we get too into it, let me introduce my co-stars here. We have Rick Newman and Ben Worschel. Guys, it's great to see you.
Hey. Hey there.
So, Ben, let me kick it off with you because I know you're just chomping at the bits. I've heard a lot about this. It's my first time hosting Capital Gains, but I've heard a lot about your note cards. So what is on your note cards today as we are just over a week into the Trump presidency?
Sure thing, Sean. I did something special for you this week, just in honor of the sort of flurry of things. This represents the number of note cards we could have this week. You know, obviously we've had a sort of unbelievable, unrelenting flurry of news, but I wanted to focus in on 3 that I think are notable flare-ups that are important for the market, but also kind of are issues that the market's going to be wrestling with for the years ahead. And I think the through line, I think for folks to remember is that Trump here is walking up right at the edge, some would say over, into kind of unprecedented, illegal, and perhaps a market destabilizing activity. But he hasn't yet sort of pushed beyond that. So the first one, sort of, I guess we'll talk about as well, but is tariffs. Tariffs are a big one as well. And that is the big question. The open question at the moment is sort of how to listen to Trump on this issue. Is it the maximalist bluster? Is it the gently floated moderate trial balloons that we sort of see kind of behind the scenes, or is it these escape hatches that they have in on their tariff plans? We won't know, and readers and people listening to this might not get the answer until we might have more answer than we have, given that we're taping this on Thursday. But Trump is clearly sort of trying to go big on tariffs, and we're unclear what things. Two other quick ones too is the government spending, the freezing of government spending. There was a back and forth this week on federal financial assistance. The through line I think that here is important is Trump clearly signaling what he wants to do on spending and potentially going up to sort of a term called impoundment. But in terms of policy, he's really signaling he wants to cut sort of social safety net programs. Rick wrote about it really nicely this week, especially Medicaid, sort of whether or not it's going to get done sooner or Congress is going to do it later. That's clearly a priority that's going to be felt to the economy. And then the third one is just the federal workforce. This is another thing. We've had some buzzy stuff this week. There was an announcement about buyouts that were clearly modeled on Elon Musk and Twitter, but another thing that he talked about this week was firing Democratic members of independent commissions. These are commissions that aren't that well known. The National Labor Relations Board is relatively well known, but this is the same legal authority that protects Jerome Powell from being fired. They're independent in Washington parlance. So Trump is right up on the line on all 3 of these, but interestingly hasn't sort of crossed over into areas that might destabilize the markets or the larger economy. So we'll see what we're going on there. Rick, what's your through lines?
Ben, you got a note card for that number 3? I didn't see the note card.
I do. I wrote them down. They're just
it's lost in your pile there.
Yeah, it's in this pile.
I can understand.
A lot of these are blank.
Big pile.
Okay, I can understand. Okay, so Ben, you have your note cards. I have my spreadsheets. I don't have a spreadsheet prop. That wouldn't be very interesting. But I sat down this week and put into a spreadsheet the main executive orders and other Trump actions that I think markets need to pay attention to it. And I have 26 entries. Now, some of those executive orders are not going to happen. I mean, some of them have already been frozen by courts. Others, almost all of them face litigation. And we know that Trump did not sit down and say, now I want all of these executive orders. I want to think these through very carefully because I want to make them last. No, he is trying to shock the system. I mean, this is the mainstream analysis out of Washington these days. And I don't know if I'm part of the system or not, but I'm not that shocked. I don't, to my mind, Trump has not done anything that he didn't basically say he was going to do. And to some extent, he has actually done less. He's doing deportations, for example, but, there was kind of a big press show of going to New York City, going into the lair of the enemy, the Democrats in New York City. And they picked up like 20 migrants. So this, it's kind of a shrug here in New York City. Now, this could all just be getting started, of course. I mean, there could be much more to come, but this was supposed to be shock and awe. I'm not that shocked and I'm not that awed so far.
But I think the question, though, is how quickly that conversation can change, right? And what you were just saying, just in terms of, and Ben, you alluded to this too, but it hasn't been the worst case scenario, maybe what some have been bracing for during that first day or first week that we've seen from President Trump. But given the fact that he has remained consistent with some of his criticism when it comes to his rhetoric, what he does intend to do, yes, you could make it the argument that he has peeled back and has backed off of obviously the worst threats when it comes to tariffs, but still very much top of mind, I think, for investors, even though they're very much still looking at this first week of presidency, I think it's fair to say, through rose-colored glasses.
Well, if we want to talk about tariffs, so when I did a preview of what is likely to happen with regard to tariffs during Trump's administration, based on Wall Street analysis mostly, what is the street bracing for? The recurring theme in all the analysis from the Wall Street firms and many of the forecasting firms was, we don't think tariffs are going to be all that bad, partly because during Trump's first presidency, he said he was going to do one thing, but what he actually tried to implement was a lot less. He created these off-ramps, and we already see that happening again, I think. So just one example is the China tariff. So Trump campaigned on a 60% tariff on all Chinese imports, all of them. And that he hasn't talked about a 60% Chinese tariff since he's been in office. So now he's talking about a 10% tariff, but that is not in place yet. So I think Trump is afraid to do major tariffs, and that's for one simple reason, which is the market would there'd be an adverse reaction to the market. So I could be wrong. Trump, the big shock could be coming, but I think the shock at this point would be if Trump really did impose significant tariffs. At least I don't think Wall Street is pricing that in.
Yeah, I have a slightly different take on this, Rick, in that
we're not allowed to disagree on this podcast. When I say something, you're supposed to say Rick is exactly right. Okay,
Rick is perfect, but
what's your argument?
Here's why he's not. I don't disagree with you at all that folks around Trump and Trump himself are weighing the market implications here. The Scott Bessents and Howard Lutnicks of the world are trying to tell him, if you go to on these certain things, the markets are gonna have a problem with it. And I have no doubt that that's a really compelling argument. What I I think that sort of markets might underestimate is how much Trump cares about tariffs. They're really real for him. There's a lot of issues that he talks about that you kind of get the sense he's not sort of personally invested in. That's not true with tariffs. It goes all the way. It's a sort of through line of his career. They're real for him. It's a sort of irresistible force meeting an immovable object, and that these two things are in collision. I'm not saying one is definitely going to win over the other, but I wouldn't underestimate Trump's real interest in doing tariffs, especially, and we haven't even gotten to this point yet, but these sort of universal tariffs he wants to talk about, because not only because he likes them, but he talks about paying for his whole agenda with them. So he's very invested in making them happen, and maybe the sort of powers that be sort of push back on him and hold him back, but he personally really wants these.
I think, well, okay, he may personally want them, but he also personally wants the stock market to go up and Americans to love him because he's created a new golden age in America. I think Trump is at risk of becoming a blowhard on tariffs. And here's one that caught my ear this week. He's going to impose tariffs on Russia. In order to get Russia to stop its war in Ukraine. I'm sure Vladimir Putin was like, oh man, you got me now. I mean, Biden already is trying to cut me off from the whole global financial system. He's chasing down my shadow tankers. But, you're going to put a 25% tariff on the 4 objects that we import to the United States. Trump's like, yeah, my tariffs are going to end that war in Ukraine. I mean, this is, it gets kind of ridiculous. Okay, maybe I'm going to be humbled in the next few weeks when Trump really does try to roll out some tough tariffs, but I don't know. I'm not buying it.
Ben, I got to go with Rick on this one, just in terms of what we have seen, just how important the market and economy are to Trump. Not to say, I don't really know what I'm talking about at the end of the day, so I could be proven wrong come Saturday, February 1st, if something is implemented. But Ben, I guess my question, though, also is what about that internal disagreement that it could cause, right? We've talked a lot about the fact that Speaker Johnson, he's very much has been skeptic just about across-the-board tariffs. Besson also obviously has walked that back. If you were to follow through, kind of how that changes some of the dynamics that play inside the White House.
Yeah, I think, like I said, this is a real live debate, and there's no doubt there's people around Trump that are saying you kind of gotta moderate on this. One interesting element of this with Congress that I'm really going to be watching closely is how much Republican lawmakers, realize the unpopularity of this, sort of distance themselves from it rhetorically, but kind of let it happen because the president has the ability to do this on his own. Speaker Johnson can say, I'm kind of wary of these tariffs, and there's a lot of folks on Capitol Hill that'll say similar things. But at the end of the day, if they can say, oh, look at all this money coming in from tariffs, it helps me get my tax cuts, they might fall in line a little bit more. So that's the dynamic, I think, between the White House and Capitol Hill on this. Because at the end of the day, the president has pretty unilateral authority here, and that politically can kind of work in Republicans' favor, given the unpopularity of them for certain.
All right, guys, we got to leave it there for right now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Neil Shearing on the other side.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Bloomberg News has learned U.S. officials are looking into whether DeepSeek used third parties in Singapore to gain access to advanced Nvidia chips and get around U.S. export controls on the latest chip technologies against Chinese companies. We get the latest from Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie.
We know that the Trump administration has started the first efforts to try and scrutinize exactly what kind of chips DeepSeek were using and whether indeed they need to increase the restrictions on those chips into the Chinese market.
Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie, and at his confirmation hearing this week, President Trump's commerce nominee, Howard Lutnick, suggested DeepSeek did evade U.S. export controls. And Nvidia's CEO is now set to meet with President Trump today at the White House. More on that part of the story with Bloomberg White House reporter Josh Wingrove.
There's sort of questions swirling also about the future of the Chips and Science Act, that bipartisan bill passed under the Biden administration. Trump is sort of hemmed and hawed over that. He thinks essentially direct subsidies are maybe not the way to go.
Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove, President Trump reiterating his vow to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. The move could cover up to $900 billion in goods from both countries, although the scope is not yet entirely clear. Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
Some of his advisors were having very late night meetings overnight, which suggests a lot is still not set here. So what are we going to get in an announcement that may
from Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie.
We know that the Trump administration has started the first efforts to try and scrutinize exactly what kind of chips DeepSeek were using and whether indeed they need to increase the restrictions on those chips into the Chinese market.
Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie, and at his confirmation hearing this week, President Trump's Commerce nominee, Howard Lutnick, suggested DeepSeek did evade U.S. export controls. And Nvidia's CEO is now set to meet with President Trump today at the White House. More on that part of the story with Bloomberg White House reporter Josh Wingrove.
There's sort of questions swirling also about the future of the Chips and Science Act, that bipartisan bill passed under the Biden administration. Trump is sort of hemmed and hawed over that. He thinks essentially direct subsidies are maybe not the way to go.
Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove, President Trump reiterating his vow to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. The move could cover up to $900 billion in goods from both countries, although the scope is not yet entirely clear. Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
Some of his advisors were having very late night meetings overnight, which suggests a lot is still not set here. So what are we going to get in an announcement that may come this evening or into the weekend?
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson says the president could announce a blanket tariff, targeted tariffs, or perhaps tariffs with a grace period. The Associated Press reports the FAA has indefinitely closed routes near Reagan National Airport to most helicopter traffic, as investigators looking into the mid-air collision between an American Airlines jet and a military helicopter turn their focus onto the flight path of the Black Hawk. The Army chopper was traveling outside its designated flying zone and was at an altitude of about 350 feet, which is above the 200-foot limit when the collision occurred. A preliminary FAA report reveals staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during that collision. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, where Reagan National Airport is located, says the air traffic control tower there is understaffed and one controller was handling both helicopter and plane traffic.
With one person handling both, having to toggle back and forth between different frequencies, the question would be, were all the pilots able to hear one another?
Kaine says once the NTSB releases its preliminary findings, he and his colleagues in Congress can act on them. The NTSB has said it would release those findings in about 30 days. Stocks are wrapping up the week on a positive note after solid forecasts from tech companies like Apple and Intel eased concerns about the industry's outlook. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.6%, NASDAQ up 1.2%. The Dow is little changed. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.51% and the 2-year yield at 4.2%. The Fed's preferred reads on inflation came in right where economists expected, 2.8% for the core PCE index and 3.8% on the employment cost index. Ira Jersey is chief U.S. rate strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence.
We knew what this was going to be, mainly because we got the GDP report yesterday, which included the December data. So unless there were massive revisions to October and November, this number was always going to be pretty close to expectations.
Ira Jersey with Bloomberg Intelligence. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee tells CNBC he likes the look of those PCE numbers, and he says he's comfortable that the Fed is on a path to the 2% goal. Fed Governor Michelle Bowman says she wants to see additional progress on inflation before the central bank lowers interest rates any further.
I would prefer that future adjustments to the policy rate be made gradually. We should take time to carefully assess the progress in achieving our inflation and employment goals and consider changes to the policy rate based on how the data evolves.
Fed Governor Michelle Bowman. President Trump's bid to buy Greenland is not a joke. That's according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio in an interview with Sirius XM host Megyn Kelly.
The Arctic region is going to become critical for shipping lanes, for how do you get some of this energy that's going to be produced under President Trump. These energies rely on shipping lanes. The Arctic is some of the most valuable shipping lanes in the world. As some of the ice is melting, it's become more and more navigable. We need to be able to defend that.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We should note Bloomberg Radio provides programming to Sirius XM satellite radio. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not.
Tell me more about sort of how you see that playing out. And is there even a scenario here where kind of what Trump does is less important given the measures that the other countries could take? And what are the long-term consequences? I heard a lot of chatter around the Colombia tariffs this week that this means Colombia looks towards China more. Do you buy into that?
Well, so I think you're right that a through line here is that the US and China are set on a course of geopolitical competition and economic rivalry, and that's something that's underpinning this administration. It underpinned the Biden administration, and of course the first Trump administration, and it goes all the way back to China's entry into the WTO in 2001. That was supposed to bring China into the global fold, cause it to liberalize both economically, but also perhaps politically too. And clearly that has not happened. Instead, it's emerged as a rival to the US. That runs through all of this, and it's forcing other countries to pick a side. I still think that push comes to shove, Colombia sides more with the US for defense and security reasons than it would do for China, where it perhaps has some stronger economic ties. But still, that is certainly a consideration here. Now, when it comes to retaliation and how the other countries respond, I think that's the geopolitics here is a consideration too, because if you're Canada, if you're Mexico, there's not much, frankly, that you can do to retaliate against the US. About 20% of Mexico's economy is accounted for by exports to the US. The same is true of Canada's economy. Really, the geography, economic ties, financial ties, social ties, historical ties dictate that that Canada and Mexico are going to be aligned more with the US. Now, if you're China and you're pitted in this, as Xi sees it, this kind of superpower rivalry, Trump wants to make America great again, well, Xi wants to make China great again. They are not going to back down. They're not going to do anything that harms them economically, but they are not going to be seen to back down. That's why I'm sure some kind of deal will be done. There'll be some great signing in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. But I do think it's going to fundamentally reconfigure that US-China relationship. I certainly think of the idea of a Plaza 2.0 accord that some have talked about. I think the geopolitics of the situation is a good reason to think that that's not going to happen.
So I'm going to ask about our closer neighbors, Canada and Mexico. Trump has threatened a 25% tariff on imports from those two countries. I think he said his deadline for that is February 1st. Now he has kind of given an off-ramp. But let's say those tariffs go into effect. In one of your notes, Neil, that we're working from here, you say a 25% levy against those countries would deal a devastating blow to both Mexico and Canada's economies. Both would likely fall into recession. Well, if you're an America firster, do you care if Canada and Mexico fall into a recession? Does that matter to us?
I don't think you care necessarily if Canada and Mexico fall into recession. However, I do think you care if the price of your car, your new vehicle, is just going up by 20%, because not only is a tariff being placed on the import from Canada, it's being placed potentially by Canada on imports from the US, and the same is true from Mexico. And the component parts of these cars sometimes cross the border 6 or 7 times before being assembled within the final product. So I think that if you're an American firster, you don't really care about the trajectory of the Mexican or Canadian economy, I'm sure, but you do care about the cost of living in America. And I'm afraid tariffs, although sometimes the adverse consequences of tariffs are overdone by economists, I do think there's evidence that in the first round of tariffs imposed by the Trump administration, the cost was essentially passed on to American consumers. So the idea that this is a tax paid for by the Canadians or the Mexicans, or for that matter the Chinese, is baloney. Is paid for by American consumers. We have empirical evidence of that. And I think that, if you're an American firster, you should care about.
Talk to me a little bit more about that when we talk about the ripple effect and what exactly the inflationary pressures could look like here in the U.S. What does that scenario in your modeling look like?
Well, the first thing is that this is an area where economists get themselves tangled in knots over. I think presidents get themselves tangled in knots over it as well, frankly. As I said before, it's not a tax paid for by exporters. It's a tax paid for on the import. I think all economists agree on that. And then when there's some disagreement, it's about what are the inflationary consequences of that? Well, the first point to say is that it's a one-off step change in prices, right? Inflation is an ongoing process, I think. It's best to think of it as an ongoing process, whereas an increase in tariffs is a step change in the level of imported prices. And the degree to which a tariff increases prices domestically depends not just upon the level of that tariff or the good it's levied upon, but also what happens to the currency, the exchange rate. Does the dollar appreciate and mitigate some of the effect, cushion some of the effect of the tariff? What happens to the price that exporters charge the importers? Because if the dollar appreciates, they can cut their local currency price and as their dollar price to receive a higher local currency price. Does the firm that's importing it absorb it in its margins or pass it on to consumers? All of these questions matter. And it means that if you're thinking about the kind of inflationary consequences, they're not straightforward. We've done some modeling. We looked at what would happen if the US levied a 10% universal tariff on all imports and a 60% tariff on imports from China. That would push US inflation to just above 3% by the end of this year. That's a one-off change, and then next year inflation goes back down towards 2%. But that gives you kind of sense of the order of magnitude, I think.
Yeah, and how do you think of this universal tariff piece of it? Because I think there's the Canada Mexico, but Trump is clearly thinking of these universal tariffs as a sort of down the road thing. How do you kind of decode that in terms of the possibility of their happening and the larger consequences? In your recent note, you talked about Nixon imposing 10% tariffs, but that was clearly a kind of negotiating strategy, and they didn't last very long. Is that how you think of it with Trump, or is it different?
Well, I think that the bilateral tariffs are better thought of as a negotiating strategy, right? If you don't do this, then we're going to put a 25% tariff on you or a 60% tariff upon you. I think in this instance, a universal tariff is better thought of as a mechanism to raise revenues permanently. Now, 10% universal tariff would not raise a great deal of money for the US economy, maybe something like 0.5 to 1% of GDP revenue, something like that. Sorry, not the US economy, the US government. But it would help, maybe forecast some extension of those tax cuts that are due to expire this year. So I think universal tariff is more likely to be imposed as a means of raising revenues on a permanent basis, whereas bilateral tariffs, I think, are more than the kind of negotiating tool, trying to extract concessions from trading partners.
All right, Neil, wish we had more time. We have to leave it there. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us here today. We really appreciate it.
Geeking out on tariffs.
Geeking out on tariffs. We'll see who's right. Only time's going to tell. Maybe we'll be back debating this. I have a feeling we're going to be back debating this very soon. All right, Neil, thanks so much. Of course, our thanks to Rick and Ben as well. And thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Capital Gains. Make sure to like and subscribe to Capital Gains wherever you get your podcasts. And until then, we'll see you next time on Yahoo Finance.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Warrior Money, the show devoted to supporting our brothers and sisters, veterans, and business. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons.
In just a few minutes, we're going to be talking to Brendan Dubner, founder and CEO of Life Skills for Soldiers. But first, let's get started by taking a look at some veteran headlines. Defense tech companies Palantir and Booz Allen recently announced a partnership. Dan, let's get into it. What you think?
Yeah, so the announcement came in the early part of December, and this is leading into the next earnings season. I think one of the really interesting parts of the press release was the two CEOs of the organizations talking about how they're going to deliver quickly and at scale. And you know as well as I know that the Department of Defense is interested in the challenge set, not only because of how fast they need things, but at what size and complexity they need to. So like interoperability, artificial intelligence, cyber, all the things that we really care about. Like you need a services partner, a strategic partner to be able to deliver that at scale and execute against the mission. So it's a smart play.
And especially when you look at Booz Allen, about $10 billion a year in revenues, Palantir, world-class in AI, machine learning. So to see that public-private partnership, these two private companies partnering with the government, definitely giving our warfighters a technical and tactical advantage over our enemies.
Yeah, it's also kind of funny because you see like all these, we talk about this alternative versus traditional defense contracting. And it's like at some point in time, even the most alternative organizations have to start to deliver at scale. So like when I see Palantir partner with Booz Allen, you're starting to see an alternative defense tech company starting to partner with a more traditional defense integrator to be able to deliver this sort of stuff at complexity and scale. So it's like, as we've talked about before, it's like the next 4 years, next 8 years, people really got to start to like, what's the rubber hits the road between like great ideas. All right, now let's do this at a really big scale. So it becomes really hard that way.
Yeah. I always talk about, having the vision and how can you anticipate what's coming around the corner.
Yeah. Like we actually have to deliver this now. So that makes it a little bit harder. So there you go.
No doubt. All right. Well, listen, next up, we'll be chatting with Brendan Dubner. All right, today's guest is the founder and CEO of the nonprofit Life Skills for Service. Please welcome Brendan Dubner. Brendan, we always start here at Warrior Money with a question, bluff. Bottom line up front. Your question to you today is this. What are the skills, knowledge gaps that our brother and sister veterans have when they're transitioning out?
I think the big one that comes to mind for me is how to deal with money. The military makes it easy while we're in, but that can mean a huge learning curve when we're transitioning out.
Yeah. All right, so from the jump, you started this nonprofit. The origin story is centered around one of your soldiers, Private Lopez. Please tell us the story.
Yeah, when I was a platoon leader, I was looking for a way to help my soldiers, and quickly I saw we had money skills, and in particular, we had this one soldier, Private Lopez, who, great soldier, very fit, smart, but a lot of disciplinary issues. He got kicked out of a couple platoons before ending up in mine, and we did a budgeting class, and in that we found out that Private Lopez was not only broke, but it was because he was spending $400 a month on the barracks vending machine. Very preventable issue. Huh. And by doing that, getting his NCOs involved, getting me involved, we were able to help him with that, and he quickly became one of our best soldiers. And I think that's just one bullet point where we could do that for thousands, if not millions of our soldiers.
So his actual behavior improved. You noticed his behavior improve as his financial life got much cleaner?
Absolutely. I think not only was it, he had less stress in his financial life, but I think probably more important is he realized that, me and my NCOs, we cared about him. We wanted him to do better.
I know we've got a whole bunch of questions, but the interesting thing, I think we've all been officers, was the first time some of these folks ever go to basic training is the first time they actually ever get a paycheck. Yeah. Or even so much as see other folks have paychecks. So like it's really this interesting thing is like
you're learning what a routing number is, what account number is, right?
Like what they let me have a car loan. Like there's just things about this that they've never experienced before. So I really appreciate this the story about Lopez, but like we all have our Lopez because we've all been in that scenario before. It's just really interesting.
How about, tell us about the nonprofit. Tell us about the train-the-trainer model that you really established.
Yeah, for us, we're big believers that the best people to train soldiers are their leaders, their lieutenants, their captains, their sergeants, the people who know them, they see them every day, they have a vested interest in them, not bringing in people from the outside that they're going to see once and never see again. So we thought, how do we make that easy, right? And the way we do it is we create courses tailored for junior military audiences, and we make it easy for them to learn about a topic and then turn around and teach it to their people.
Yeah. And then how about, use technology to push it out? So tell us how that works.
Yeah, so we've got our learning management software. It's really kind of the brain of our organization. That's where we put all of the classes onto there, and we take all the knowledge from industry, from academia, from all of that, put it into the courseware, and then that's where, you know, leaders can access it. They can not only go through the courses themselves, but they can get access to trainers if they're stuck on a topic or stuck on, hey, how do I teach my soldiers about this? You know, so it's just the one central area for everything.
Yeah, and then obviously, you know, being officers, you know, I remember, you know, if you have any downtime, you know, that's when you're doing your hip pocket training, right? So you always be ready for that course. You know, why is that important for soldiers? Like, how many soldiers are on food stamps or are struggling financially? Because it is an issue. I think people on the outside are like, oh, well, they get, you know, barracks and they get free meals, and it's not as simple.
It's not. You know, there's a great organization, the Military Family Advisory Network, MFAN. They do surveys every, I think, 2 years. One of the recent surveys found that 60% of military families couldn't survive more than 3 months without a paycheck. They found that 44% of military families found that their financial situation was detrimental to their physical and mental health. And they found 62% found that financiers were a major stressor for the family. So, you know, this is a huge problem.
Yeah, and so you're working with MFAM, and how are you working with the DoD at large, or the services, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Guardians? How is it early on, or where are you in the process?
Yeah, so, you know, we started just kind of grassroots social media. Hey, we have these classes. If you're a service member, you can access them for free. And now we're working with military units. So we actually just this week finished our 6th pilot. This one was with an MP brigade out of Fort Lewis. And what we did with them is we set up a pilot with our independent researcher, Harvard PhD, Dr. Bill Skimmyhorn. And with that, we're able to measure the success of, okay, when they go through the classes, you know, how were they doing before? How are they doing after? Is it just statistically significant? All that kind of stuff. So we're working with units and gathering data to show that this works and to further kind of refine our processes. You know,
when you gather the data, who do you intend to show how this works to?
You know, our intention is, first and foremost, we show it to the unit commanders and say, hey, look, here's where you were, here's where you're at now, and here's our recommended next steps. Let's keep the momentum going.
For his team, for that person's organization.
Right, for that company commander, battalion commander, brigade commander, what have you. And then the second thing we're doing is we're compiling all of these together to bring to DoD and say, hey, you know, we think we have a solution here that is better, faster, and cheaper than what you're doing now. And, oh, by the way, if you're able to help soldiers, sailors, Marines, Guardians in this way, you know, here's what we think the effects can have on the larger force and on readiness, the most important thing.
Got it.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I always say you got to meet people where they are, and they're on their phones, right? So using that technology as a force multiplier is letting them know, you know, how they can access this information, because they want to do well. They, you know, they're American, they're volunteering to join the greatest fighting force to ever walk this planet. But sometimes they're in a struggle bus because they just don't understand how to manage it.
Right. I mean, if you don't come from a family where you talk about money, if you don't come from a public school system that happens to teach you about money, you know, how are you supposed to know, right? This is why soldiers get car interest rates that are so expensive or blow their basic training money on the dumbest things. It's not because, you know, they're dumb by any means. It's just, how would they know otherwise?
Yeah. And I think, I mean, Dan and I kind of agree on this. We believe that public-private partnerships are a way to go. Like partnering with nonprofits like yours in the private sector, best in class information, you know, to these soldiers, to these troops that need information. They need to access it.
It's also the only way to scale. So like the train the trainer model and corporate, private, public partner, it's the only way you can scale to meet the demand you have. Like we were at the, we hosted an event just before Army Navy, and we had the 82nd Commander there with us, and he was reminded us that it's like 17,000 people are in the 82nd Airborne. That's like larger than most large companies, and that's a division of one organization within the Army. So like the only way we can scale to meet the demand that we have in a 17,000 person organization, who I'm sure has financial issues, is to do it in a distributed way. So like I totally agree with you.
Yeah. How about if there's a company commander out there or first sergeant out there, they want to know more about life skills for soldiers, where can they find more information?
Yeah, well, they can go to our website, lifeskillsforsoldiers.org. We're also on Instagram, LinkedIn, all the usual channels. And they can reach out to us directly, you know, info@lifeskillsforsoldiers.org. We're happy to work with any unit.
Awesome. How about, you know, when you look at broader in a private sector, you know, you have classmates at work, and we're talking about that transition. But do you still see, you know, soldiers when they transition out struggle with the same thing about, you know, tax rates higher. They're not getting the BAH, which is the basic allowance for housing, which is tax-free versus, and I mean, the stats will show you that our troops, when they transition out, $200,000 a year, will actually, on average, make less money, not more money, in the private sector.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that surprise people when they transition out. Like, oh wait, all of my income is taxable. My taxes have gone up. In some cases, I have to now pay state income tax.
Where you live matters a lot.
So I think this is just one of the. I think a transition is a huge step in a service member's life, and I think that those who do it well, there's a huge diversion. Those who do it well can do really well and end up leading great organizations, becoming great citizens. And those who don't do well, they struggle, and it hurts our society. It hurts them. It hurts everyone. So I think the more we can help establish the foundation for these people, including financial skills, I think the better off all of us are.
Yeah. The number one question I feel like I was asked, because I had this like interesting hybrid career where I had a civilian life and a military life, and I know we can talk about that a little bit, but like, most of my active duty friends, whether they were junior officers or senior officers or even senior enlisted, they were always asking questions about like, this grass is always greener on the outside of the military.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they're like, well, maybe it's not, because I was actually doing pretty well in the military. And so it's just this weird situation where you're working through people that have never experienced the world outside of the military, and they don't totally understand the benefits they have in the military. So I'm really wondering, I'm really interested in, like, how do you think about that? And did you leverage any of them during your experience?
Yeah, I went to Wharton, right? I got my MBA. Very fortunate, great program. Happy to talk about that. But I think even there, I saw classmates who were like, you know what, like, the civilian world's a lot different than I thought.
Yeah.
Right. And this is at a top business school, and I can only imagine for vets that go on to do different things. I think the biggest thing about making that transition well and kind of understanding what you're getting into is setting the foundation with habits, with your finances, family, friends, all that kind of stuff. And then, just networking, talk to people. There's thousands of veterans that do this every single year. Get a little IPB on what's ahead. And
that's right.
You
and I share a bit of a common background. We both served in the 75th Innovation Command together, as that was being stood up in the early 2000s, 2020s is when it was stood up. And during that experience, my job there was to catch transitioning service members or other reservists that are thinking about leaving the service, and then keep them within the organization, keep their uniforms on so they continue to serve. And we talked a little bit beforehand about, like, hey, you're going to military service on the private side. You don't have to absolutely abandon on like in a binary way your reserve service. Can you tell me a little bit about your military service while you were in school and how that might have helped you?
Yeah, I think the 75th Innovation Command is one of these things where, I had no idea it existed. I was fully intending on just getting off active duty, going to the IRR, and doing my civilian
being gone.
life.
Yeah, totally.
And you and your folks, you caught me
on purpose.
And it's been great. It's an unconventional unit. It's a great way for people like me, and I think there's a lot of people like me, a lot of vets, who want to stay involved but can't do it full time. The 75th Innovation Command allows me to build a civilian career, become a better citizen, but at the same time keep the uniform in the closet, be able to engage when and where appropriate.
Yeah, it was the former Chief of the Army Reserves, General Lucky, and General Bo Young that were the ones kind of brainchilds behind organizing this thing. And I think it was such a smart organization because it allowed for you to continue service, and you never know where that continued service goes. So, like, we've talked about DIU here, we've talked about the 75th. There's a whole lot of places, but it never materializes if you don't keep your uniform on.
Yeah. I tell you what, we're going to get back to that in just a second. All right, we'll be right back. More with Brendan Dubner.
Oh yeah, you're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
All right, welcome back to Warrior Money. We're joined by Brendan Dubner. Brendan, you and Dan were just rehashing your time in the 75th Innovation Group, a phenomenal unit. So where did you serve when you were in the military? Any deployments, and then that transition? Walk us through.
I was a field artillery officer out of Fort Bragg, Fort Liberty, whatever you want to call it. I was in the 18th Field Artillery Brigade, HIMARS unit. Did one deployment to the Middle East, mostly Kuwait, Afghanistan a little bit, mostly Kuwait. And you know, it was a phenomenal experience. I would do the military again, especially those junior military officer years again in a heartbeat.
But then you joined the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest business school in the world, you know, the Wharton Business School. Tell us about that transition. What was Wharton like, and how it compares to other top 20 business schools?
Yeah. Wharton was a phenomenal experience. I don't think there's a better way for veterans to transition out of the military than a top MBA program. And obviously I'm biased, but I personally think Wharton is the best business school, especially for veterans. I mean, if you look at the numbers, about 10% of the Wharton population are veterans. And if you look at, you know, Harvard, Stanford, it's like 5%. And I think it's just a great tool for veterans to learn about a wide breadth of industries, to meet some really fascinating people, get another network that's almost as good as the veteran network, and just figure out what's next.
Yeah, we talk a lot. Oftentimes when we have our interviews, we talk about what's next. So it's like one of the things that people have to go do is find their purpose. I think for life skills for soldiers, you finding some of that purpose. The other part of it is like being physically and mentally fit, because that transition happens. Can you tell me a little bit more about your transition process on the personal and the physical side?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'm a big, anybody who knows me knows I'm a huge proponent of habits, right? So I've kept some things for the military. I wake up early every morning. I work out first thing in the morning. I try to eat as healthy as humanly possible. I go to sleep at a certain time. I read before bed every night. And I think those have really done a lot for me. I think as veterans going into the private sector, you're not off the bat, you're not going to be the stud. There's going to be somebody who's been in banking or private equity or consulting or venture capital or whatever for years before you. They just know it better. They know the terrain. But I think as vets, between the grit, the leadership skills, and the oftentimes the good habits, I think you can catch up and often exceed over time.
Yeah. So you're wearing an Oura ring right now, and I was like, I got this like mental image of like somebody wearing an Oura ring around a base, and everybody knows where you're at. Well, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is it's a good way to start to track and kind of like baseline where you are in your health and your lifestyle journey. Tell me about how you use that.
Yeah, I think, like I said, anybody who knows me knows I'm into habits, and I got this for Christmas 2 or 3 years ago, and it's been really interesting. I think just being able to see how the body reacts to different things, and like one of the big takeaways for me was I needed to stop eating so close to bed because it was affecting my sleep and affecting digestion and all of these things. So, it's a cool little tool.
Cool. Yeah, and how about the habits? So you said you work out in the morning. What do you do? Because we talked about the performance triad, which is exercise, eat right, and recovery, which is really sleep. What do you do to stay in shape and to stay, as an American soldier?
Yeah, well, I wake up at 5 a.m. I go to the gym for an hour. I've had some like back injuries and whatnot, so I'm not lifting heavy or doing all the CrossFit stuff anymore. But I'm swimming regularly. I'm doing even just like an inclined walk on the treadmill. You can get so much benefit from just doing the little things and mixing in some mobility. It goes a long way.
Cool. So we talked about you transitioning into Wharton. We talked about the business you're working. Like, we also very much care about how did you pay for it? Like, what were the benefits that you used? Like, what were the things that you were able to leverage from your military service that enabled you to go do the things you wanted to go do?
One of the things I think that's really special about the military is it really opens up a lot of doors for you, including benefits wise that I didn't even know about.
Yeah.
Right? And I think most vets don't know about. And one of the reasons why I think Wharton is the best business school for vets is because the veteran network there is incredibly strong. And they walked me through like, hey, do you meet these requirements? Then you should go talk to the VA and see and that's how I got business school paid for. So, and it's such an advantage to be able to come out of an MBA program or any kind of schooling with no debt and be on good financial footing.
Do you own a house?
I don't. Not yet.
You're renting still?
Yeah.
So do you use any of the benefits from home ownership or any other benefits like VA disability or any of the other things?
Not on the home ownership front yet. One day. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. It's kind of expensive.
Good point.
But yeah, I use VA healthcare, which frankly has been a great experience. And yeah, I'm sure I use some other benefits too. But overall, there's a lot of benefits. There's a lot of things out there, and you should take advantage of them.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that we don't talk about are all the inherent built-in things that we have to make things more affordable, accessible, right? So you got your MBA on a VA loan. I'm sorry, on the GI Bill. And then you were able to use healthcare to support you while you were in there, both the military service and your VA side, which is awesome.
Yeah.
How about as far as the other challenges? Listen, when you talk about life skills for soldiers, really about that fiscal readiness, being able to make sure you're paying your bills, taking that stress away. We also know, though, since 9/11, we've lost over 150,000 of our brothers and their veterans to suicide.
Yeah.
So mental health is just as important as your physical health. What more do you see can we do? I mean, we can't brick and mortar our way out of it. We can't just keep building, VA hospitals, et cetera, especially because the veteran population is shrinking. But what do you see, and why do you think that's so important? And what do you try to do to make sure that you pass on that proper message?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is incredibly sad how veterans have felt leaving the military over the past 20 years. I mean, there's just no way around it. I think some of the things that the military is doing now is great. Things like the holistic health and fitness program, I think is excellent. And I think it could be expanded to include things like financial readiness. Again, especially as we move to more of a peacetime force, and there should theoretically be time opening up on training calendars and all that. I think if you invest that time having leaders take care of soldiers, not random people who are coming in from the outside, leaders, I think that's how you can help people build better bases, and that will allow them to better maneuver through life and through the military.
Yeah. Well, what is that? What is the holistic program? What is that?
So the holistic health and fitness program is a program. I know it's for the Army. I'm not sure about the other branches.
Well, it's Special Forces out of Tampa, so it's joint Special Forces units
okay,
as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's a lot about fitness, but it's also about they have, and I'm going to butcher this, but they have their pillars on kind of readiness, and it's not just about your weapons qual, your PT score. It's also about your nutrition. It's about your spiritual health. It's about your financial health, and it's looking holistically at readiness.
That's great.
Yeah, it goes to your earlier point, Dan, about it's really living a purpose-driven life, right? And what is your purpose? Yes, you're the ultimate warfighter, for America, right? But you're also, a person of faith. You're also someone who is, mentally straight, meaning, you understand, what might be tugging at you, and that your mental health is just as important as your physical health, and why you got to be proactive about it. Don't wait till you're in crisis to go see a counselor.
Yeah. So when you transition from Wharton to the business world, I'd just like to know where can people learn more about your life skills for soldiers at?
Yeah, Life Skills for Soldiers. You can find us on all the kind of usual social media platforms, Instagram, LinkedIn, all that stuff. Our website, lifeskillsforsoldiers.org, or just reach out to us directly via DM on Instagram or email at info@lifeskillsforsoldiers.
Awesome. That's it. That's very cool. So hey, we generally end every segment with a kind of a rapid fire Q&A segment, and I really liked this first question. So what is some money advice that you wish you'd been told earlier in life?
I think just get started. Get into the game and take advantage of compounding over time.
Yeah, and what's the biggest mistake that people make on their way to success?
Oh, I think chasing the wrong things and burning time, energy, and resources.
And what is the most unexpected part of your journey?
All of it. Did I think I'd be here? I started Life Skills for Soldiers 5-6 years ago as a nonprofit while I was transitioning out of business, out of active duty, and I did not think it would be where it is today, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
That wraps up our show for today. So listen, subscribe, and review Warrior Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever else you get your podcast, or find us at Yahoo Finance. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons. We'll see you next week.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Now let's make some money and get a lot smarter. I've done Yahoo Finance forever. This is a spectacular spot.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery.
Hello, world. I'm Ross Mack.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement.
Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Welcome to Trader Talk, the podcast that dishes out the market straight up.
Welcome to Capital Gains. I'm your host, Madison Mills.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-suite, we are your daily lifeline, because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to the Open Bid podcast. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this is the podcast that will make you a smarter investor and a better leader. A real treat for our featured interview today. Someone I've known for quite a while in the restaurant space. Brinker International CEO Kevin Hochman. Good to see you in person.
Oh my God, Brian! It's great to be on your podcast.
Yes,
I've known you for a long, long time. So
we both look great, dude. Like it's just amazing. So the cool thing with the podcast is every time we talk to you, we get shot out of a camera. We got 7 minutes. We got to ask you 3 or 4 things, and you go home. We have more time here, so I want to go line by line on some of the things you're working on, because I think you put them together and it leads to your turnaround. On your earnings call, and this is after a quarter, did you put about 31% sales increase for chili?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's crazy. You said higher quality chicken breast. What makes it a higher quality chicken breast?
Well, there's different types of chicken that you can use. So all of it was white meat. You can use chicken trim, which is little cuts of chicken, or you can use whole lobe. We just said, hey, as we continue to upgrade the quality of our entrees, let's just go to all whole lobe. Let's go back to what we did way back when on Chili's. And that's the whole point of this, is like, why do you go out for casual dining? It's you want great food with great service and great hospitality.
I don't want chicken trimmings.
Yeah, you want to have real chicken, right? And you want to have a chicken that's just absolutely delicious, and that's what we have now.
How did you? I have other items I want to get to. How did you identify that as the CEO of Brinker International? That, hey, look, let's serve some better chicken. Why are we serving that stuff?
Well, I spend a lot of time in our restaurants, Brian. So like, I'll talk to the team members pretty regularly. I probably do 14 to 15 market visits a year. And I'll do like the normal restaurant visits and ask questions, but then we'll have like literally we'll sit down and have a listening session with the 15 to 20 area GMs. And I ask them, 2 questions. What's one thing that keeps you here at Brinker that you're excited about? And what's one thing, if you were me, the CEO, sometimes I say you can take 2, that you would change tomorrow, right? And when they realized I think when I first started, they were like, is he really serious about this, right? And then they started seeing the changes happening. And now people are really open about sharing feedback with me. I'll take those notes. So the session's about 2-3 hours. I personally take the notes because I don't want someone to interpret them in any way. I'll share them back with the different leadership teams that work on different things. They'll rank and prioritize them. If it's like a 911 thing, I'm like, hey, we got to get this fixed, guys. I'll make sure it gets fixed a little quicker than the normal prioritization, and we go. And that was an example when I first started. It was like, hey, we used to have so much better chicken, and I'm not sure it's as good as it used to be.
And you know chicken from your time at KFC. So,
absolutely.
So when I first met you, I've told you this before, brother. It was at your KFC Nashville hot party, and you paint. You're like a marketing guy. Like you paint everyone gold. I walked into this room. I was still like a Cub reporter. I'm like, I don't know this guy, Kevin. His team invited me to this party. Why is everybody in gold? This is strange, but then I got it, man. I got it.
Well, yeah. Well, the whole thing is we just got to continue to elevate our game, and it doesn't matter what it is. We can't get complacent because at the end of the day, a lot of people left casual dining for dead. It was like, hey, this is an industry you can't grow. A lot of people asked me 3 years ago, I can't believe you took that job. You believe that casual dining can grow? And I was like, I don't think it's a casual dining issue. I think it's a brand issue. I think a lot of big brands in casual dining didn't believe in the category and said, I'm just going to cost save my way to profits, and that's a bad place to be.
The 10-ounce steak suddenly got to what, 7 ounces?
Inflation, or you cut corners on labor, or whatever it is, and it's like, why do you go out to eat? You want to have an hour with friends and family. You want to be in a nice setting. You want food that's delicious. You need it to be consistent. And if we don't deliver that, they're not going to come to us, right? And I think that happened to a lot of concepts in casual dining. Some concepts didn't do that. They've been winning every year, growing, expanding margins, and we wanted a piece of that. And that's what we said on day one, and that's what we're doing right now.
Chicken, fresh guac. What were you using before?
Well, we were making guac, but we were using it in day 2, right? Yeah. So, have you ever made guacamole at home?
All the time.
It's awesome on day 1.
Totally awesome.
On day 2, it's not so awesome, right? And that's a way to extend shelf life and save some money. And it's like, hey, you know what, guys? They're slicing avocados over here every 4 hours. You're also making fresh guac, and you can use that for 2 days. Hey, let's stop all that. Let's just make one batch of guacamole. Use that for our avocado. Throw it out at the end of every day, so you have fresh guac every day, not guac that was made the day before.
I've never tried to actually save guac. Doesn't it turn brown?
It makes a huge difference. No, you can prevent it from staying. You know how to do it. Come on.
Is it lime? Is it just?
No, you just put a little cellophane on it. Well, but it won't be as delicious as it on day 1.
Yeah.
And that's what we got to do. We got to challenge ourselves on everything to make the food great.
Okay, so we had crispier bacon. What was the bacon coming out soggy?
Well, so they're cooking that through that conveyor belt oven we talked about, right? Which sometimes makes it crispy, sometimes it doesn't make it so crispy, right? We're cooking it on a flat top now. It's a little more to clean for the cook, but that bacon will get crispy every time.
Next up for you, and I'm going line by line here, Ken, because I've never seen results out of a restaurant chain, a mature restaurant chain.
It's these little things that are working, though. That's why I talk about them.
Yeah, that's why it's important for me to go through. Next up, ribs. What are you doing to redo ribs?
Okay, you're going to love this one. So do you eat ribs?
I do eat ribs.
So, what makes the perfect rib in your mind?
It's the barbecue sauce.
Okay, the barbecue sauce.
And look, they can't be hard as hell.
Okay, so you want it tender, but you also don't want it to be mushy, right?
Yeah.
So it has a little bit of bite to it.
Yeah.
You want to have some smoke in that meat. You don't want the meat to be flavorless, right?
Yeah.
The really good ribs, you didn't talk about it, but they have a little crust on the end. Like barbecue sauce gets a little crusty, right?
I just got a smoker, so I'm experimenting, but I'm not putting out perfect ribs.
You got a green egg?
I got a Traeger.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, shout out to the Traeger team.
Look at you. This is a loaded question on ribs. He knows about ribs. Okay. So anyway, what we're going to do, so we have combi ovens that do smoke. We're going to change the wood in the oven so it provides more flavor from a different type of wood. Mm-hmm. We're going to change the combi instructions so more smoke gets into the meat, right? After we cook it, right, we heat it up, right?
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. It now appears those 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico will start March 1st. Reuters is reporting President Trump will issue the tariffs and announce a process for the countries to seek exemptions. Word of the tariff delay pushed the Canadian dollar to a daily high, and Mexico's peso has strengthened to a session high. More on this as we get it, of course. Again, Reuters reporting the tariffs against Canada and Mexico Mexico will not take effect until March 1st. That's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
What a riblet is. All right, so ribs, and now you're also going to apply your reinvention thinking to
Let's take a look at Intel, beating fourth quarter expectations even as revenue declined for a third straight quarter. The chipmaker also issuing weak guidance for the first quarter, citing here seasonal weakness, macro uncertainty, and competition. This is Intel's first report since CEO Pat Gelsinger was ousted last month. The company appointed 2 interim co-CEOs as the search for a new leader continues. Shares right now of Intel, they are up here pre-market here, and I think with the incoming administration as well for Intel, they also have to continue to acknowledge how much of the money that they're expecting to continue to be dispersed for some of the efforts that have already initiated in chip fabrication and the factories that they've touted and even started to break ground on as well.
It's a little amazing to me that that Intel's actually trading in the green right now, up just about 1.5% ahead of the open, given the fact that the guidance was light. And I bring that up just in light of the reaction that we have seen to so many of the names that have already reported this earnings season. If you're not beating by a pretty sizable margin, you're not necessarily seeing the reward pay off the next day, especially when it comes to guidance. We talk so much about the focus here on guidance. So the fact that we are moving to the upside, I think also just shows how skeptical the street was heading into this report, just in terms of any progress that Intel has made on this front. In regards to that guide, though, there's a couple of things that analysts were pointing out this morning that I thought was interesting. JP Morgan, one of the analysts out, saying that they're blaming a lot of it on macro uncertainty, obviously PC inventory digestion, but also rising competition. Is that last component there, rising competition, that's going to be the huge hurdle here for Intel going forward. We talk a lot about the turnaround plan, the fact that it's going to take time to play out. And we're not talking a couple quarters. A lot of the experts that we've had on here over the last several quarters have very much chimed in and say that this is a multi-year potentially turnaround story here. And it's going to be something that's going to take years and years. And I remember the day after Gelsinger was stepping down, we were talking to one analyst, and he was saying that, hey, this could actually take up to 10 years. And I think that very much puts it into focus, just the disadvantage that Intel is at right now in regards to some of their peers, and how much it has to do in terms of catching up.
Yeah, and it really comes back to how much money they're going to be spending in that longer term period, in that time horizon that you were mentioning of 10 years. I think back to what was mentioned on the earnings call here. They're anticipating 2025 gross capital investments will be approximately $20 billion. That's at the low end of their previous guide of $20 billion to $23 billion, and that's reflecting further capacity adjustments in some of their production and staffing as well in Ohio and Ireland, better utilization of what they call their construction in progress as well. So you think about the investing and how that is ultimately going to have to pay off before investors and until investors have clear line of sight into where that will actually flow through to margins and then flow through to share price appreciation as well, to your point.
All right, let's get to Apple. Apple topping first quarter estimates. A strong sales of MacBooks and iPads overshadow weaker than expected iPhone sales. Still, Apple CEO Tim Cook calling it the company's, quote, best quarter ever. Joining us now, we have Gil Loria, his D.A. Davidson's managing director. Gil, you actually raised your price target on the stock, raising it to $290. That's up from $260. Let's talk about how the street is interpreting this, because very much the guidance seems to be enough to soothe some of the nerves out there. How are you looking at the results and ultimately what this signals here for Apple this year?
Yeah, so for Apple, what's really important is, are we going to have an iPhone upgrade cycle? And we got some good news in that regard. Overall, iPhone sales were down, but that was really because of the big drag from China. We could talk about that. But importantly, Apple is seeing early signs that Apple Intelligence is driving better sales. And we've only just started introducing Apple Intelligence functionality into the iPhone. The more functionality comes in, the better it is, the more integrated it is into our experience, the more people are going to encourage each other to upgrade their iPhone. which is the key to Apple. More iPhone sales, more wearable sales, more service sales. That's how we're going to get acceleration of revenue growth in Apple. And we got enough of that in the quarter that investors are more optimistic.
Do you think going forward here, especially for some of the core regions that Apple wants to lean further into, that they need to do something on the pricing front in order to make sure that they're actually bringing people on, especially in these early waves of not just the new iPhone features, but the operating system changes that they're making with a mindset for artificial intelligence?
Yeah, that's a very important point. The pricing strategy here has to be region by region. For instance, in China, they had promotions on iPhone. That's something we in the US would never see. You'd never walk into an Apple store and see a discount on iPhone. In China, they just did that. They cleared the inventory. That's why sales in China were down. By the way, that sets them up better for the rest of the year, even in China. In other regions, there's still a need for them to find a lower end strategy. Overall, they want to increase the average selling price, and that works in a lot of markets, but there are some markets where they need to start figuring out what the lowest price iPhone is to maximize their ability to penetrate these newer markets.
Gil, I'm curious your read on how the market has been reading Apple right now in relation to AI, because it actually got a pop this week from when many of its big tech peers were under pressure on the heels of the DeepSeek headlines that we got out here over the last week or so. What should Apple's AI initiatives look like? And now the involvement here of DeepSeek, what does that spell out for Apple?
So the reaction to Apple was spot on, right? Because the developments around AI getting orders of magnitude more efficient is exactly what Apple was playing for. Remember, Apple isn't building massive data centers like the other mega caps in order to build bigger and bigger models, which is now looking a little wasteful after we saw what is possible in AI. Apple was always focused on, we're going to wait for the models to get small enough that they can go on the handset in the Mac, and then we're going to be able to execute on an AI strategy that way without throwing tens or hundreds of billions of dollars into massive data centers. And they're being validated for that strategy because the models are now getting so small and so good that eventually most, if not all, of the AI we use will be on the handset, which is going to be far more efficient for them, especially since they have our information, they have our context, they have our calendar, they have our correspondence. So they're going to be able to deliver the AI to consumer, and they're really in the best position to do that.
Gil, we're looking at shares of Apple here pre-market. It looks like they're set to pop at the open by about 4%, but even with that 4% rise, they're really just going to be making up what they had essentially lost since the end of December here. So all these things considered, what is an investor to do with this name after an earnings report like this, with some of the perhaps larger themes that are at play with Apple?
We think that Apple is in a good position because short-term expectations are reasonable and long-term expectations is where we're focused on. Again, if we have an upgrade cycle in iPhone over the next couple of years, that's when Apple's stock outperforms. And yet nobody's expecting that to happen next quarter. And so Apple is set up well. It's trading at a higher multiple, but that always works when you have accelerating growth, which appears to be the case for Apple. Now, the excitement that we had at peak, the peak of the stock was when people were using the term super cycle. This was never a super cycle. It's an upgrade cycle. It's playing out gradually. And as it plays out, revenue is going to accelerate. The stock can outperform.
Gil, while we have you real quick, just going back to the comments that you made a moment ago in regards to China, and they're actually relatively upbeat just in terms of maybe what this signals here going forward. I want to pull up a chart, and this very much shows Apple's revenue coming from China, and obviously has been on a steady decline here. You can see that at the right-hand side of your screen. What does that then look like? In terms of reaching a bottom, how should investors then be thinking about that?
China will continue to be Apple's toughest market, and gradually it'll become less and less of the business. I mean, it's already gone from being 20% of the business, about 15% of the business. It's more competitive. There's political pressure on Chinese to sell less iPhones and sell more of the domestic brands. The domestic brands are finely tuned to the local market. They're very powerful competitors, more powerful than Apple encounters anywhere else, really. So it'll continue to be a tough market. It'll continue to be a volatile market. But over time, it becomes a less and less important part of the story. And importantly, right now, after a quarter of clearing inventory from China, they're set up for it not to be as much of an issue for the balance of the year.
All right, Gil, thanks so much. We're going to be watching shares of Apple closely here at the open. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
U.S. stock futures edging higher this morning after the latest
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. President Trump reiterating his vow to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, but now Reuters is reporting those tariffs will not start until March 1st and will offer a way for countries to seek exemptions for certain imports. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard says this could be a launch point for going after China.
But he also does use tariffs as a policy tool, as we saw with Colombia just last weekend. That was a short-lived move. And yet it was significant in a way. It really altered the relationship with Colombia.
Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. The Associated Press is reporting the FAA has indefinitely closed routes near Reagan National Airport to most helicopter traffic, as investigators looking into the mid-air collision between an American Airlines jet and a military helicopter turn their focus onto the flight path of the Black Hawk. The Army chopper was traveling outside its designated flying zone and was at an altitude of around 350 feet. It's above the 200-foot limit when the crash happened. The NTSB has said it would release its preliminary findings in 30 days. One preliminary FAA report reveals staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during that crash. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia.
President Trump doing a hiring freeze and putting somebody in as the chief guy in the Office of Management and Budget who says he wants to traumatize federal employees. We don't need to traumatize air traffic controllers. We need to hire more.
Kaine says Reagan National was designed to accommodate about 15 million passengers each year. It now handles more than 25 million. Bloomberg News has learned U.S. officials are looking into whether DeepSeek used third parties in Singapore to gain access to advanced Nvidia chips. We get the latest from Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie.
We know, of course, the most sophisticated AI accelerators that are produced by Nvidia are not able, at least officially, not allowed to be sent into the Chinese markets. They have to get an export license and they don't get them for the most high-end chips.
Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie. And at his confirmation hearing this week, President Trump's Commerce nominee, Howard Lutnick, suggested DeepSeek did evade U.S. export controls. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang will meet with President Trump today, according to a person familiar with the plans. Bloomberg White House reporter Josh Wingrove reports that meeting comes as the president continues to weigh his plans for chip policy.
Trump has essentially been cool to the idea of subsidizing the chip sector, but warm to the idea of erecting new tariff walls, and how Nvidia fits into that, of course, is the big question. And then the other big question is whether they'll talk about DeepSeek. Did they have access to chips that were somehow outside of export controls?
Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove. Stocks are ending a volatile week on a relatively positive note after solid forecasts from tech heavyweights. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.6%, NASDAQ up 1.25%,